Hello, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are around the world. And welcome back to pre-season testing, day number 3. Apologies for being ever so slightly late. I was having my breakfast and I just didn't wake up early enough. So yeah, that is totally my fault, but here we are. We are 6 minutes away from the start of pre-season testing, and we'll be getting the drivers coming out onto the circuit shortly. Yeah, we'll have 11 drivers driving in the morning, and then we'll have a few drivers switching for the afternoon session. I'll let you know who's driving in the morning, who's driving in the afternoon, as soon as I get the information up on my screen. Yeah, so it is. Thanks, Mal, for the $2 donation. Very much is appreciated. Yeah, finish up the eggs. Yeah, exactly. Having a bit of cereal and coffee and things like that. Right, so Piastri's driving for McLaren. We have got Piastri driving all day for McLaren, Hamilton driving all day for Ferrari, Lawson driving all day for Racing Bulls, same thing for Stroll, same thing for Colapinto as well, and then all of the other teams are alternating their drivers between the morning and the afternoon. Okay. Hello. Will you be watching Drive to Survive Season 8? Yeah, maybe. Why not? If I get some time on my hands, I will give it a watch. But to be honest, I haven't watched many of the seasons of Drive to Survive. I think it's alright sometimes. Sometimes it's just a little bit over the top, a little bit too dramatic for no reason. But, that is how TV shows go sometimes. Psycho Hawk 2000, thanks again for all your hard work and coverage. No worries. Glad that you enjoy. Yeah, I was actually doing some calculations yesterday, and if you donate to me, I think it's $10, or if you buy $10 worth of Surfshark VPN, I would actually get more money if you actually bought, Proton VPN. If you bought Proton VPN, I'd get more money than if you donated, because YouTube actually takes a 30% cut of donations, which is a little bit surprising. I didn't actually know that, but I found that out yesterday. So it is, it's a little bit rude, really, from YouTube to take a 30% cut of donations. So yeah, I guess if you want to indirectly donate, then you could just get Proton VPN, and that would help me out more. But yeah, very, very odd that they take 30% of donations. I thought it would be like when you like tip someone in a restaurant or something, and then they get all of the tip. I thought it would be like that, but apparently not. As if the ads weren't. Yeah, as if YouTube doesn't try to play enough adverts already. Anyway, in terms of what Max Verstappen said, Verstappen definitely wasn't happy with the way that the cars are this year. There's a lot of management to go on, and I think for us as racing fans, we definitely we would very much like the idea that the drivers are pushing all the time. They're driving super duper hard to try and win the race. Whereas the way that things are looking for 2026 means that it could potentially be the driver who is best at managing their battery and who's best at recharging their battery is going to win the race. So it is, it's not it's not what I would call ideal, but yeah, that's at least what it sort of seems like right now. Yeah. The white space one, but like YouTube is providing content creators a free platform, which they can also earn, so like 30% is not bad. Yeah, fair enough. But to be fair, YouTube also takes out of the adverts. So like, I think so when let's say an advertiser pays like $10 to advertise something, and if I show all of those adverts, I would get $6 of those dollars, and YouTube would keep 4. So YouTube also keeps quite a big percentage of the adverts as well. So, but it is what it is. there aren't any other alternatives really to YouTube. I can stream on Twitch maybe, but yeah, most of my audience is here, so I sort of just have to deal with it. Okay, yeah, let me give the data a quick refresh. Maybe we'll get the track temperature and such coming through. Give me just a second. No track temperature information, no air temperature information, but there we go. Oh, you can't see it, but Oliver Bearman has started his car. Lewis Hamilton has also started their car. They're both idling the car. So with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, Hamilton and Bearman should be coming out to the circuit right at the start of the session. In fact, Ollie Bearman's revs are up at 9,000. I don't know what he's doing at 9,000 revs in the garage, but seems like he might be coming out onto the... Seems like he might be coming out onto the circuit. Piastri's going to be driving all day today. Yes, today is Piastri's test day. Same thing for Lewis Hamilton. Same thing for Lance Stroll. And same thing for Liam Lawson. Those are the 4 drivers that will... Oh, and Franco Colapinto as well. So those are the 5 drivers that will be driving all day today. Piastri, Hamilton, Lawson, Stroll and Colapinto. And all of the other drivers will be alternating between the morning and the afternoon session. Yeah. Oh, looks like we've got quite a few drivers starting their engines early. Max Verstappen is starting his engine, as you can see up there. He's up in first gear already. We've got Bortoletto, who started his engine, and Colapinto has, Bottas has, Piastri has. So all of them, and you can in fact see some of them on the track map as well. They've started to move themselves towards the end of the pit lane. Okay. So firstly, let's get rid of this countdown timer. Secondly, let's make this track map a little bit bigger, given that we're only going to have 11 cars out on track right now, so we can definitely for sure make this a bit larger and fill up more of the screen. But yes, we'll be at the drivers coming out onto the track within a moment's time. Is it true that Leclerc was fastest? Leclerc was fastest indeed. Yesterday it was looking pretty good. Lando Norris behind him, but at the end of the day we know that that isn't what matters. It's the number of laps that you complete is what matters. And yeah, Max said also that Mercedes is hiding their pace. Toto said it's only 1 to 2 horsepower. And Max says, yeah, add a 0 behind that and maybe more. Just have to wait till Melbourne to see how much speed they have. Yeah. No, I mean, this is the thing, right? Increasing compression ratio is a given fact and a given way to increase the amount of horsepower you've got. Oh, it looks like the data's glitching again, and it looks like everyone is... it doesn't know who's in the pit lane and who's not, so... Right, well, we'll just continue on with that. Maybe it'll fix itself a little later on. But... yeah, so increasing compression ratio definitely increases the amount of horsepower you've got, and by quite a significant margin as well. It's one of the big tools that engine manufacturers have at their disposal of how they can design their cars and design engines to get more horsepower. So, yeah, it's I think that Mercedes are definitely lying when they say, oh, we've only got 1 or 2 extra horsepower, because increasing compression ratio increases your horsepower quite a bit. This is going to be make or break for Hamilton. Yeah, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to try and increase some of the sizes of this font on the track map specifically, so you can see them maybe just a little bit better. But also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. It goes a very long way to helping out the channel and the algorithm and so on and so forth. So that would much be appreciated. And I shall increase the size of some of these things to potentially look a little bit better on the screen while they are glitched out. Oh, there you go. It's a little bit easier to read. Right, let's just pop that up to 80. Okay, you can definitely read that now. In terms of who's out where, let me just adjust this. However, some of them are definitely in the pit lane, and obviously here on the track map itself, it says they're all in the pit. So it's a little bit dodgy, to say the least. But let's continue on anyway. Not seeing Hamilton. Hamilton is out on the racetrack. You can see there he's on the racetrack just ahead of Bortoletto in the middle straight. So, he is out on track. But no, the lap times are getting updated because the timing system is broken. However, I'm going to see if there's some other ways to fix this timing solution, because it is, well, ideally, it would be not broken. So give me a few moments here, folks. It looks like the other system that we're also using to the other backup system that I've got to try and look at the data at the Bahrain circuit is also having the same problem. So again, it is an issue with the Formula One systems, and there's not much that I can really do about it. So I apologise, folks. Okay. Who will drive today? Verstappen in the morning, Hadjar in the afternoon. I guess I can continue making this a little bit bigger. There we go. F1 Dash also crashed. Yeah, see, this is the thing. It's all they just aren't very good with somehow getting this data to work. And look, Bottas has teleported again, but at least it's saying it's Bottas out on the circuit rather than Perez, because yesterday it was just saying it was Perez all day. So one improvement there at least. And yeah, a few other drivers just doing their install laps, but it seems like Verstappen, Sainz and Lawson have already started doing their major sort of runs and things like that. So good on them for getting those things going. Could you go a little lower so for Lawson speed? Yeah, apologise. There we go. You can see the other driver speeds, but they're just not on the screen right now. In fact, let me move the fastest sectors over here, and you can see the remaining drivers. No. And I guess I can also move my face over here, given that none of the actual sector times are working. Is Max doing 250 set runs? Okay, well, good to know, good to know. Still a little bit strange that they're doing 250 runs in so late on in testing, but here we are. Is it just lagging for me? Yeah, I think it's your internet, because my internet's doing alright. Okie dokes. Yeah, so all the drivers doing a few laps right now. George Russell driving the car in the morning, Kimi Antonelli driving in the afternoon. Hopefully, Kimi Antonelli gets a little bit better reliability, because he hasn't done that many laps consistently throughout yesterday and the day before. I'm going to give the data a quick refresh, folks. Let's see if it will be back, but I suspect it won't. Yeah, it's just the same. Okay. Good morning, good morning. What's a 250 set run? Never heard of that before. So the drivers, they can sort of set up a cruise control or a speed limit on their car. So the teams will have loads of different sensors on the car, mainly just to look at aerodynamic loads. And a 250 set run or a 140 set run essentially means that while the drivers are driving around the circuit, what they will do is they'll go onto the accelerator, and the max speed that they will hit is 250 kilometers per hour, and the car will be held at that speed exactly. So then the aerodynamics guys, the engineers, they can work out exactly how much downforce the car is making at 250 kilometers per hour. Then they can work out exactly how much it's making at 200, maybe at 150, and from that information, when they're doing all of their lap simulations, when they're creating the car to work in the simulator, because the thing is, in the simulator, they also need to know what the downforce levels are like, so then they can get the car to sort of, behave correctly, behave like it is in real life. So they need this information for their simulator, they need this information for their sort of lap time calculations when they're doing strategies and things like that. So quite a few different things that they need the information for, and that's what they're doing, setting the car up with cruise control and driving around the circuit. Is Newey cooked? Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you, but by the looks of it, it doesn't look very positive for the. It doesn't look very positive for the Aston Martin team. Lance Stroll came out yesterday and said that they are 4 seconds off the pace, which was, true in terms of looking at the lap time. But I don't think. But surely. Aston Martin wasn't pushing yesterday. They weren't on empty fuel, they weren't on soft tyres, they weren't on highest engine mode. So I don't know how Stroll can confidently say we are 4 seconds off the pace. Fernando Alonso was not happy. It was confirmed. This was confirmed by a Spanish journalist, and he said that Fernando Alonso is not happy. Got out of the car, threw his gloves, and the car is not where it wants to be, or where he wants it to be. So, yeah, that is definitely interesting. Now, we don't know if that is an issue with the Honda power unit, if that is an issue with the car's design from sort of a fundamental level, but looking yesterday, Alonso was shifting at 11,500 RPM instead of 12,000 compared to the rest of the teams, so I don't think that is that bad, right? Like, yes, they could still be suffering from some overheating issues at 11,500 RPM, but they definitely weren't running the full cooling package yesterday. So I think when they do run the full cooling package, things might be a little bit better for them. And yes, they may have a car that overheats, but they weren't that slow down the straights unless that was, unless they were revealing absolutely everything that they had and they were only going 318 kilometers per hour rather than 339. So it is a bit difficult to tell, to be honest. Stroll really did say that, yes. Stroll said to the press, we are 4 seconds off the pace, we're 4 seconds behind. And the thing is, Stroll can say whatever he wants, right? Stroll can say, Stroll can say whatever he wants because, his dad owns the team. Like, what are the team going to do? Fine him for speaking out to the media when he shouldn't have? Like, no, they're not going to do that. Like, Stroll's dad owns the team. So, we don't really know. Stroll was, of course, not driving the car yesterday, but that means he was probably sat in the garage listening to the engineers. And, if the engineers are a bit depressed, I'm sure Stroll will have been as well. The rumours say Mercedes is hiding up to over 30 horsepower, which I don't know about that one, Chief. But 30 seems a bit excessive, but yeah, if they're hiding horsepower, I would not be surprised. I'm sure the Mercedes also, it's in the other team's best interest as well. Alpine, Williams and McLaren, it's all in their best interest not to go super quickly down the straights, because if they do, then the FIA will ban the rules, will ban the compression ratio trick. But if they wait till Australia, then there's nothing that the FIA can do. The lap times aren't showing because the data is glitched out, and Behrman and Piastri are here in 22nd position right at the bottom of the screen. So if I zoom out one size, you'll be able to see them, but they're not out on the racetrack. So they're right at the bottom there, but they're not out on the racetrack. So I'll zoom back in, and then once they do come out, I'll zoom out again. The lap times aren't visible because the data is broken. All I hear is reports says Toto is not happy at all. Now I don't know if he's really happy. No, Toto, the reports will say Toto is not happy because he's sandbagging on purpose. Like, they are all very, very good at this sandbagging game. No red flags, no red flags. There's a timer. Yeah, I could set up a timer actually up on my thing. Give me just a second. I shall set a timer up. It's gonna go till 11. So there we go. Where is it? All right, that's the timer then. Let me move that. So we're about 15 minutes in. Stroll 12,000. Did Stroll just go to 12,500 RPM? Well, let's check down the next straight. Let's see what they're doing. Maybe they brought a new floor or something. Or the Honda engineers have been working pretty hard overnight. So let's keep an eye out on what. Oh, Stroll went to 12,700 RPM just then. But then through the rest of the gears well, he only shifted up to 6th while going down that straight, which is definitely wrong because all of the drivers normally shift up to 7th there. Third day here, thanks for the content. No worries, folks, no worries. Glad that you're enjoying. Why is George Russell not... well, George Russell's in the pits, folks, so... Let's see where he's shifting. Again, I think Stroll's again shifting at 11,500. Let's see where he comes down the straight. Drop down into second gear, slowly onto the power, full onto the throttle then. And yeah, he's shifting again at 11,500. I think in the lower gears that they will shift all the way till 12.5, but in the higher gears, so once you're going from 5th to 6th or 6th to 7th, that is when they start capping out at 11,500. Yeah. It really sucks that Formula 1 is heading in the direction of purposely going slower in the corners and having more battery in the straights. Yeah, it's a bit dodgy, really. Which drivers will represent? Right, you guys can, I mean, to be fair, I could just put this up on the screen, couldn't I? But in the morning, we have got Piastri, Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Lawson, Stroll, Behrman, Bortoletto, Colapinto, and Bottas. Once the lap times are visible, can you shift your face cam lower to the left of the GPS? We want to see the mini sectors. Yeah. I mean, once it all starts loading, I'll move my webcam. But yeah, it's not loading right now. So because the thing is, currently, Carlos Sainz there is out on the racetrack, but he's still there in 18th position. If the data was working, he would have moved up to the top of the times, and then everything else would have fit nicely at the bottom. Toto's going to rage bait everyone so hard in Australia. Yeah, maybe. Hamilton and Lando both said it's more fun and enjoyable, so I'm going to keep my hopes up for now. Yeah, I mean, Hamilton has for sure said that it is complicated, to understand the whole battery management thing and all of these different applications of it and how to charge up the battery and whatever. But he also said that he enjoys driving the car. Whereas Max Verstappen has come out and said that he's not a big fan of the regulations because it's much more of a management game like Formula E than it is sort of like true Formula 1 where you're actually racing flat out at maximum speed. So, yeah, it is. It is what it is, really. We'll see how it goes, but I also sort of agree with the side of Max Verstappen when you're looking at the cars going down the straight, when they hit their top speed halfway down the straight, and then they start recharging their battery for the second half. It just does, I don't know, it doesn't seem right, really. Bring back the V10s, indeed. Why is the data glitched? I don't know. It's because the FIA is incompetent at setting up a system that works. I mean, it was working yesterday, so I don't know how they broke it. So, yeah. The timer is for how long is left of the morning session. So currently we've had 15 minutes. Right, I'm just gonna have a little bit of coffee. They'll reach 350 Ks in quali. Oh yeah, I'm sure they will. All of this data is from Multiviewer, so if you go onto Google, search Multiviewer, you'll be able to find it, but you do need an F1 TV account. Okay. A V10 engine with sustainable fuel would be the best approach. Yeah, apparently also, you know how yesterday quite a few people asked me, are they using the sustainable fuel? I just said, yeah, it makes sense for them to use sustainable fuel. Apparently there have been reports that come out saying that none of the teams are using sustainable fuel. I'm firstly not exactly sure why, because, well, to be fair, if they're getting just normal fuel that is the exact same ratio of ethanol and the exact same octane and things like that for the fuel, then I'm sure it's not that big of a problem for them. But, that is sort of how it is. Piastri is here. Oh yeah, let me just zoom out one step so you guys can also read Piastri's RPMs and things like that. You should not be using it. Why haven't you seen Cars 2? Yeah, well, Cars 2 is a good reference point, of course. All right. Well, I can't see the sector times because the data is broken. I'm just going to put something up on the screen. Data is glitched. Because it always is, isn't it? There's always something going wrong. Yeah. Okie dokes. There we go. Data is glitched. All right. Can you do something external to find the lap times? No, my backup data source also is broken. So this is what I'm saying. It's not the software that I'm using. It's literally the F1 broadcast is not sending out this information. So, even the backup data source isn't working. So none of the cars are using 8th gear because they haven't got their power engine mode turned up fully. So that's probably why. Even Gabriel Bortoletto, he's doing 240 kilometers per hour as he hits the brakes there, but he's only in 6th gear. Like sometimes even the drivers aren't shifting up into 7th when they haven't got the battery deploying. Because you've got to think about this, when they've got 8 gears, they are set up for the gear ratio of you've got 1,000 horsepower plus a slipstream, plus your front wing and rear wing are dropped. So that is what your top speed scenario is when you're at Mexico or when you're at Monza or when you're at Baku, right? So those are your top speed scenarios. So your 8th gear needs to be able to ensure that your cars can drive properly at that speed in Monza, in Mexico, and hence when you have a car that is 500 horsepower from the engine and 500 from the battery, and you're not deploying the battery to its full extent, and you're only deploying 200 horsepower, let's say, your car has got a gearbox for 1,000 horsepower, but an engine that is only outputting 700. So that's quite likely why we're going to see very often this season drives not even shifting up into 8th gear throughout the race for every single lap. Franco Colapinto stopped, yes. Franco Colapinto's GPS has stopped, but if you do look at his sort of row in the leaderboard, it is showing him shifting through the gears, still going at different speeds and things like that. So to me, I think that it's his GPS that is broken and he's still moving around on the circuit, and yeah. The new F1 better be good, otherwise I'm leave the sport before it leaves us. Yeah, leave the electric power before the electric power leaves you. That should be Formula One's motto. Wouldn't the FAA change something up about the batteries after seeing all some of these tests? I think they could, definitely, with regards to the amount of limit that they have on recharging and the amount of limit that they have on energy deployment. If they can potentially change those limits, that might affect the racing quite significantly. Oh, there you go. Colapinto's GPS has fixed itself and he goes into the pit lane. So I think that sort of thing could definitely work, where if you change the limits of how much the drivers are allowed to deploy their battery and how much they're allowed to save it, or recharge it, then that could potentially change things. But again, I'm not an expert. I'm not the one that has been calculating the most optimal battery deployments for each possible lap and things like that. So, yeah. Also, Max's comment yesterday, I said, I think it's fair enough. It looks, Max seems to be reasonably correct with the whole energy management thing. But again, if the racing is fun and you've got to do energy management, then does it matter? I'm not sure. The time is for how long's left of the session. Can they use the wings front and rear individually? They can. However, you're only allowed to use them in the on the map where you can see those dotted green lines coming across the track. That is where they can use them. So that's when they can drop their front wing, drop their rear wing. So it's not all that useful to only drop one of them, because you're going down a straight. You want maximum top speed. Downforce doesn't matter. So that's why the teams will definitely drop both of them. But thanks for the question. It's definitely an interesting one. Pixel Cookie 37, thanks for the $5 donation there. It's not much, but I wanted to show you my support for sitting here 6 hours a day. Love you, man. Well, thank you very much, Pixel Cookie. Much is appreciated. And yeah, to be fair, it is a little bit long. Sitting here for 6 hours, 9 hours a day, but I do quite enjoy it. And well, it's good to have you guys here listening for me. What is engine clipping? Engine clipping is when the battery stops deploying. So for example here, like sort of Lewis Hamilton here, you can see that Lewis Hamilton, just before he hit the brakes there, it was 308 kilometers or 303 kilometers per hour. But actually halfway down the straight, he was going much, much quicker. In fact, I might be able to give you a better example. Okay. Let's wait for Carlos Sainz to come around. Let's wait for Carlos Sainz to come around the lap, and I'll show you what engine clipping means when he's going down the main start-finish straight. Isn't holding the mic super annoying? It's not actually, mainly because, well, underneath here, which you can't really see on the thing, brilliant. This is the second time I've done this now, isn't it? Yeah, so underneath the webcam, which you can't really see, I've got a table which my hand is resting on all the time, or I've got this sort of armrest here, so it's not really that bad. Carlos Sainz has gone down the straight. Right, let's just follow Lewis Hamilton around. Got a little bit distracted there. So, engine clipping is essentially, so Hamilton, you can see here, let's keep an eye on his top speed. So he's doing 284 and then he hits the brakes. So his engine did not clip in that situation and he was holding his top speed constantly. But now, right, he gets onto the power, he's going up the speeds up to 290, 311, 315, 317. But now you can see he's not actually reached the braking zone, but his speed's going down again. He went from 317 back to 305. And that is what engine clipping is. You're still going down the straight, you're still full throttle, but your car starts slowing down. Yeah, that's engine clipping in a nutshell, essentially. Okay. They call it super clipping when the MGUK takes power from the internal combustion engine. Yeah, they can also do that where you have your engine, rather than going to spin the wheels, you use it to charge up the battery. sort of like you can do in some hybrid cars, in road cars. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe some hybrid cars work like that. Like you can have a car, so you're essentially turning the internal combustion engine into sort of a generator to charge up the battery. And I think this is why a lot of people in Formula One are a bit like, is this really Formula One, or is this like some stupid engine rules and we're not really happy with them? So what are your views on the 2031 V8 engine regulations, bro? I really haven't seen much, to be honest, about those regulations. I didn't even know that they were announced. So yeah, there you go. I will give it a quick refresh. Pixel Cookie, oh, thanks for another donation. I always lurk in all of your race and quality streams and want to help support you rather than give my money to Sky Sports F1. Well, thanks, buddy. Thanks again for the $5, $5. Very much is appreciated. I just need to put the link to Proton VPN in the chat. Yeah, so folks, if you guys do want to help me out and support the channel and also get something in return rather than just a sort of a donation message, then you can get Proton VPN, and that will support the channel with about I think, yeah, it will help the channel more than a YouTube donation will, I think. At least according to my calculations. And what? What was I going to say? Oh yeah, and you can watch the Formula One coverage. You can actually see the cars going around. So this weekend, or for testing today, if you get Proton VPN connected to an Italian VPN server, you can watch for Sky Italy on YouTube. In fact, I don't know if you're really going to be able to read this off my phone, but the Sky Italy YouTube channel, as long as you're connected to Italian VPN, shows up on your phone. So yeah. Magnus Carlsen, who? Magnus Carlsen, clearly the GOAT of chess, who's won pretty much every single chess tournament he enters, no? Yeah. But personally I'm a big fan of Gotham chess. Do any of you guys play chess very often? I've got the chess app on my phone, but I don't play very often. It says no data available on the F1 website. See, this is what I'm saying. The F1 website itself is broken, so how's my data going to work? Yeah. Okie dokes. I've got a lot of people playing chess here, actually. Oh, got one person who's Grandmaster. Yeah, I actually know. I think one of the people on my university course actually is, I think, International Master. It's pretty good. I'm 2145 rated. No, I am. Well, do I want to play you? No, I'm more like probably 700 or 800 rated, something like that. Yeah. We have got some fast runs today. Wish we could check the sectors. Yeah, I know. I wish we could. And I do hope that they get this sorted out for the afternoon session. I'm going to do some double checking, but again, as I said earlier, the backup data source is also broken, and it's showing me no lap times. Yeah, no lap times to the backup data source either. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can play puzzles on chess, and I can do puzzles that are like 1,400 rated, but in terms of actually playing chess in like a full game, I'm not that good. Yeah. What's my name? My name is Larry. Yeah, definitely my real name. What is the point of the boosters? So the boost sections is a section where you can drop your front wing, drop your rear wing, very similar to DRS, but you don't need to be within 1 second of the driver ahead, and it gives you more top speed. So it allows the cars to do quicker lap times, and that's the thing, really, because the cars are so much slower in the corners this year. However, because they can drop their front wing and drop their rear wing for the straights, they can, they can go full send into a lot of these. That's where they gain back a lot of their lap time compared to the cars of last year. So last year, if you have a drag race between this year's cars and last year's cars going down the straights, this year's car wins. And if you compare them going through the corners, then last year's car wins. All right. Do I have a Discord server? Yes, and since you're a channel member, you'll be able to access it. If you click on my sort of channel page and then go over to the community tab, you'll have to scroll down a little bit, but there'll be a link to a Discord server somewhere. Yeah. Do you think the power cutoff is at 290 kilometers per hour, limiting speed to 352 is good? Yeah, I mean, going faster than that, of course, you again then run the risk of, if you do have a DRS failure or an active aero failure and you sort of crash because of it, you don't want the speeds to be too excessively high. So, I think 350 k's is fast enough. Like, it's not too slow by any stretch of the imagination. When will testing start? No, testing is already beginning, as you can see there. This is when testing's going to end. Maxed it over 330 from the middle to the end of the straight, no clipping. Oh, okay. Well, see, this thing, Max can do that, but it only really works if he doesn't go full throttle for the first half of the straight. It's really, really strange. You would think, if Max wants to reach 330 kilometers per hour, he's got to go full throttle from the start of the straight all the way till the end. But from at least what I have seen, what he'll come out of the final corner and be at about 50% throttle here, and then just as he passes the pit lane exit and he reaches about this point, that's when he goes full on the power and all of the battery deploys, and then he skyrockets up to 330, and then he'll hold it there. But it's quite the interesting system. How do you think the Madrid circuit's going to be? Terrible, yeah. To be honest, I would much prefer Barcelona, or I'd prefer Valencia. I think they have a few other good racetracks in Spain. So why make a new one, which is a street circuit? Alrighty, I'm back. Apologies there. I had to give my one of my friends a copy of my ID so he can go pick up a delivery for me. So I just had to give him that. Anyway, back to the coverage, and looks like the data's frozen. So maybe it'll fix itself in a little bit, but as of right now, Max Verstappen is stuck there halfway down between turn number 13 and 14, and we've got Liam Lawson that is stuck at turn number 8. You know what I'll do? I will give you a flying lap of the circuit while we're here waiting. So, here we go then. We have got, coming out the final corner, you go on to the start-finish straight here. And you can see here, when I'm driving the 2025 car, you're accelerating all the way up. And you're reaching speeds of 200 miles per hour, so that's 320 k's or so. Then you slam onto the brakes. Make your way around... Make your way around turn number 1. You don't decrease your speed halfway down the straight because, it sort of makes sense not to do that. Again, got DRS going up here, and you know, in 2026 you'll have boost mode going up the hill. Then you go through turns number 4, slowly onto the power. Corner really tightens up, so avoid that, of course. Then you will tap the brakes, flick it to the right, and then tap the brakes, flick it to the left, and then down the hill you go. Turn number 8, it's a very slow corner, one of the slowest actually, I think, on the calendar. Sorry, not on the calendar, in Bahrain. Turn number 10, you know, very, very easy to lock up here. We've seen loads of drivers lock up. Fresh tyres, old tyres, warm conditions, cold conditions, all the time, every time drivers are locking up at that corner. Then you go towards turn number 11, braking at around the 70-metre mark here, and then onto the brakes as early as you can. Well, onto the power as early as you can. Hold the inside line through turn 12. Hold it flat as well if you can. We saw the quickest speeds through turn 12 from, I think it was Carlos. Oh, there we go. All right, let me. Okay, all the data's working. Give me a sec. Let me reduce the size of these drivers. Little bit comically large, don't you think? Okay. Brilliant. 30. There we go, and let me adjust the size of the track map as well, folks. And there we go, and there we go. Okie dokes, that works. Right. The data is back. Still glitching out a little bit, but it's back for the most part. So let me move all of my webcam and this and that down here. So, yeah. Also, why is that there? What else was I going to do? Move the speed, faster sectors. This can go over here. And, let's move this around the other way. Fastest sectors can go here, and we'll go one step zoomed in as well, since we've only got 10 cars that are driving, and I think that works. Brilliant. Okie dokes. And let's adjust the speed traps as well. Fantastic. Also, bro, how can we watch the testing coverage from India? The Sky Sports one you told yesterday, as Proton VPN is a paid subscription for Italy. Well, Proton VPN is you've got to pay for that, but you can then watch it for free on YouTube if you are connected to an Italian VPN server. So, yeah, that's what I was doing yesterday, so it definitely does work. But yes, Proton VPN is a paid thing. What kind of wristwatch do you wear? Has that come up on the stream? It is a Casio Edifice S108, yeah. But it's just a Casio. I got it for one of my birthdays, I think. Yeah. But it's quite nice. Yeah. The big thing that I quite like about it, rather than wearing like a smartwatch or whatever, is that it's very sort of flat on my wrist. Sometimes smartwatches, they come up a little bit and then they get caught on your sleeve and then on your jumper and whatever. It's just a little bit annoying, but this one's very, very flat. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of smartwatch manufacturers forget. That we do also want whatever stats of your heart rate and whatever, but it also needs to be kind of comfortable. What am I studying at the moment? I am studying mechanical engineering. Yeah. Right. So, cars are on the track. We've got the data working. Very, very nice. Thanks for everyone sticking with me while the data was glitching out. And yeah, so we've got the laps not completed as well. Lawson completed 17 laps. Sainz completed 16. All right. There are many rumours according to the race. Some motorsport medias and the board of internal talks that the 2031 V8 engines will be single turbocharged 3 litres, 12,000 brake horsepower. Not 12,000, 1,200 brake horsepower, which 10 or 30% will be battery. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. 2031 is still a long time away. Colapinto and Lawson are frozen on the map. Yeah, their GPSs are both broken. They, for some reason, it works while they come out the pit lane, but then they go up to turn number 3 and then it just switches off. Yeah, Colapinto and in fact, I could just pop that up on the screen. Actually, Colapinto, Lawson, GPS broken. Okay. Yeah. Right. 1.3 seconds clear for who? For George Russell. Yeah. Oh, let me also move the gap along to the left-hand side. It really trips me up as well sometimes. Adjust and where is it? Gap. Go there. Right. Yeah. 1.2 seconds is it is the gap between George Russell and Max Verstappen. Oh no. Oh, it is Bottas. Oh, apologies. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, it has been Alpine and Cadillac all for yesterday and the day before. All 3 days they've had broken GPSs, so I'm not surprised that it's them again. Do I use OBS Studio? Yeah, I do use OBS Studio. That's my main source of. Well, this is where I do all of my adjustments and things for when I'm streaming. So, yeah, it is. It's a fairly decent piece of software. Still has its own quirks and little glitches and things like that. Anyway, who do you think will adapt to this type of cars quickly? I think all of the drivers will. They don't seem like particularly difficult cars to drive by the sounds of it, especially from sort of the onboards that we've been seeing as well. And flying laps, it doesn't really look that bad. So I think we will be... I think all the drivers should be fine in that sort of regard. Verstappen going 335 on the straights. Will the final speed be more than this? Well, where does it say 335? Is that the speed trap here? Let's have a look. Verstappen does 332 through the speed trap. So yeah, the final speed. Look, the quickest I've seen from Verstappen is 339. I saw that yesterday while he was going down the straights. So he can definitely go quicker, but yeah, that doesn't really answer your question though. So I do apologise. Finally, Bottas' GPS is working. Oh, it is. It is. Right, well, let's get... is it also giving us all of the information? Oh my god, it is. It is giving us the gear information, the speed information. Cadillac, you fixed it. Fantastic. Okay. Right. Let me change the text then. Yeah. How do you get the data? You get the data from Multiviewer, but you do need F1 TV to get it. Morning, how do you sleep? Ready for another day? I slept all right. I just woke up a little bit late, so the stream started a little bit late because I was having breakfast. So, yeah. Has Bottas' GPS just broken again? It has, hasn't it? Oh, well. GPS breaks around turn number 4, yeah. How many seconds do you think the pole time will differ to last year? I think we're going to be about 3 seconds slower, maybe 2 seconds. Can we have the sector times between Leclerc and Russell's fast laps? Oh, you mean Leclerc's fast lap from yesterday? Yeah, sure, I'll check. I mean, Russell definitely went quicker. Russell did a 34.0 flat. Charles Leclerc did a 34.2. So, yeah, it was definitely Russell was the one that's faster overall, and then I'll compare the sector times a little bit later on. Science 312Ks, yeah. I mean, all of the drivers on slightly different run plans and things like that. So let's see what Stroll's doing now. Is he still shifting at 11,500? Or is he shifting at 10,500? Here he comes out the final corner. Yeah, 11,500 again for Stroll. Up into 7th gear, 141.5, and top speed sitting at 295 Ks. Is Aston sandbagging or GP2 repeat? I don't know. Maybe they are totally sandbagging and they're just totally messing with us. And Adrian Newey's decided to have a little bit of fun with the entire paddock. But we really don't know. Okay, let's see if Colapinto's GPS breaks now as he goes up the hill towards turn number 4. Is his GPS going to suddenly stop exactly where Bottas's GPS is? Wow, exactly. Both of their GPSs break in the same position, right? Yeah, Aston say they're 4 seconds slower, and I just don't really believe that. 4 seconds off the pace is incredibly far off, and I just don't think that's the case, really. I just don't think that is the case. Oh, yellow flag. We've got a yellow flag and the track map has disappeared. Okay. Double yellow. Right, I'm going to give it a quick refresh, guys. Give me a sec. As you can see there's a timer, so hopefully the track map works, but apparently not. Red flag. Okay. Give me a sec. That's Bottas has stopped. Bottas has stopped at the side of the circuit. Turn number 5. He is in neutral, 0 kilometers per hour. I don't know if that's an engine issue or if he was on a push lap. He definitely wasn't on a push lap because his first sector was 65 seconds. So he was on a slow lap, and the Ferrari power unit, some sort of issues there. Yesterday it was very, very bulletproof. They had a throttle issue with Perez's car yesterday morning, so maybe something similar. But I don't think he was on a push lap given his first sector was so slow. He'd just come out of the pits, so it's highly, highly unlikely that he was on a push lap. There we go. But yes, red flag has been called for Valtteri Bottas, stopping at the side of the circuit at the end, near the end of sector number 2. So that is that. I guess I won't need to put up on the screen that Bottas' GPS is broken because he's not going to be out on the circuit. It was a quick lap from Russell, indeed. It was. I think he definitely did it on a fresh set of soft tyres. But we didn't really see any of the sector times because the data was broken when he did it. Right. Has everyone set a lap as well? We've got 11 drivers. Yes, 11 drivers. Well, apart from Piastri, everyone set a lap. Piastri's come in and out of the pits about 10 times today. Sorry, not 10 times, only 5 times. Are you using multi-viewer? Yes, I am. What is your view on the return of the Indian Grand Prix? Well, firstly, you've spammed that question loads of times. And secondly, it'll be good if it actually happens, but I am unsure as to whether it really will. Okay. Have you heard the rumours about Red Bull changing their side pod design? No, I have not seen the those rumours. So, okay. Firstly, you can see where Bottas has stopped. You can see where the double yellow is on the racetrack, just there after the exit turn number 11. Because Bottas stopped on the side of the circuit. Just an idea, make a box with the drivers not out today and put it over the yellow and blue part that doesn't really matter for the rest of the timing, so you don't have to repeat. Yeah, I will do that. How much is the VPN, pal? The VPN, well, it's if you buy the sort of the year thing, then it's I think it's €3 for the year, €3. Sorry, €3 a month. But if you buy it for a month, it is like €10 for the month. So yeah, go ahead and have a look, see if it works for you. But definitely will help out the channel. More so than a donation would, I think. But yeah, and you get something in return as well, so it's pretty nice. Thought Max saying these cars were bad. I partially agree with him, but I think it's maybe also a little bit too early to say. Why is there no car out on track? Because we just had a red flag. Did anyone see the live broadcast of Bottas and Colapinto badly injured? No, they are not. Colapinto is in the pits. Bottas has stopped at the side of the track because his car broke down. So those are the two. Are you using F1 TV Pro or Premium? I'm using the less expensive one, so it must be Pro, I think. It's not a bigger red flag than Kim Kardashian. Yeah, I don't really. To be fair, I just don't really care that if Lewis Hamilton is dating Kim Kardashian or not. Firstly, I don't really know who Kim Kardashian is. And yeah. Anyway, showing yellow flag. Yeah, well, you see, this is the thing. They called a red flag, then they said the track is clear, and then they've still got a double yellow flag where Bottas stopped. So I don't know. Maybe he had some sort of oil leak, and he's just leaked oil all over the racetrack, and they're having to clean that up. But we do not know. I will try and check a few sources to see what they're saying about the what's going on the racetrack. But yeah, let's see. Oh, okay. We have Bottas has stopped. And there's no sort of reasoning, at least, given to why he has stopped. So, yeah, it is what it is for now. Do they have an indicator for when the driver's using overtake mode? Right now, it is not in the data whether to see who is using overtake mode and who is not. I will double check and I'll have a look now since we're in a red flag period. But as far as I know, it is not in the data to have an overtake button. Overtake, yeah. See, there's no option for overtake here. I'm gonna continue scrolling, but you can see there's car number, what position they're in, team name. But in terms of who's got the overtake button on, it's not an option. So engine issue with Bottas's car, so he's stopped. Well, so look, they called a red flag, brought everyone into the pits, and because now everyone's in the pits, they don't, the track is still clear, but they haven't let the green light out at the end of the pit lane for the drivers to actually leave. So session is restarting in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and there's a green light at the end of the pit lane, so the drivers can now leave. So there you go, folks. Why is Leclerc so much faster than Lewis? Because they were on different run plans. Charles Leclerc was doing a lot of laps on fresh softs. He would come in, do a setup change, then go out. Come in, do a setup change, then go out. Lewis Hamilton, as you can see there, is done 19 laps on the same set of soft tyres. He's not going to be pushing all that hard, is he now? All right, we've got a few people starting their engines. That's Piastri there, and that's Russell as well, making their way to the end of the pit lane. And there they go. Bottas and Colapinto did not crash. It is just Bottas, and he has stopped at the side of the circuit. It is not that they both crashed into each other. I don't know where that has come from. Good morning, F1 Gamer. Lovely to be here again. Well, lovely to be commentating here again for you guys as well. My favourite F1 driver and why? Well, my favourite F1 driver is Seb Vettel. Why? I guess partly because he won the first race that I saw of Formula 1. And also he just seems like a very likeable guy, Very, seems like the kind of person I'd be friends with. But I don't really know. Obviously, I've never met the guy, so I guess that's a bit of a weird thing to say. But yeah, I think he's a good racer, and like some of his radio moments. So that's why he's my favourite driver. How do you watch this live? I mean, not just data-wise. Well, you'll have to wait till the final hour of testing. Nobody is broadcasting this right now, but if you do want to give it a watch, then all you need to do is get Proton VPN or any VPN and connect to an Italian VPN server. Once you've done that, you can go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1 Live, and it'll be there to watch. Blue Rod means exiting the pit lane, folks. You can see there Oliver Behrman has just come out of the pits, and that's why he's got his blue dots right there at the top right. Yo, Larry, do you think these cars will be good at Jeddah? Probably not, because they need a lot of downforce in Jeddah, and they haven't got a lot of downforce. Why like Vettel? One reason, his number one celebration of after he won all of the races. What happened to Piastri? Piastri's just been coming out of the pit lane and then coming back into the pit lane and then coming out of the pit lane and then going back in. So, yeah, it's just been what McLaren have been doing. 7 laps completed that way. And he's now on a flying lap. Let's have a look. His first sector, going through the speed trap, it is 296 kilometers per hour. So, really not pushing all that hard. And doesn't even get up to 8th gear before he hits the brakes at turn number 4. Through he goes. What's his first sector time going to be? A 31.4, so that's about, what's that? 1.5, 1.6 seconds slower than Russell in the first sector, so not much of a concern. And they're just making his way around the circuit. Let's see what's his minimum speed through there. It's pretty good minimum speed, actually, through turn number 10. And now let's see what he does through turn number 11. What speed will he be holding? The quickest we've seen, was it Lindblad yesterday? Or was it someone else? Or was it Sainz? I think someone did 252 through the Sector 2 speed trap. Let's see what Oscar Piastri is doing. Foot flat to the floor, 235. Yeah, there you go. So right there, right at the end of Piastri's one, he crosses the second sector speed trap at 235 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I think it was Sainz yesterday that did 252. So some pretty nice performance there from the Williams. And Oscar Piastri crosses the line for the first time in today's testing session and puts himself up into 7th position. Not bad, not bad. Okie dokes. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. It goes a long way to helping out. And I'll be commentating next week for testing as well. So next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll have all of the footage live as well. So that will be pretty good. And I will be, again, doing these 9-hour streams. Alonso, please, world champion. Well, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for Alonso. I'm going to put it that way. We'll see what Lance Stroll is doing right now. Once he gets out onto the racetrack, and we'll see how the Aston Martin does. Is next week's test fully covered, or it's still just the last hour? It is the full thing is broadcast next weekend or next week. Oh, Russell Purple first sector. Okay, let's keep an eye out on his lap time. So what is his minimum speed going to be going through turn number, oh my goodness me, go through turn number 10, 72 kilometers per hour minimum speed. So that's very similar to what Leclerc was doing, actually. Leclerc is approximately 10% quicker than everyone else through turn number 10, and George Russell matching Leclerc's speed. Let's see what he can do through sector number 2. Foot flat to the floor, 240, 241, and 245. F1 as he comes through the second sector thing. So still Sainz was quicker yesterday through there. And purple in sector number 2 for George Russell. And what speed is he reaching? 8th gear, 310 kilometers per hour before he hits the brakes for turn number 14. And 3rd gear through that corner onto the power again, shifting at 11,500, 700 RPM. Yeah, 11,700 RPM. Purple in all 3 sectors. And that is a fresh set of soft tyres for George Russell, a 133.9, the first driver out of all of pre-season testing to dip into the 1 minute 33s. Okay. So 1.4 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen. But again, we've got Ollie Behrman now out on a fresh set of soft tyres. He's currently on his currently on a slow lap. We'll see what he can do there. Sainz is also out on a fresh set of softs, and or maybe this data is incorrect, I'm not sure, but Hamilton's also out a fresh set of softs, and here he is coming across the line. What's it going to be for him? He is second position, and he is 3/10 back, ladies and gents. He was 3 kilometers per hour slower through sector number 2 in terms of that speed trap, so still maybe a little bit less downforce, maybe a little bit more fuel in the car, not able to carry as much speed through the corner. But 3/10 is the gap between Russell and Hamilton, both on fresh sets of softs, both at the same time, same wind speed, same track temperature, same track conditions. Again, engine mode's different, fuel load's different, so you can't exactly compare. Is the tyre age thing broken? Okay, fair enough. It makes a little bit of sense that way. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Faster than Charles yesterday, so a nice start. Yeah, Charles was 34.4, was it yesterday? So now we're down to a 34.2, so he goes quicker. And Ferrari definitely turning up the engine modes a little bit. So this is what I'm saying, folks. The first few days of testing aren't all that important. I know for a fact next week, though, we will be getting much more relevant information, much more information with engine modes turned up and things like that. Oh, it was Charles 34.273. Okay, well, there we go. Okay, so he was only... Hamilton is, what, half a tenth quicker, pretty much, than Charles, compared to yesterday's lap. How many tyre sets per driver? They don't have tyre sets per driver. They have tyre sets per team. So I can just quickly show you there. And they've got... What is that in total? It'll be 28 sets per team of tyres. How's Cadillac doing? Not great. Bottas had an engine issue and hasn't come out of the pits since, so... we shall see. Yeah, that's where he stopped. You can see there's a little red there in his mini sector. So he stopped just between turn number 11 and turn number 12, towards the end of sector 2. He's back in the pits now. They've picked his car up and taken him back. But again, point being, he's not out on the racetrack and he's had some issues with his car. Okay, look, yeah, 34.27, so about half a tenth. Thanks everyone for subscribing, by the way. We're getting pretty close to 229k, so yeah, might hit actually, yeah, potentially could hit 229 for today, potentially hit 230,000 subscribers for the day. That'd be awesome. You think Lawson can get a podium? I think it's unlikely, really. It's been a long time since we've seen a competitive what's it called, second Red Bull team. Like the last time I'd say they were competitive was 2021, when Pierre Gasly was giving some brilliant performances in the AlphaTauri car at the time. But before that, you've got to go back to Seb Vettel driving the Toro Rosso. So yeah, they're just never really that competitive compared to the main Red Bull team. So I don't think he'll be getting a podium. Gasly that year was magical. Indeed he was. 2021, incredible performances from Gasly. Really good comeback. And I think that's what allowed him to stay in Formula 1. After having that terrible year at Red Bull, being able to come back in 2021 and then deliver good performances, really opened his, really made sure everyone in the Formula 1 paddock knew that, he's not just another Red Bull failure. He can actually drive. For now, Ferrari is very reliable with the engine and power unit. Yeah, I mean, Ferrari and Haas have not had a single issue, as far as I can tell, in terms of power unit reliability. Cadillac yesterday had an issue with the throttle. Again, today they've had some sort of issue. Yet to be confirmed what it was, but they did have an issue. So that could potentially be an integration thing, because it's not always the power unit's fault. If the systems that connect the power unit to the car, you know, the hydraulics, the cooling and all of that, if that is not adequate, then, you know, you're not going to have a car that works that well. So that could again be Cadillac's fault of things, or it could be a Ferrari thing. Like we don't really know. Cadillac at some point may come out and say, oh, it was a throttle issue, oh, it was an issue on our side, or they could just not say a thing, and we'll have to find out. Behrman went 329. Yeah, fair enough. Seems like he's going reasonably quickly there in the Ferrari. Also, the Ferrari power unit also has gone to 339 kilometers per hour. So we saw that. The Mercedes power unit has done 338, I think. Then the Red Bull has done 339, and the Ferrari has also done 339. The quickest the Aston has gone is 318, and I haven't really been looking at the Audi that much, so... Fernando suffered more than Jesus. Well, Alonso, it's been 20 years since he's won his last championship, which is sort of wild to think about, isn't it? Does it look like Hamilton is also shifting at 11.5? Maybe he is, but, you know, he could be on a race run. So I'll keep an eye out on it. And, you know, I'm sure Hamilton has got his own fans. So if you are a Hamilton fan and you're looking at his RPM, be sure to drop it in the chat, because... you know, I've only got one set of eyes and I can't keep track of everyone's RPMs all the time. Vettel got Scuderia Toro Rosso to 5th in 2008 and Red Bull finished to 6th. Yeah, so, you know, you've either got to have a generational talent, like my favourite driver, Sebastian Vettel, driving the Racing Bulls car if you want them to be quicker than the Red Bull. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. Max's engine's on, right, yeah. Max coming out of the pit lane now, you can see there. Sat at 80 kilometers per hour, coming out of the pits. We need a season like 2024, yeah. Well, for sure they make Ferrari win the championship first. Yeah, we'll see what Ferrari does and how they do. Things seem to be going okay for them. Do you use window capture for the timing table and track map? I think I use screen capture for the timing table and then window capture for the track map. But yes. All right. Yeah, that is. So we've had the first sort of hour and 10 minutes of testing, and from that we have seen a reliability issue for Cadillac and quick laps. Oh, look at that! Carlos Sainz, most laps completed. Of course, again, Williams doing their absolute hardest to make up for the lost ground from the Barcelona test. So. Good job there from them. And in fact, we've got quite a lot of kilometers run by the teams here. Let me have a look. I think it was... what was it? Yes, the Alpine team yesterday, they did 97 laps in total before Pierre Gasly had an engine issue and had to stop the car. And he covered 524 kilometers yesterday. So a normal race distance is 300 kilometers. So yesterday, Alpine did 524. I think Lando Norris will have done nearly 700 kilometers in terms of running. So really good job there from Lando Norris yesterday. 3:35 by Hamilton. Okay, that's good. So Hamilton's definitely pushing. track Verstappen on a flying lap. Well, 3:34 through the speed trap. Did someone look what speed Verstappen was doing down the straight? Was it 3:37? Verstappen was doing down the straight. Okay, well, there you go. He's on a push lap then. Let's look. What is his first sector time going to be? Is it quicker than George Russell? We haven't seen that many purple mini sectors from Max Verstappen. It is a 30.0. That is 4/10 slower than George Russell in sector number 1. However, going through sector number 2, let's keep an eye out on his minimum speeds down into first gear for that corner. 77 kilometers per hour minimum speed through there. Now, George Russell for turn number 10, his minimum speed 72 kilometers per hour. Onto the brakes goes Max Verstappen, downshifting through the gears, and Verstappen hits 70 and then gets onto the power very, very early as he gets out of there. Drops his front wing, drops his rear wing, up through the gears. 8th gear, it's only 295 actually before he gets onto the brakes for turns number 11. Now up the hill he goes, foot flat to the floor, 244, 242. So he's also losing a little of his speed as he turns through that corner. Same speed as George Russell through turn 12. And now on towards turn number 14. Is he going to hit 8th gear? Yes, he is. And what speed is he going to hit? 303. Russell hit 310. So clearly, I think Russell was using a little bit more battery on his flying lap, and Verstappen now coming out of the final corner across the line. What's it going to be? And it is the same. It does not improve, and in fact, he is slower than his personal best. Okay, yeah. So maybe it was. Maybe it was Russell using his compression ratio on his Mercedes power unit to get the extra few kilometers per hour at the end of the straight there towards turn 14. But Russell was definitely 7 kilometers per hour quicker just before the brakes at turn 14. Okay. Why aren't they streaming the test? Because, well, I don't know why they're not streaming it. Russell's teasing the compression ratio. Yeah, maybe their engine's already on the lowest mode and they're just hiding it from everyone. But that's the thing. That's the thing about testing. We do not know. So unless you're going to watch George Russell's on board and stare at his steering wheel, try and figure out what mode he's in, and then compare it back to last year's car where, you would remember that, mode 5 is the push mode and mode 2 is the slow mode or whatever. Max very briefly reaches 12,000 RPM going through the gears. See, this is the thing. The teams can definitely push the RPM to 12,500 for shifting. But again, because it is testing, they're being a little bit cautious. So, I'm not really surprised when I hear that. And that's why Aston Martin are slightly annoyed that they're having to shift at 11,500. That's 1,000 revs less in terms of speed, isn't it? Can you watch it right now? No, it has not been. You cannot watch the test right now. The Mercedes power unit cars are confirmed to be okay. Yeah, I think there was some reports yesterday that they passed the test, so they should be okay reportedly, but we will see. Hamilton revving up to 12,500 in the pits. Yeah, so we can definitely see the drivers rev to 12,500 in the shorter gears. So going between first to second, it's quite often that we see them go up to 12,500, and going from second to third also. But then when they get up to 5th gear and they're going from 5th to 6th, that's when we see them drop down to 11,500. So, that could just be the engine itself, not providing enough power there to go through the gears and to get right up to the top of the rev range. But I think they've set their shift lights a little bit earlier than that, so the drivers shift to keep it safe for the engine. We can watch the second Bahrain test. Yes, that is confirmed. You cannot watch the test today, but the test that is happening next week on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you can watch the Bahrain test. You can fly out to Bahrain, get a ticket. They're not too expensive. You can also watch it on TV. You can also watch it here on the F1 Gamer YouTube channel because I will be broadcasting it as always. Is the live stream on Italy again? It is, but of course it'll only be the final hour for today. Hamilton is driving for the full day today, yeah, so we're not going to get the same questions a million times around asking, where is Lewis Hamilton? Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry if this question has been repeated. Is the battery level will we be able to see it during the race? Well, no, we cannot see it. The teams don't want us to know what battery levels they have, so that information will not be broadcast to us. I think AWS can have a good chance guessing it. You know, sometimes on the graphics, it would show last year that, oh, we think that this driver's at this battery level. Again, it's a bit of a guess. You don't really know for certain. So I think we'll have those sort of graphics, but there'll be nothing official coming from the data. You know how all of these lap times are, spot on, they're correct information. Like we know that Stroll is in third gear right now. We're not going to have that sort of information about the battery. In the second Bahrain test, you'll be able to watch the entire thing, not just the final hour. What software do you use? It's called Multiviewer. Is the RPM measured only in the internal combustion engine or both? It's definitely just the internal combustion engine, because the electric motor RPM will... I guess it depends how they've set it up. If the electric motor is spinning it'll be different, the RPM of the electric motor. So I think it's just the internal combustion engine. Russell made a mistake. Yeah, it looks like it. He was going quite quickly into turn number one, and then it seems like he locked up. So, issue there for George Russell. Hamilton doing race runs. By the looks of it, yeah. I mean, he's looking like he's doing relatively low fuel runs. I think he's on the similar run plan to Charles Leclerc, where Leclerc was doing his fresh set of soft tyres, go out and do a couple of laps, come in, change your setup, go out, do a couple of laps, come in, change your setup, that sort of thing. So, because Charles Leclerc did that in the morning yesterday, so Hamilton is also doing it in the morning today. So then the temperatures are the same, the wind is approximately the same, so they can compare their feedback. You know, if Leclerc says, oh, I think increasing the stiffness of our rear suspension really helps with our understeer, then they'll test it out on Lewis Hamilton's car, and if Hamilton feels the same thing, then they can note that down, like, oh, if we are having understeer issues, then we can modify our rear suspension settings, right? So that's what the teams are trying to do. They're trying to learn what is the best way to deal with understeer, what's the best way to deal with bumps, what's the best way to deal with loads of different issues that you could potentially have at race weekends, and how you can fix things. Okay. Why is Max Scott not going full throttle? Because he's probably not on a push lap. Yeah. Or maybe his throttle pedal's broken. Who knows? That does look a little strange, though, actually. He's only going up to like 90% throttle. Now he's on full throttle, so who knows? Stroll going above 12,000 RPM, is he now? Stroll isn't out on the racetrack, so how is he going over 12,000 RPM? Do you think Ferrari might be competitive this year? Yeah, I think so. I think Ferrari look relatively good. Yeah. Russell mistake. Has he just made another mistake? Yeah, I think he has. He's backed out of it again, hasn't he? I think this time it was at turn 4. Liam Lawson, 247 Ks through sector number 2. Pretty quick there, actually. On medium tyres as well. Looking good there for Liam Lawson. I mean, he must be on low fuel, because I don't think there's any way he's doing 247 there with high fuel. But regardless, very, very nice. Do they stream the live view? The live view will be streamed in the final hour of today. So there's still 6 hours left to go. Not looking good for Aston Martin with the power unit issues. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone know when Stroll came into the pits last? If anyone could let me know when he came into the pits, because I think it's been quite a while and he hasn't come back out onto the circuit yet. Because right now it's 2 hours 40 minutes left. I think when he came in it was 3 hours 10 minutes or something, but let me know. The age of the tyre, yes, the tyre age is broken. That is not getting updated properly. Russell is not out on a fresh set of tyres. He definitely is out on an old set. Oh, like 4 minutes ago. Oh, okay, apologies. I must have just missed Stroll going out onto the racetrack. Well, he must maybe, yeah, okay, then definitely isn't having engine issues if he was out on the track 4 minutes ago. But yeah. Alonso and Honda are cursed for sure. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of the return of the GP2 Part 2 electric boogaloo memes and that sort of stuff, because, well, it just doesn't really look all that good. Oh, Colapinto across the line, 5th position there for him. Nice lap. 318 Ks through the speed trap, 232 through sector 2. Not too shabby. Potentially a fresh set of soft tyres. It's soft tyres for sure. We don't know how fresh they are. What's the VPN thing? I know it's Proton, but then what? Then you connect to an Italian VPN server, and once you have done that, you go onto a private window of YouTube where you're not signed into your account, and then you search Sky Sports F1, and there'll be a live stream there for the final hour of testing. Yeah. Okay. Not too far away now from 229k subs, so that is, what's that, 120 subs remaining. So if you haven't hit the like button, if you haven't subscribed, folks, be sure to do so. And also, if you can't type in chat, all you need to do is hit the subscribe button and wait 1 minute, and then it will let you type in chat. Who's your favourite team and driver? Favourite team, I don't know. I guess I'm sort of supporting Williams this year, but yeah, I'm sure Cadillac will also be another team that I support. Favorite driver, Seb Vettel. I very much need to get a Seb Vettel poster, like right here. Get what's it? A cardboard cutout of Seb Vettel, and then have this what's it called? Origami thing behind it. So that would answer a lot of questions, because it would be very, very obvious who my favorite driver is. Current driver on the grid, I would go with, well, I said Yuki Tsunoda last year. So my 3 answers last year were Tsunoda, Piastri, and Alonso. So, yeah, take your pick. Why Seb? Because he... Oh, I answered this like definitely 20 minutes ago, but... because he won the first race that I watched, and he just seems like a nice guy, and his radio moments are pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of picked it when I was, not that old. I was picked it when I must have been, I was 16 years old when I picked Seb as my favourite driver. So, I sort of just stuck with it. I mean, who are your guys' favourite driver? We know you've asked me that a lot, but who are you guys rooting for? I know we've got a lot of Max Verstappen fans here, a lot of Hamilton fans as well, some Charles Leclerc fans for sure. But yeah, let me know. What, Max, Verstappen, Alonso, Hamilton, George, Lando, Kimi, yeah, Verstappen, Albon. Oh, good mix here. But yeah, I think quite a lot of Max fans, quite a lot of George, Hamilton fans. Lewis, Max, Lando, Williams, yeah, Carlos, the smooth operator. This is the thing, right? Obviously, you have your favourite driver, but it's like you can't not support Nico Hülkenberg. You know what I mean? When Nico Hülkenberg was potentially on for that podium back in Silverstone, the entire grid was supporting him. There was not a single person, even if you're a Lewis Hamilton fan, because Hamilton was there missing out on the podium because he was there in 4th position and Hülkenberg was 3rd. I think even quite a lot of Lewis fans were like, I want Hülkenberg to get this podium. So, yeah, Nico Hülkenberg, guys. What a driver. Nicholas Latifi, the goat. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I don't know if you guys saw actually. So Lewis Hamilton said that this battery system is so complicated. It's like you need a university degree to understand it all. And Nicholas Latifi actually graduated from university just this year. I think he did a degree in business or whatever. But yeah, Nicholas Latifi's graduated from university, and so I think if the cars are as complicated and you need a university degree to understand the battery recharge system, Nicholas Latifi, prime candidate. Get him in the car, guys. Get him in the car. Yeah, Colapinto improves up into 5th position there. Nice job from him. Colapinto has not stopped. His GPS is broken. I support Lance Stroll when it's raining. Yeah, because Lance Stroll in the rain equals Ayrton Senna, of course. Juan Pablo Montoya. Pretty good choice there. Nico Rosberg. Oh yeah, I love the Nico Rosberg strategy. I beat my friend at chess once. My friend who is definitely better than me at chess, but I beat him once, and I haven't played him since because clearly I'm the better chess player now. And basically just using the Nico Rosberg strategy, win one time, never play ever again. Too cold, really, too cold. There we go. Colapinto's teleported again. Good to see. Okay. What happened to Bottas? He stopped at the side of the circuit between turn number 11 and 12. So that was the big issue there for him. You're missing Kevin Magnussen? Yeah, it's not. It would be nice to have him on the grid again. What is Kevin Magnussen doing, guys? Is he doing some endurance racing, some GT3 racing? I know that he was going to move and do a little bit of that, but I haven't really kept up to date with him. So he's doing WEC, is he? Fair enough. He raced in Le Mans as well. Okay, BMW Endurance. Okay, pretty cool. Yeah, okay, look, if Max Verstappen... Oh, okay, I shouldn't say this, but if Max Verstappen takes part in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, I'll stream it. I should not have said that. Unless, of course, I've got some sort of exams or something like that. I will stream if Max Verstappen does the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. This is gonna be an interesting one for sure. Yeah, I'm a bit of a. I mean, these 9-hour streams have been relatively okay, for the most part, but I'm sure a 24-hour stream is going to be a whole lot worse. All right, let me check when the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring is. 24 Hours of Nürburgring dates. 14th May to 17th May. Okay. Let me have a look, folks. If I got anything in my calendar on the 14th to the 17th of May, because I may actually have exams then. 14th to 17th. Is that my exam week? Oh no. It looks like my calendar is relatively empty for that week. Yeah, might be able to do a 24-hour Max Verstappen stream. Okay. I'll need a co-driver. Yeah, I mean you can always sleep and just data stream. Yeah, I can definitely just sleep a little bit. I'm sure it's not the end of the world, but it would be pretty cool to do a 24-hour stream. What am I studying? Mechanical engineering. Yeah. Currently on the track, we've got Colapinto, Piastri, and Lawson. They're all doing relatively long runs. Nobody's setting any quick lap times. Piastri's out on hard tyres. Lawson's out on mediums, and Colapinto's out on softs. Okay. You can take a break when Max is not driving. Good choice, actually. Yeah, that's a good idea. I could just stream when Max is driving, and then not commentate when he isn't. But we'll see. Good morning, Leon James. Nice to see you here, buddy. Hope you are all doing well. To be fair, we've only got 5,000 people listening, so there's only 5,000 people that have listened to me say that I'm going to stream the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. and we'll see if I yeah. Zach Brown wants Lando, Oscar, and Pato to do the 24 Hours of Daytona and Le Mans. Max could go to WEC and IMSA with Ford in 2027. Yeah, I mean, it would be great to see these Formula One drivers in the other motorsport categories and see how they hold up, really. It's like sort of when you get, it's like when people suggest for the Olympics, you've got the people like Usain Bolt that are running the 100 meters like within 10 seconds, but because everyone's doing it within 10 seconds, it doesn't seem that impressive. You need someone who is a little bit more of a normal skill level to compare them to. So it's sort of like that when you get the Formula One drivers going to GT3 racing and GT4 racing and things like that. Race of Champions as well, yeah. Okay. So we were within a 4-second range of last year, so we can say within 1 or 2 seconds slower. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's going to change depending on the circuits a lot because the philosophy of the cars is different, right? They go so much quicker down the straights and are so much slower in the corners. So if you're at a circuit where there's loads of straights and not a lot of corners, like Monza, for example, the cars we're going to be, within 2 seconds, within 1 second of last year's time. But if you're at a circuit like Bahrain, or if you're at a circuit like Singapore or Hungary where you've got loads of corners and you need a lot of downforce, the cars are going to be 4 seconds off the pace, 5 seconds off the pace, right? So it is very, very different. What do you think of the news that there might be an F1 movie sequel? I have not seen that, actually. I've seen the F1 movie. I haven't seen any news about the sequel. So maybe that'll be good. But I am not certain, to be honest. I don't really keep up to date with Hollywood news. F2 movie, yeah. F2 and F3, that makes sense. No, Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3 movie. What are they even going to call it? Formula 1 Part 2? Like, they've definitely got to call it Formula 2. Need the braking zones to charge the battery, remember? Yes, of course, that'll be different. Well, no, they won't use the braking zones to charge the battery. They'll just use half the straights to recharge the battery as well. Report saying Aston's losing 1.5 seconds over the corners and 2.5 seconds over the straights. Do you think it's recoverable? Well, I don't believe the reports. That's what I'm going to tell you. We'll get look when Stroll comes out and does some laps. We'll see what he's doing through the second sector and what's his minimum speeds looking like and things like that. In terms of straight line speed, yes, they are slower down the straights, but that is also because they haven't turned the Honda engine up to the max. Everyone else is running higher revs. Aston Martin aren't. Now, that may be because their cooling package isn't good enough, but that is fixable. You can add more cooling fins, you can add more ducts, you can make your radiators bigger. But yeah, in terms of aerodynamics, we'll have to see. I mean, surely Adrian Newey is cooked, F2 Alonso and the GP2 engine. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good name, wouldn't it? Pretty good name. What's your opinion on Max and Lewis commenting about the regulation and recharging battery technique? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We'll sort of just have to see how it goes with regards to charging up your battery and things like that. Okay, Piastri here, I think, is starting a push lap. Let's keep an eye out on what he's doing. So foot flat to the floor, 7th gear, 303 kilometers per hour, up into 8th gear, and he's holding 300, holding 299, and then he gets onto the brakes. Interesting there. So it's probably a race run, actually, given the fact that he's on hard tyres rather than a push lap. But he's holding 303 down the straights on a race run. What do you think about whether they could coast into braking zones before braking, rev the engine to maximum to recover more energy? They could. However, I just don't know how feasible that would be in terms of reliability. And the other thing is, if they do rev the engine to the maximum, they lose engine braking, right? So you still need your gears engaged to yeah, you either look. So if you want to recharge your battery in the braking zone, you will have to shift the car, put the clutch in essentially, or put the car into neutral and then rev the car up to maximum revs, which then will charge the MGUK. However, because you're not selected then into a gear, you're not going to have any sort of engine braking, and engine braking is very, very important to slowing the car down. If you're going full throttle at 300 k's down the straights and you lift off the throttle, right, you don't even touch the brake pedal, you still have 1 G's worth of acceleration, right, of deceleration, of slowing the car down from just lifting off the throttle. That's how strong engine braking is and sort of the aerodynamic drag is. So that idea of, I'm going to engage neutral and rev up to 14,000 RPM to recharge my MGUK isn't very smart, because you lose your engine braking entirely. Thanks, Max Verstappen, the OG, or Max V, the OG, for the donation. Very much is appreciated. Can you explain boost mode versus overtake mode? Yeah, boost mode is like DRS, well, sort of like DRS last year. You know how with DRS you'd open your flap up and you get more top speed? That's essentially what boost mode is. You do it for your front wing and your rear wing, so you get more top speed, and you can use boost mode in any of these green parts of the track map there. So green parts all around the circuit, that's where you can use boost mode, and you do not have to be within 1 second of the driver ahead of you. Overtake mode is sort of like DRS, where you have to be within a certain gap of the driver ahead of you. The FIA can pick the gap for each racetrack, so it could be 7/10, it could be 1 second, it could be 1.2 seconds, and then you get extra horsepower to deploy from your battery. Boost mode is battery, overtake mode is more battery. Okay, is it? At least, okay, well, maybe it is that. I'll have to double check the thing, but at least this is the green sections here. That's active aero, speed mode. Then, so have we got speed mode, boost mode, and overtake mode? Those are 3 different modes. Because I definitely read up a few things, and I thought that boost mode was the, I thought boost mode was this top speed thing. Overtake button lets you use your electric motor over 290 Ks. Yeah, boost mode is like ERS and active aero, and okay. Where is mom mode? Yeah, where's mom mode gone, guys? They have corner mode, so that's more downforce. That's just your normal sort of downforce setting. You've got your speed mode to drop your downforce levels and increase your top speed. Boost mode is more battery, and overtake mode is even more battery. Mon mode is overtake mode. Okay, they've changed that. Yeah, I know they renamed it. That was sort of a joke, but yeah, I probably should have made that a little bit more obvious. Yeah. They should definitely call it overdrive mode. Overdrive sounds way cooler. But maybe that's just me. F1 game has a hydraulic leak affected Red Bulls because it seems slower than the... No, I don't think they will have affected potentially if they didn't have the full replacement parts on hand and they had to do a bit of a sort of a botch job in repairing the car, maybe they're running the car a little bit slower, but I think that's highly unlikely. I think they'll have enough spare parts to repair the hydraulic, whatever it was. So I wouldn't worry about that. They're just not pushing as hard as the Mercedes were. Don't you think the boost / overtake thing is unnecessarily complicated? Yeah. I mean, look, me as an F1 commentator, ideally, I should read one news article and it should be super obvious what boost mode is, what overtake mode is, what this straight line speed mode is, and the corner mode is, right? 4 different modes. Like, how do you explain that to a new fan? Because I have enough trouble explaining what the blue mini sectors mean to new fans, let alone explaining boost mode, overtake mode. That's why they changed the Pirelli tires. It was hyper soft, then ultra soft, then super soft, then soft, then medium, and then hard, and then super hard. That is very, very confusing, and they renamed it to soft, medium, and hard, which makes a lot more sense. So yeah, adding all of these modes just seems a bit dodgy, to be honest. Did Mercedes have any problem early in the day? No. They seem to be all right, really, in terms of issues. No issues there. All right, Lance Stroll comes across the line. Nice job there from Lance Stroll. 138.7 from him. And look at that. Speed trap 232. That is surprisingly... Well, the fact that he's not put in a really quick lap suggests to me that, yeah, he probably wasn't going that quick. Wait, did I just say that? Yeah. Oh, he's not put a quick lap, so he's not going quick. But no, his sector 2 time isn't all that quick, and that reflects in the fact that he's in 10th position, not in first or anything like that. So, yeah, I will check what he's doing on his next hot lap and see what his minimum speeds are like and things like that to see, well, are Aston Martin cooked or not? The thing is, I can't even tell. You know, he could just be driving slowly because he's on the lowest engine mode. He could be deploying zero battery if that's what the case is. What car sounds the best? I think the Ferrari sounds pretty good. I haven't really heard all of the engine sounds, to be totally honest with you. Well, I have heard them, but like I just don't really remember one as sounding loads better than the other one. But whatever issue Bottas had, still unable to come out onto the circuit, actually. So still taking him, still taking the Cadillac team either a long time to diagnose the issue and fix it, or if it's a power unit issue, the Ferrari engineers haven't been able to give them a solution yet. Mm-hmm. Red sectors mean someone stopped, blue means coming in or out the pit lane. Okay, so Stroll's now on a slow lap. Let's see what he'll do on his fast lap now. I think Carlos Sainz is doing a reasonably quick... Well, it's not really that quick, is it? So he comes across the line now. What time is it? A 140.4 for Carlos Sainz. Bortoleto across the line, a 138.8. ChatGPT says boost mode and overtake mode both using the same battery, but boost mode uses less energy and overtake mode uses all of the energy. Okay, interesting. So yeah, you're using more battery for overtake mode and less battery for boost mode, but still more battery than normal. I'll figure out the exact sort of how much energy gets deployed and how much horsepower you get extra for boost mode and how much extra you get for overtake mode and things like that. Stroll's come into the pit, so we're not getting any sort of hot lap from him, unfortunately. Yeah. How many horsepower do you think Mercedes are hiding? I think it's a tough question, really, but I think Mercedes will be hiding approximately 10 horsepower, maybe 10 to 12, because the thing is, I agree that increasing compression ratio will increase your horsepower, but there is the flip side to that is your combustion temperature, the temperature at which all of the fuel explodes at and everything, and the cylinder gets and the piston gets, is way higher, and the forces are also a lot stronger. So you'll have to reinforce your cylinder a little bit, you'll have to reinforce your piston a little bit, so that will make the engine block itself a bit heavier if they are going to go up to 18:1 compression ratio. So yes, they may have gained 20 horsepower by just increasing compression ratio, but to make sure the engine works for a long time, they'll probably have to add some more weight. So maybe 10 horsepower overall, but again, pure speculation based off the source being trust me, bro, right? So, don't take this as the truth. I am an engineer. Yeah, I do mechanical engineering, so slightly more trustworthy than most, but again, like, I'm just sort of half guessing. Right. Does having high revs also increase wheel spin? Yeah, having high revs will give you more power and means it's much more likely that you're going to get wheel spin. Yeah. So will the Merc engine gain power in the middle of the race and not only in the beginning? Well, as soon as the engine warms up, which will be during the formation lap, because yeah, they'll warm the engine up on the formation lap by revving it hard to get the burnouts for the rear tires, and to get all of the coolant up to temperature and things like that. So it makes sense. Join and subscribe in full support of the Nürburgring stream. Third day full watching along. Doing a great job. Thanks there, Max. Much appreciated. F1 Gamer, you do need an FAQ on your channel page. Yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of common questions. The thing is, I can put an FAQ up, but people aren't going to go read it. So, you know, it's just how it is. The Mercedes engine is legal, though, so... apparently, at least. Apparently. F1 engines are pre-warmed before starting up. Also, that is very true. It's quite interesting, actually. So, you know, when you're going out onto your road car and it's a little bit of a cold day outside, you turn your engine on, you get the sort of the cold engine light, and the engine's a little cold. You're supposed to let it sit there for, you know, a minute or two till it warms up before you start using it. Formula One cars actually cannot start cold. You can't physically. What they do is all of the coolant, all of the oil that flows through the car, they warm that up beforehand. They bring it up to 80 degrees Celsius or 100 degrees Celsius, then pump it into the engine. Then only can they start the car, because the manufacturing is so precise on Formula One cars that the temperature needs to be perfect. So the metals will expand a little bit, the pistons will expand a little bit, so will the cylinders and all of that jazz. So then they can, the engine can work properly and move up and down and generate power. If they start it cold, then the metals will be the wrong size and you won't get proper combustion. It'll damage the car. So yeah, that is it's quite interesting. Bottas did not crash. He had an engine issue. Reliability, yeah. There's no live schedule by Sky Sports F1. I used the VPN to go over to Italy. Well, they were broadcasting the afternoon session yesterday, so maybe they'll just broadcast the afternoon session without scheduling stuff. And they have just scheduled it because I've got it up here on my phone saying that they're going to go live in... They're going to go live in 3 hours. So, yeah, Sky Sports Italy is streaming the Bahrain test. So if you guys do want to check it out, Proton VPN using the link in the description, and then connect to an Italian VPN server. Yeah, so it's all here on my phone. So, if it's possible, going live on YouTube Shorts as well simultaneously, it'll boost your channel reach massively. Yeah, there is a button here to go live on YouTube Shorts as well, but the thing is, it's a bit weird. What it does is it's just going to take my stream here and just crop off the edges, so people are only going to be able to see what gear the drivers are in, what speed they're at, and what RPM they are, and they have no idea which driver it is. So it's a little bit weird to just automatically stream to Shorts, but I will. The plan is, if I get enough time to set everything up, will be to stream on Twitch and TikTok and YouTube. And have the YouTube vertical stream and the horizontal stream, but it all depends on, well, firstly, if my internet connection is good enough to actually do that, and also, the streams have to be good quality. There's no point streaming on TikTok with a really bad quality stream and things like that. So make sure that everyone can see all the numbers and the data and things like that. So news on the Ferrari engine. Well, in the Ferrari engine in the Ferrari car and in the Haas car looks brilliant. In the Cadillac car, still some issues though. Stroll crossing 11.5, is he? Okay. Yeah, Stroll went relatively quickly in the first sector, then backed out of it in the second one, so he must have locked up, I think, going through turn number 10, which is pretty sort of standard for quite a lot of these drivers here. Aston Martin's hit 11.7. Okay, maybe going a little bit higher in the rev range. He is. Yeah, I can actually see it. Yeah, 11.8. Okay. Looks good. All right, going down the straight then. But still, he's going only 291, 290. What is he doing, man? He needs to pick up the pace, Stroll. We are 2 subscribers away from 229k. So, folks, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, be sure to do so. Yeah, Stroll is going rather slowly though down the straights. the revs are going up, but then they're not deploying any battery. So this could be, right, because when you deploy energy from the battery, it also heats up the battery, right? You know, when you're charging your phone and then you're also using it at the same time, it gets really, really hot. It's sort of like that. So I think they might be cooling limited. So the engine can get to 12,000 revs if the battery isn't being deployed, because the engine is generating heat and the battery isn't generating heat. Or the engine can go to 11,000 revs and then they can deploy all the battery because the battery is then generating the heat and the engine isn't. So I think it's sort of like that, where they've got to do a bit of a balancing act between when they're deploying the battery, when they're deploying the engine, or not deploying the engine, but when they're revving the engine hard, because yeah, they've only got a limited amount of cooling and they're a little bit sort of under the limit. So yeah, we've hit 229k, very, very nice. Thanks everyone for subscribing. Yeah, it's a hard braking zone at turn 10, and you need the downforce on the front to not lock up. So, you know, we've seen quite a few drivers lock up through there. And yeah, Stroll again, 232 as he goes through turn number 12. So he's done that twice now on 2 hot laps, 232. So downforce levels are low, or battery deployment is low, because he's not getting the same speed as this competition. Again, now 305, 8th gear, 10.5k revs. Before he gets onto the brakes. Okay, what was I going to do? I was going to do something. Oh yeah, increase the number of subscribers for our sub goal, 230k. Three two two. Did he hit 322? Okay, I'm just going to rewind and double check, but fair enough. 322 sounds good for Lance Stroll, if he has actually hit that. On the previous lap I was watching though, Stroll was only going 305, so let's double check. No, I haven't seen Stroll hit 322, so I don't know, maybe someone else can confirm, but 312, yeah, that seems about right. Okay, again, going through that corner, he's lifting off, yeah, okay. Hey, did you know the Aston's gearbox is the issue, not their engine? It can't handle much torque, plus the car is overheating. Oh, okay, well, again, you know, thanks for the information, but again, where is this information from? Because making an F1 gearbox doesn't seem that sort of difficult. Again, the thing is, you know, if they've got 1,000 horsepower, it doesn't matter so much that 500 of it's coming from an electric motor and 500 is coming from an internal combustion engine. Yes, the torque values will be different, but making a gearbox is definitely not the most complicated bit of a Formula 1 car. I'm sure it's complicated, but not the most complicated bit. So we shall see. Are the sector times on the bottom left for the drivers' fastest laps? Oh, the origami has just fallen down. I guess I'll fix that later. Here is the straight line speed. This is the best. So best of Sector 1. Russell is the quickest driver in Sector 1. Hamilton is the second fastest driver in Sector 1. Verstappen is the third fastest driver. And it just happens to be that all three of them are holding the same position. It could be, you know, like Carlos Sainz would go out and set a really good third sector, and then he would go in first position here and everyone else will move down one. But that's just not really happened. You missed Behrman 334, okay. Can someone make it rain to get Stroll to the top? No, Behrman hasn't crashed. What happens is, you can see here, Behrman's second sector time was over 87 seconds. So I think if your middle sector takes longer than potentially 65 seconds, the data thinks that you've crashed, and that's why it says stop. But the drivers are still driving around just super duper slowly, and that's why it says stop there. So I think it might be 65 seconds, maybe 70 seconds, and then it will show a stop. But yeah, it's fine. Colapinto's GPS is broken. Look at this, he's still moving around. You can still see his his brakes and his gearbox and things like that. So which channel to watch the live from the Italy server? It is Sky Sport F1. Instead of Sky Sports F1, it is Sky Sport F1. And yeah, it should come up. I mean, the title should be in Italian, and you should see it there. Any updates on the Cadillac? Will they be on the track soon? I will double check a few other news sources to see if I can get any information on Cadillac. But as of right now, haven't found any. No information regarding what is going on down at the Cadillac team. I'll go maybe check their Twitter or something, but yeah, not sure. I genuinely want to see some glory runs. Yeah, that'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it? To see them push. Cadillac Formula One team, have they tweeted anything? No, the last thing that they tweeted was, we're going to do preseason testing. Why is Cadillac so bad? I mean, they've had 2 breakdowns and that's about it. And, these guys have never designed a Formula One car before. So I'd cut them a little bit of slack, to be honest. Yeah. Yesterday it was a throttle issue. Today we'll find out a little bit later on. Will you think some of the cars will be running solar panel liveries for extra power throughout the race? Oh, mate, this is thinking outside the box. It definitely doesn't say in the rules you're not allowed solar panels. So clearly, if you can add some solar panels to your livery, job done. You can recharge your battery much better than everyone else, and you win the race. So easy win, really. Easy win. Duracell logo makes sense, yeah. I think it's Williams, that are sponsored by Duracell. Okay, who do you think could become the dark horse in the underdog team? It's too early to tell, I think, but I think maybe Cadillac will improve a lot this season. I don't know about dark horse though. How about night races? Well, you've still got the what's it called? The floodlights, right? You got the floodlights on, shining down on the solar panels. So I'm sure the solar panels will still work a little bit. Okay. So the soft tires are the C3s, the medium tires are the C2s, the hard tires are the C1s. Aston sandbagging, they really can go sub 120. Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact that Aston are definitely sandbagging, for sure. Source, trust me, bro. And yeah, it just seems a bit strange that they're that far off. It seems like they're excessively sandbagging, and then they're going to show up in Australia with an incredible car. Who knows? Williams will be terrible this season, just an ad banner on wheels. Williams look all right, really. They've made some really solid progress. They haven't had any sort of technical issues since they've hit the ground running. They did 140 laps both days, or 140 laps plus both days, I think. And Sainz has made some pretty good progress today so far as well. So Stroll has hit 13k revs, did he? Okay. Well, I'll keep an eye out on Stroll, but he's just now come into the pits. He's coming to the pits now with 2 hours remaining on the clock exactly. We'll see when he comes out next. Alonso's not driving today. Alonso drove all day yesterday, so it's Stroll driving for all day today. I think man was capping with 13k. Yeah, I don't think 13k is anyone's hitting 13k, to be honest, unless the data's glitching, of course. All right, we've got Colapinto, Russell, Behrman, and Verstappen out on the circuit. Why has Max been in the pit so long? Well, he's just come out onto the circuit, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It might be a fresh set of soft tyres, or it might be the data is glitched. Again, the tyre information today has been a little bit off, but we'll see. We'll see what he does in his first lap. They're definitely changing the setup though. Stroll hit 13k RPM before his last act to the pits. Well, maybe that's why he's come into the pits, because he's just hit 13k revs. All right. Okie dokes. Max Verstappen is, I think, warming up his tyres a little bit after he's come out onto the circuit. Newey scheming on how to cook your engine. The cooling is crazy. Yeah. Go back 2 minutes. He's talking about Aston sandbagging and watch Stroll revs down the main straight 13k. Okay, well, thanks for the info there, buddy. Yeah, so maybe he was revving to 13k, but then deploying no battery. So they're trying to work out how their cooling package works. But let's see now. Max potentially onto a flying lap here, coming towards the final corner, hits the brakes. And goes through their second gear, really is on 50% power. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Look, he's halfway down the straight, still not deploying full power. And now, just as he goes past the pit lane exit, 100% power, 320, 330, 336, 337, and then slows down for the brakes. So, see, do you see what I mean? Where on the track itself, on the, here, like when you can definitely go full throttle, he isn't. He's going about half throttle, and then at this point here, he steps on the accelerator, and then gets up to 337. Interesting tactics. 334 kilometers per hour through the speed trap, 337 overall quickest. Green in the first sector, 29.9, still third fastest, and well, let's see what he can do in the middle sector. What's his minimum speed going to be through turn number 10? It is 73 kilometers per hour. So that's the quickest out of anyone we've seen so far, even quicker than George Russell when he set his quickest lap. And now going up the hill towards turn number 11. That is through that corner in third gear, then quickly upshifts to fourth, shifting at 12.2k revs there for Max. And the speed is, he backs out of it, I think. Yeah, Max backs out of his lap, so he must have made a mistake there. Okay. What do you think about Max's words that these cars aren't fun? I would partially agree with him, but I also haven't driven a Formula 1 car, so I guess to form a proper opinion, Red Bull are going to have to let me drive their car. So, yeah. This stream is perfect for my physics and calc test tomorrow, even though it's like 2 a.m. Well, if you've got an exam tomorrow, probably best idea not to be awake at 2 a.m. But good luck anyway. Does Colapinto have tracking issues? Yeah, he does. Okay, here comes Lawson down the straight. What's he doing? 322, 330, 337, 337 before he starts clipping back down and gets onto the brakes. I just don't think a car should slow down when you're on full throttle. Does that, I think that's a sort of a bit of a basic expectation, but your car shouldn't really slow down unless you're, going uphill or something. I've definitely experienced that on my on my 10 horsepower motorcycle. I'm full throttle, but the hill gets steeper and my speed just carries on dropping. Ideally, if you're full throttle, the car should continue increasing in speed. Yeah, I'm there. I'm fully revving out my motorcycle, and my speed goes from 40k's to 30k's. All right, Max is too many sectors not showing a colour, probably because he went off, potentially turn 10. Yeah, it makes sense. Either turn 10 or turn 11. Is the speed going down on the straight due to battery drain? Yes, it is. Yeah. In fact, I have a Honda engine in my motorcycle as well. So, and I'm losing power going uphill. So maybe that's a sign that the Honda engine isn't going to be so good. F1 Gamer, if Kvyat comes back and wins, does that mean Max will have to give his girlfriend back? I don't know if that's how it works, but maybe it is. Oh, Colapinto's GPS seems to be working. Well, we're going to stick with it. I'm going to keep it broken for now. If it continues on working for the next couple of laps, then I'll take it away. Need more torque. Oh yeah, no, I definitely do need more torque. Well, I just need more horsepower as well. 10 horsepower just doesn't really cut it. Lawson, the quickest through the speed traps. 336 Ks through the speed trap there for Liam Lawson as he gets onto the brakes. Let's see what his first sector time is going to be. Have I got a 400? No, I've got a 125cc motorcycle. Okay, Liam Lawson nicely on the power there through the first sector, a 30.7. So still quite a bit off Max Verstappen, really. Have you played F1 Manager? Unfortunately not. I have not played it. What do you think about Ferrari and their engine? Ferrari and their engine is it's doing all right. No, no reliability issues for them. Only for Cadillac. A 125cc is more than enough for city driving. Oh yeah, it's more than enough for city driving. You definitely have to tuck into a slipstream of a car if you want to go up to 110 kilometers per hour or 70 miles per hour. But yeah. But I know a lot of people in the chat have got motorcycles. I guess it sort of makes sense. You know, if you're into Formula One, you're into racing and cars and things like that. Motorcycles seem like a logical step. Okie dokes. We've got 6,200 people tuned in. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Yeah, we are second biggest Formula One live stream on YouTube behind Soy Motor, who are the Spanish commentators. So good to see there. So biggest English one. Very, very nice. 250cc Duke. Yeah, I probably... oh, yellow flag. Who's this for? Someone going slowly. Piastri, Verstappen, Sainz. I don't know. Track clear. Okay, never mind. What tyres is Verstappen on? Soft or super soft? Verstappen is out on soft tyres. Piastri's off at turn 10, yeah. Hey Larry, here after day one. Hope you guys are enjoying. You know, the people that have been listening in for 3 days now. Hopefully I've not bored you with the same topics, because I definitely know I've talked about motorcycles at least 2 times. I had a KTM 125, went up to a Ninja 600. Wow, is all I can say. Wait till you move up, no need to tuck in. Yeah, definitely not. I can imagine that. But it feels quite cool. I mean, just putting on a motorcycle helmet makes me feel like a Formula One driver. Obviously not, because I'm going at about 50 kilometers an hour. You miss Gasly doing 334. Okay, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I'm not really concerned about any of the Mercedes power unit cars or the Ferrari power unit cars or even the Red Bull power unit cars, because they've all done 339 kilometers per hour at one point or another. It's more so the Audi and it's more so the Aston Martin. Royal Enfield Hunter 350. Yeah, I think a 350cc seems a pretty good speed. Not too quick, but also not too heavy and things like that. Gazzy's also not driving. Yeah, it makes sense. It's Colapinto that's driving. Why do I sense an Alonso 33 win? Well, maybe that's going to happen. Maybe Aston Martin are playing 4D chess here, and they're sandbagging like crazy. I just don't think it's all that likely, though. Max Verstappen's on a much slower lap this time round, and here he comes across the line, a 138.2. He's done 2 laps now, a 138.1, a 138.2. It seems to be okay. When do the teams build a second car? I haven't been able to find info. I'm curious. Most likely what the teams will do is they will build the second car after, either after this test or after the test, the next one in Bahrain, because essentially they want to not build pointless parts. So right now, for example, it was yesterday that it was Bottas's wing mirror fell off his car, right, while he was going down the main straight. So now Cadillac know that whatever piece that they had to attach to Bottas's wing mirror is a little bit too weak. It wasn't screwed down properly, or whatever it was. So they're going to wait till the end of the test, analyze all of the parts. Is there anything that seems like it's going to break? Is there anything that needs a little bit more reinforcement? And then once they have all of that information, then they're going to start manufacturing the second car to make sure that they don't waste money manufacturing parts that are a bit useless, and they don't waste their engineers and technicians' time creating parts that aren't going to get used. So, they will already probably have another chassis ready. There's some parts that they know for a fact that they will be using, probably like their rear wings and things like that. That's not going to change too much, I think. So they will have some of them ready, but the other parts are still yet to be manufactured. So the tyre allocations, I'll quickly just flash them up on the screen. If you pause the stream, you'll be able to read them all, but I will pop them on the screen for a few seconds. You can see there, Aston Martin, loads of medium tyres, same for McLaren, and you can rewind and check it out later. What's the typical time period to manufacture a Formula 1 car? Well, it depends how many people you've got working on it, because in a Formula 1 sort of factory, you've got people that are designing parts to go into the wind tunnel, so then the teams can test them out, see if they work or not, but then you've also got people manufacturing the car itself. So it depends how much you split your engineers to manufacture the parts for the actual car, and how much the engineers are manufacturing parts to test in the wind tunnel and things like that. So, but they could probably get it done in about 2 weeks or so, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Okie dokes. Quite a few cars out on track here. We've got Piastri, Verstappen, Bortoleto, Hamilton, Russell, Lawson, and Sainz. Can Mercedes construct a fresh engine before Melbourne? They'll make a new engine for sure. Whether it will be a normal compression ratio or an 18-to-1 compression ratio, that is uncertain. Piastri's still on hards, yeah. He's done quite a few laps on hard tyres, and the thing is that McLaren haven't got that many sets of softs, so they won't be doing that many quick laps. The soft is the yellow and the medium is the white with the ring around the tyre. That is if you're actually looking at the cars on the track, but in terms of our data, the soft is the C3, the medium is the C2, and the hard is the C1. How's William doing? Since they've come to Bahrain, everything has been going pretty well for them. Haas seemed to have built a decent car. Yeah, Haas is doing quite nicely as well, to be fair. It looks pretty good for them in today's test. So, yeah, nice job, really. Get rid of Colapinto's GPS is broken? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Is Hadjar driving today? Yes, he is. He's driving in the afternoon. Hamilton top speed 248. Hamilton did 248? Oh, yeah, we got, is that one person saying that? 2 people saying that? Aston's out onto the track as well. Maybe I'll just give it a quick rewind, see what Ferrari's top speed was. But if there's someone else can also confirm if they were doing 248 in sector 2, was it? Very nice, very nice. Yeah, that's pretty solid then. I mean, again, the quickest we saw was 252, but 248 is still very nice there for Lewis. Did he really throw his gloves, or was this a baseless rumor for attention? Well, we don't have a video of it, but we can. Can we trust the biggest? Can we trust the journalist from Spain that is apparently a commentator for, the biggest Spanish broadcast? Probably. I think you could probably trust him. How is the Audi power unit? Well, Audi power unit hasn't had many major issues. There was a little issue there with Hulkenberg at one point. His car sort of switched off, but he managed to restart it and get it going again. But except that, they've been doing fine. They've been running up to 12,000 revs as well, so it's not like they're down on cooling or anything like that. And things look okay for them. In terms of reliability, in terms of horsepower, who knows, But in terms of reliability, they look okay. Okay. Think Aston will have enough time to make some impactful improvements before Melbourne? Yes, for sure. Because by the sounds of it, they are down on cooling, and they are not running. In like Singapore, or in some of the really hot races, they've got these vented cooling fins. Aston Martin aren't running those, so Aston Martin could, and they probably should, run those cooling fins in Australia if they are suffering from overheating issues. Yes, it's going to make the aerodynamics a little worse. Yes, it's going to give them a little bit less top speed, but it'll allow them to run their engine a little bit harder. So, yeah. Stroll did 320D. Okay. Well, improvement then. So 318 to 320. Very, very nice. Mercedes said they're struggling a bit yesterday. Toto Soft Red Bull is the benchmark. Yeah, so this is why you don't believe them, because now Russell is top of the times. But again, Russell being top of the times again means nothing, because they're going to go 1 or 2 seconds quicker than this in quali when we get to Bahrain. So Toto is lying, and so are all of the other team principals. That is their job. How to read the sectors? I mean, you read them with your eyes. I mean, the first one is sector 1, the second one is sector 2, third one is sector 3. Yeah. I don't know exactly what you mean. Yellow means slower than your personal best, green means personal best, and purple means quickest out of everyone. Blue means coming in or out of the pit lane, and red means they've stopped on the circuit. Is there a stated reason for no broadcast? I know this is typical. Look, there was no broadcast in Barcelona because they wanted to protect they wanted to protect the engine manufacturers. It's not a good look to have, a huge engine manufacturer like Mercedes, like Ferrari, have their car break down for the sort of the brand image. So that's why they stopped the broadcasting. And as for this one, I don't know. Maybe they just got bored of. Maybe the commentators didn't want to commentate for 3 days. Yeah. Oh, Colapinto is moving again, so hopefully his GPS is not broken. Yeah. What is the issue with Bottas' power unit crash? It was power unit. He stopped between turn number 11 and 12. Behrman hasn't stopped. He was just driving through sector 2 a little bit slowly. See, it says that Stroll stopped again, but Stroll is still driving. He's just driving extremely slowly, and that's why it says that he stopped. Why is the tyre age no follow the lap? The tyre age is broken. It is inaccurate. Eight hours probably would have bored people. Now you have mysterious testing going on. You only get 1 hour of action. Less room for people to get bored or psychology. Yeah, well, that's the thing. But next week they're streaming all 8 hours of testing. So I guess that doesn't really apply then, does it? Stroll is really crawling back to the pit lane here. He was literally doing 38 kilometers per hour. 40, yeah, what's he doing now? Is he coming into the pit lane? Oh, full onto the power now. Full onto the power. And 6th gear. Wait, Stroll is full on the power, 7th gear, and he's only going 240 Ks? What? I mean, it must be because he's not using any battery. But did you guys see that as well? It was full throttle, 7th gear, 240 kilometers an hour. The other drivers are doing nearly 340 kilometers an hour. I don't know, maybe he's cooling down the engine and keeping the revs super low, but 8,000 RPM too. Do a vote for the comms between driver and engineer because it takes more space and most likely no one's going to look at it because the messages go up quite quickly. Yeah, I mean they're still quite interesting though to read sometimes. So I will have a vote or something a little bit later on. Why would you go full throttle to cool the engine? Well, because you need more air to go through the engine. So if you keep the revs really low, the engine isn't generating as much heat. But if you're going at 240 kilometers per hour, you're getting 240 kilometers per worth of air going straight into your cooling ducts. So, sometimes you need to speed up to actually cool the engine down. What kind of issue does Cadillac have? Any information? Unfortunately not. I did check a few news sources, check their Twitter or anything, but no information regarding what their issue was. So it could be Ferrari power unit, it could be Cadillac chassis, it could be hydraulics, could be anything for all we know. Okay, we got Stroll now. He's going to 12. Oh, he went to 12.2 again. He's now backed off. Look at this. 5th gear, and he's full throttle, and he's 9,500 revs. What? Okay. Right, here he is coming through the final corner, then let's see what he's doing. Onto the power he goes. 3rd gear, 4th gear, 200 Ks, 260, 270, 299, 310, 317, 318. Okay, 318, 8th gear. And then onto the brakes. GP3, GP4 engine. Okay, so he did hit 318 kilometers per hour on that run. Now, let's see what he does for his first sector. Now, going up to turn 4, he's only in 7th gear, so he doesn't go up into 8th, up towards turn 4, up that hill. All right through the gears then. Again, shifting at 11,000 though. It looks like... Yeah, so the more battery he deploys, the lower revs he shifts the engine at. So I think my idea that, yeah, it's a combined cooling problem, it seems about right. Yeah, test engines don't count towards the season, so these engines will not be used throughout the season. The teams will manufacture 4 brand new engines for the season. Yeah, or what they could do, because now we don't have an engine freeze, we will have upgrading engines throughout the season. So I think what the teams might do is they will have one engine that they'll bring to Australia, they'll have a spare as well. However, they won't want to use that spare because with only 4 engines throughout the season, you want each of those engines to be an upgrade package. So, you modify some few little things here and there with the engine to make it go quicker. And, so then your second engine of the season will have maybe 2 extra horsepower, and then your third engine of the season maybe another 2 horsepower, rather than having all 4 of your engines be the same one from Australia. Okay, well, here comes Stroll then. Looks like he's coming into the pit lane. Yeah. Basically racing a Prius. Okay. Isn't it a very good sign that Behrman has consistently done many laps on test days and has been top 4 in the lap times? Yeah, it's very good. But you also do have to consider that each team has their slightly different way of going about testing. I know it's like when in the practice sessions, Aston Martin would always do really well because it seemed like Aston Martin during practice would run an extra 1 or 2 engine modes higher than everyone else. So in practice they'd look good, and then in quali they wouldn't look so good. And I think a very similar story happens in preseason testing. From the days of sort of 2019 to 2020, Ferrari definitely run a little bit harder in the final few days of testing than I think Mercedes and McLaren. So, you know, it's difficult to tell really where they are, but Haas definitely could have made a very, very good car this year. The Ferrari power unit looks solid. They've spent a lot of time designing the car in 2025 because they sort of gave up on the 2025 thing quite early on. So there's a good chance that Haas could be best of the rest. They could be up there top 4, top 5. Yeah. How big will the fuel spread be? Oh, actually, yeah, that's a good question for you guys. I don't really know, but what do you guys think? What do you think the difference will be between the quickest and the slowest car? 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I think the closest we've seen in qualifying last year was definitely a second between the top and the back of the grid. Yeah, so it was 1 second as sort of like the record closest ever between first position and 20th position. So what are your thoughts? Right. Bottas, it says that he's stopped, but he's still in the pits, right? Interesting. 3 seconds max, but generally 2.5. 5 seconds, maybe 4 seconds. Yeah. It's going to be difficult, really, to tell. I remember when some teams could not do the 107% rule back in the day and getting lapped by lap 7 or something. Yeah, for sure. Well, depending on how Aston Martin are good or bad, they may fall foul of the 107% rule, but I highly doubt that they're 4 seconds off the pace. Did they hit the wrong switch on Bottas's car? Well, I don't know. It shows up that he's on the map, but his engine is off. His GPS is showing 0 kilometers per hour. And he's in neutral, so we'll have a look. It's definitely Bottas' GPS glitching out again. Is there a proper broadcast? Not yet. There will be a proper broadcast for the final hour of the afternoon session. So that will be, that'll be in about, I don't know, 5 hours time or something. And you can watch that using Proton VPN. If you get Proton VPN, connect to an Italian VPN server, then go over to YouTube and watch the Sky Sports Italy broadcast. Mercedes is flying, isn't it? Let's see what Colapinto is doing. Let's see what George Russell is doing as well. 305 through the speed trap there for George Russell, and then onto the brakes quite early there for turns number 4, and going through that corner in second gear as well. Interesting. So really low in the gears and pretty high RPM as well. I think he's took a slightly different line through turns number 5 and 6 because his throttle application was quite different to normal for George Russell. He also is on medium tyres compared to soft, so I'm sure that'll change a few things. Let's see what his minimum speed is as he goes through turn number 10. On the soft tyres, it was 71 kilometers per hour. On the medium tyres, it's 61 kilometers per hour. I'll try Proton VPN when I get home, since 4GB RAM laptop can't handle more than 3 YouTube tabs. Well, thank you very much, folks. To anyone that has got Proton VPN, much is appreciated. Helps the channel out a lot. And if enough people get Proton VPN now in the pre-season, I'll get a pretty nice sponsorship for the whole season. Yeah, the rest of the actual Formula One calendar. And then, of course, I can continue blocking the adverts. Well, I was going to do that anyway, but yeah, blocking the adverts for every single stream, so you guys don't get any adverts while listening in. Colapinto only hits 270, 280 down the straights. Yeah, I mean, it's, well, to be fair, on the speed trap on the last lap, he did 297. So we'll see there. Going up the hill, it's 6th gear. Is he shifting up even into 7th? He doesn't shift up into 7th before he gets towards turn number 4. So, yeah, very, very odd there. See, that's the other problem with Twitch, and I'm sure with TikTok as well, that I can't stop adverts from playing on Twitch or TikTok. So, whoever is watching on Twitch or on TikTok, when I eventually start streaming there, well, you're just going to get adverts. So, yeah. Right. George Russell again going through turn number 10. What's his minimum speed like this time? Oh, it's 57 kilometers per hour, even slower this time around on a slightly used medium tyres, but I guess he's on a bit of a race run, to be honest. His previous lap was a 139. Chat, I bought 15 Proton VPNs. I very much would recommend. Oh, brilliant. How do I get paid if without adverts? Well, we've got quite a few channel members, quite a few donations as well. And when you do first click on the live stream, you will get an advert. And I can't stop that from happening. YouTube will just put the advert in regardless. But during the live stream itself, no adverts. So just the adverts at the start. I just subscribe to YouTube Premium. Yeah, fair enough. YouTube Premium also helps me out as well. So that's good. I appreciate you being a human ad blocker. Yeah. What do you think about Max saying the Mercs are steering attention away from Max and the Mercs will be the fastest in Melbourne? See, this is the thing. This is the media just being bored because, look, the team principal will say something, then the media is going to make a news article about it, and then someone else is going to ask about that news article to Max Verstappen, and then Max Verstappen will say something, and then Toto Wolff's going to say something, and then Adrian Newey will say something, and it just goes round and round and round, and it's absolutely, there's no benefit, right? Like, we get a bit of speculation on who's the quickest and who's not, and we have no real idea of what's happening until we get to Australia. Can you check the last run? I swear he hit 335. Yeah, I'm sure they probably are hitting 335. I'm not. Oh, Bortoletto 311. Actually, I might rewind a little bit. Check what speed Bortoletto hit on the straight, or if someone could rewind and check that out for me, because that'd be much appreciated. Because I still don't know the quickest top speed that the Audi has hit going down the straight. Okay, Bortoletto, I've just rewinded. 332 is what Bortoletto hit down the straight. So struck quicker than the Aston, but not as quick as the other cars. But also, I haven't been paying that much attention to the Audi engine because it actually looks reliable. Oh, 332 in 7th gear. Wait, no way he did that in 7th gear. Oh yeah, he was. 7th gear, 332. So Audi have got some really long gear ratios here because he's at 11,800 RPM in 7th gear at 332. So then once he shifts up into 8th gear, what's his top speed going to be, like 350? Probably 350, 355. Damn. Very nice. Yeah, if Audi have changed their gear ratios, because look, I have seen, when I've been paying attention to Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton, most of them are shifting from 7th gear up into 8th gear at approximately 300, maybe 305. I've not seen any of them wait to get to 322 before shifting up. So, Potentially, the fact that they're at high RPM means that they can charge up their MGUK a little bit better. So they could be doing that. Yeah, that's interesting though. So Audi have changed their gear ratios in such a way that they think that they might hit 350. Audi know how to build an engine. So Dieselgate. What is it? The Audi Quattro, they had a rally car that had a 0 to 60 time of, I think, 1.9 seconds, but it could do it on gravel rather than just normal. Normal roads are so much grippier than gravel, but Audi had this incredible four-wheel drive system that in a rally car they could hit 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. I don't know what exactly the name of the car was. I'm sure someone in chat will know. But yeah, incredible four-wheel drive system. Okay, Bortoletto here now, coming through the gears again. Let's see what he's doing. 7th gear, holding it in 7th gear, 312 this time, and starts clipping. Okay, interesting. Okay, it was 2.3 seconds in gravel. Okay, Audi Quattro S1. Thanks for the info. Group B Audi Quattro. Okay, 2.3 seconds in gravel. Okay, I must have misread something, or I'm remembering the wrong one, but yeah. Fair enough. He's hitting 270 in 6th gear, yeah. Oh, yeah, it might have been 1.9 seconds on a normal road and then 2.3 seconds on gravel or something, but yeah. 1 hour 22 remain of the morning session of testing. Bottas has still not come out on the track yet, so still haven't found any further information about what's actually happened to Bottas's car. But they're doing some work, right? So I've got an image here of what they're going on. The nose of the car is off, and there's a lot of mechanics sort of at the rear of the car working around the engine cover area. So it was a cooling issue that caused the stoppage for Valtteri Bottas. Hope to be on the track soon around the morning before Checo takes over for the afternoon. So essentially, they are planning to get the car fixed within the next hour and then send Bottas out, but it's a cooling issue. So that could be a coolant leak, that could be something else, but that's sort of what we're looking at there with Valtteri Bottas. Just some recent information that's come out. Okay. Ferrari probably the only team not downshifting into first at turn 10. Yeah, maybe they aren't. I'll keep an eye out on what Lewis is doing. I think he's just coming out of the pit lane now. Actually, yeah, he is. Wait, why does it say Bortoletto's in intermediate tyres? What's going on? He's definitely not on intermediate tyres. Perez is a good driver. Yeah, I'm sure he is. Typing it in the chat isn't going to change it though. Or spamming it in the chat isn't going to change it. Yeah, Bortoletto hasn't even come out, or it's just randomly decided to switch him over to intermediate tyres. Oh my goodness me. The ST column is speed trap, so it gets updated when the drivers go through this little white little dot here at the bottom of the map. So George Russell's just about to drive through it and you'll see it update. So it's just went from 307 to 305 as he goes through there and he gets onto the brakes for turn 1. Lewis shifts into the first for turn 8. Okay, so it's slightly different, isn't it? Turn 8 and turn 10. But I'm sure Leclerc and Lewis will be taking slightly different approaches to these corners as well. Like, it's not cut and dry. The Ferrari's always taking first gear. My map doesn't show the speed trap on multiviewer. There is a few settings. If you go into the settings of multiviewer, there's an option to turn on speed traps and DRS zones and things like that. So, yeah. Hamilton hit 12,700 with the clutch in. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's fine as long as they're not doing it for too often. Yeah, it's not called DRS zones, it's called speed zones, and I definitely should yeah, stop calling them DRS zones, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be able to do that for a while. Why does it seem like Charles is struggling in corners 2 and 3? Well, the thing is, Charles hasn't driven all day, so I don't know how you can really tell if Charles is struggling in corner 2 and 3. I did mention yesterday that it took him a little bit to get onto the throttle through turn 2, but maybe that's just building up confidence a little bit. Maybe the tyres weren't warm. It's quite different because when you are going down the straight, your rear tires and your front tires cool down quite a bit, but when you slam onto the brakes for turn number 1, your front tires warm up because you're using a lot of the grip to slow down. Your rear tires not so much. That maybe it's just being careful on the throttle because the tires are a little cold. It's called straight mode, not speed zone. Yeah, but saying straight mode is just so. I don't know. It's not a great name, really. It's a little bit too long, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. I'll come up with a different name. Are the cars still going wide at turn 10 like they were on day 1? Well, a few drivers locking up here and there. I definitely think. I think we saw Verstappen mess up a lap there. Russell as well also mess up a lap. And potentially Stroll as well. So, yeah, a few drivers still making mistakes there. 6,400 people watching, but only 1.5k likes. Well, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Much would be appreciated. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are actually just watching the stream and without listening to me. So, if you could hit the like button, that would be much, much appreciated. Yeah. Been live for nearly 3 hours now. Nearly 3 hours of pre-season testing. Okay. Do you think Antonelli will improve a lot? Yeah, I think he will. Still got some more time. To improve as a driver. So. Did Norris experiment with overtake mode but yesterday behind Russell? Well, we don't know if he used overtake mode or not, but we definitely know that I think it was Norris and Russell, and maybe Norris and Albon as well. They were driving around behind each other in the dirty air to sort of figure out how things are going there. Oh, Valtteri Bottas out onto the circuit. Okay, so the engine issue that they had, or the cooling issue that they had, they have seemed to fix, and they're sending Bottas out now. So we'll keep an eye out on what he's doing and how quickly he's driving. Yeah. Hello, Kias. All right. So, yeah, Bottas seems to be doing all right. Bortoletto's tyres are still glitched out. Going down the straight again, 7th gear, 299. Let's see what he does now. Coming out of the final corner, 3rd gear, full onto the power. And it's 6th gear, we're at 270, 275 in 6th gear. Then in 7th gear, 287. He's not accelerating that quickly, to be fair. Stroll's out back onto the circuit now. Good to see. Does Stroll go up to over 11,500? Stroll has gone up to more than that today, but it seems like whenever he goes up to high RPMs, the battery is not deploying. And whenever he's in low RPMs and shifting at low RPMs, the battery is deploying. So it's never both with high RPM plus a lot of battery deployment, because that's what we've seen with Verstappen, that's what we've seen with all of the other cars. They have the ability to have high RPMs on their engines and also deploy a lot of battery charge. Stroll or the Aston Martin car, not so much. Does F1 TV Pro work on a VPN? I think so, yeah. Okay. Bottas has come into the pits and it looks like he is parked up. Yeah, he's parked up back into the pits. Okay. So maybe that cooling issue is fixed, maybe it's not, but his engine is still on right now. And he's coming back out, actually. Oh, there we go. But it says he's at 0 miles an hour and is in neutral. Oh, he's probably doing a practice start. Why is Max sleeping? Wake up, Max. Yeah, he's been in the garage for a little bit, hasn't he? How are you seeing the battery deployment? Look, I can't tell you for certain if the battery's being deployed, but when the drivers accelerate up to 300 kilometers, 340 k's per hour, they have to be using the battery. So yeah, I'm sort of inferring it based off their speed. Not 100% certain. Yeah. Okay. Apparently, according to Adrian Newey, Honda. This is the translation. The problem with the Aston Martin. Oh, this is according to some Spanish journalist, I think. But the Aston Martin. The problem with Aston Martin is Honda engine, not Adrian Newey. And the feeling is that they can't go beyond 11,000 RPM because they think it will break, which is firstly a bit of a lie because Stroll just then went past 11,000 RPM. Alonso's top speed is 318 km per hour. Leclerc's is 232 km per hour, which again is a bit wrong because Leclerc's top speed was actually 339. And the Honda engine is the first to run out of electric power on the straights. Apparently. Which, does that seem true? Well, we'll have to see. I'll see if I can figure that out by looking at the numbers, but a bit difficult to tell when they've run out of charge or if they're just not deploying because they don't want to. Yeah, you can't really tell. Are they running out of charge or are they just not deploying because they don't want to deploy? So, allegedly. So this is all allegedly. It can't go past 11,000 RPM in 8th gear. Yeah, but that's probably just because they haven't got enough horsepower to go that quickly. Well, I don't know. Well, let's see. They're going down the straight now. 7th gear. It's he's gone up into 8th gear and he's at 10,000 RPM. And then gets onto the brakes again. It's all with a little bit of a grain of salt, to be honest. So, it's we will see in Australia what revs they're doing, how quickly they're going down the straight and things like that. So is Red Bull slow after all? I don't know. Red Bull. The only reason people think Red Bull are quick is because Toto Wolff said that Red Bull are the benchmark, and Max was top of the times on day one, I think. But Toto Wolff just said Red Bull are the benchmark because he wants to deflect. He wants to deflect attention away from the Mercedes power unit. So yeah, it's not really, again, not really a trustworthy source, is it? Oscar's struggling this morning. Yeah, I mean, he's done 42 laps, which is still pretty good. But yeah, hasn't been doing lots of quick running, mainly out on medium tyres. Let's see what he does now coming out of this corner. It seems like it's apparently a fresh set of mediums. Onto the power he goes. Look, he's at half on the power, then fully on the power as he comes across the comes through the pit exit. 310, 320, 325, and yeah, then backs out of it. And, not backs out of it, starts clipping and then it gets onto the brakes. Hadjar's driving in the afternoon, Verstappen's driving in the morning. Watch the RPM for Stroll hitting. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. It's 304, 305 for Stroll. Like, it's so difficult to know what exactly they're doing just based off one number. Are they deploying battery? Are they using all of the internal combustion engine? What I am interpreting here is if the engine revs are high for Lance Stroll, but the speed overall is low, then they aren't deploying much battery. Yeah. But again, do we even really need to be talking about this? In the world of Formula One, why should we be talking about batteries and electric motors and this and that when we could just have a V10 that shifts at 20,000 RPM like we did in 2004? Or 2002 or whatever, whichever year it was. Bortoletto's on Inters because he's got the Sigma mindset. He knows that it's raining. It's going to rain in Bahrain, and he's preparing for it. He doesn't want soft tires. He will turn the intermediate tires into slick tires by driving them around, because he's just grinding. He's on that hustle. Technology changes, get it better. Yeah, no, definitely. Technology does change. It does get better. But again, Formula E is there doing stuff on the electric side. So it's a discussion worth having. And we'll continue to have the discussion. I'm not going to say that one engine is better than the other, but we've got Bortoletto is. I don't know what he's doing really. Well, I know what he's doing. He's driving around probably on softs, but for some reason it thinks it's intermediate tyres. Even then, the V8 would be fine. The naturally aspirated Williams did 22,000 RPM. Exactly. Basically the same engine yourself, just get rid of the MGUH, which muffled the noise. Formula E is horrendous to watch, sounds like ski electrics. Yeah. But then there's also the argument of, not living in the past, and things like that. Technology moves on, things change, we should adapt to the times. So, but there's if you want to adapt to the times, you could also say, oh, we'll use sustainable fuels, we'll use I don't know. How many days of testing? Well, this is day number 3. Next week, on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, there will be more testing, and I'll be streaming then as well. So be sure to tune in then. V8 with green fuels would be ideal. Yeah, for sure. I think hybrids are the future. Everyone in my country drives a hybrid and electric vehicle. So I think they're trying to maintain relevancy for Formula One. Yeah, that's definitely true. I think, especially for your everyday person or your average person, electric cars are not really, bad, and they're, in some cases better. So yeah, it really depends. But I'm sure there are certain applications where you can't have, like, for example, a tractor, right? You're not going to have an electric tractor because it's just not very practical, is it? And the same things for construction vehicles, like diggers, and I don't know what the proper names are for all of the construction vehicles, but they probably also won't be electric. They're going to need powerful engines to run them. So they will need sustainable fuels to run them in the future. So Formula One can sort of work there. All right. Bring in a diesel. Yeah, have an Audi 1.9 TDI diesel. Bring those back into Formula One. We did have an electric tractor last year with the Ferrari. Yeah. TDI power. Yeah. Those Audi 1.9 TDI engines, they lasted quite the while, quite a lot of miles they could do. But anyway, let's talk about sort of what's going on the racetrack right now. Stroll's following Liam Lawson around a little bit, getting a feel for what grip levels are like behind following a driver. And let's see what they do down the straight then. So Liam Lawson in 8th, and Stroll on 10th. So Stroll taking a little bit more time to get to full throttle, and Lawson is doing 306. Stroll is doing 294. He's not in the slipstream, but it's 8th gear, 10,000 revs for Stroll. 8th gear, 10,000 revs, 294. I drove a 1.9 TDI without oil for like 10 kilometers. Yeah, I mean, so this is the thing. Some of these old engines are pretty indestructible. Audi won 3 times in the Le Mans with the TDI. Exactly. Diesels are about to dominate. All right. Let's see. What else is going on here? We've got Formula E has got some great wheel-to-wheel racing and some quality drivers. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's definitely some good racing there in Formula E. There are quite a few other racing categories that have got some good racing. I think DTM has got some brilliant racing. Quite a lot of GT3 as well. The World Endurance Series as well is, it's obviously a different type of racing in the World Endurance Series, but it's still pretty good. Verstappen is sleeping, man. 41 laps completed for Verstappen so far this morning, and he hasn't come out onto the track for a very long time. GT racing is pretty good, yeah, for sure, for sure. I've watched a few clips. I definitely mentioned it. I think it was the DTM. The last race of the DTM Championship was in the Hockenheim Ring, and the race went down to the last lap, and I think it was a Porsche versus a BMW. It was a pretty epic final lap there. Add a pit column. It says there on the left hand side if they're in the pit lane or if they're out on the track. I think McLaren are trying to see how well they can manage to recharge their batteries and how to manage usage based off tyre compound and lap range. Yeah, they'll be seeing what the medium tyres can do. I mean, he's doing 136s, which is reasonably quick. So, yeah, and the speeds he's doing down the straight, it's 296 for Oscar Piastri. So, yeah, definitely they're planning out different strategies. So, the way that this will have worked is they will have given a group of engineers, maybe 2 or 3 engineers, the task of, we want you to work out what is the most efficient way to deploy the battery and what is the most efficient way to recharge the battery to go around a lap of Bahrain quickly. And they will have written their code, they will have written, some algorithm to try and work out where is the best place to charge up, where's the best place to deploy. And then they will put those into the car map, they'll set it up into the engine, and then Piastri will go out and drive, they'll do some laps. They'll figure out which one is working best. The engineers will come up with maybe 5 different ideas. Then they will tweak all of the ideas. So maybe they'll start deploying ever so slightly earlier. They'll start deploying a little bit later, charging a little bit earlier. And they're trying to come up on what is the best possible way to recharge the battery. And then they've got all of these settings dialed in. And then they know for a fact these settings work in Bahrain. And then they've got to think, how do I adjust this setting so it works well in Australia? How do I adjust the setting so it works well in Monza? And that's sort of what they're trying to gather from these sort of race runs. What happened to those super soft tires? We no longer have super soft tires. We haven't had super soft tires for about I don't know actually. When did they change them? I think was it 2021, 2020 maybe. It's been a long time. Constantly doing 290 or 10,500 in 8th. Yeah. Definitely not deploying all of their battery power. Or maybe they run out of battery power. Allegedly, they run out of battery power, but, we'll see. 2019, was it? Okay, fair enough. Also, the reserve drivers like Sonoda does the sim work and tell the team what to try out. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. They want to also try and make sure that their simulator is accurate to real life, because, of course, the test drivers will be working, between a Friday night and a Saturday night. The test drivers are there in the simulator trying to find the best possible setup. So the sensor information that they have right now of following a car, or the sensor information of how much downforce is it making at exactly 250 kilometers per hour, they can then use that to put into the simulator and get accurate numbers that way. Fertilizer D5Q has typed R26 or R26 about 100 times in chat, and I have no idea what that even means. So, anyway, is R26 a type of Audi? So they all have the same battery pack? No, they have different battery packs, I think. Yeah, whoever can find the best battery technology to put in their car and to use for the races, that'll be the one that they use. R26 is the Renault. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Renault that Alonso was driving. Was that the 2006 Renault? R20 Audi R26 or Renault R26? Yeah, Renault R26 for sure. Do you follow cricket or football also? I normally only watch the World Cups or anything. I'm not really that big of a footballer or a cricket watcher. Yeah. Right. Okie dokes. Yeah. How's Ferrari? I mean, you can see for yourself. He's only if Hamilton's 3/10 off Russell's time. He goes slightly quicker than Leclerc. So, yeah. For me, I moved from the UK to Sweden. Hockey sort of replaced football for me. Incredible sports, high energy. Something always happens. Yeah. No, I'm sure there are a lot of different sports that people watch from all around the world. Really, I know that ice hockey is quite big in Canada, but to be honest, I don't really. Yeah, I'm not sure. Why don't you make the Cadillac colour silver? Because we've already got Haas being grey and Audi being dark grey, so there's no real silver colour that I can put on the as Cadillac, so they're yellow. A little bit of racing going on the track right now. Yeah, Piastri, Behrman, nice close to each other. Let's see what Stroll's doing. What speed there? Oh, 281 through the speed trap. It is not looking good for Aston Martin. Did you disable that hand trick to zoom in and out? It was quite funny. Yeah, I did disable it. I think, yeah, I've disabled it, so it doesn't do that anymore. Hey Larry, where do you stream from? I am in the UK. Yeah, in the UK. It is once again grey. It was, yeah. It's been raining every single day in the UK since 2026. So it's nearly a month and a half now of straight rain, which is very nice and miserable. But yeah. 55 minutes remain of day one of testing. Woo, same as Seattle. Yeah, I know quite a lot of places just raining all of the time. It's so fun to be there. You sound like you're from Cambridge, but that's my guess. Oh, well, I guess you'll never know. Or unless you meet me in person. You know, I'm at university, in one of the universities in the UK. So yeah, maybe. 46 days of straight rain. Yeah, it just sounds so incredibly nice, doesn't it? So incredibly nice. 46 days of rain. Yeah. Anyway. Um 54 minutes remain of the first hour. We're pretty close to 2,000 likes, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. And we have got the most number of laps completed by George Russell, 68 laps completed by him. Liam Lawson completing 65 laps. And then most of the other drivers are in either the 50s or the 40s. All right. Should have been in Portimao this season and Madrid next season. Portimao is a great circuit, and that should definitely be added onto the calendar rather than the Madrid racetrack. Bottas zooming around, yeah. Do you do this full time or as a side hustle? I do this, I guess, as a side hustle, but I'm also not employed because I'm still at university. So hoping to get a job. I've got a final interview next week with a company. So maybe I'll land a job. So I guess we'll see. It's a full-time hustle. Well, I guess, I've been doing this for 9 hours yesterday, 9 hours the day before, 9 hours today, so maybe full-time. What job? Well, I do a mechanical engineering degree, so I'm gonna put it there, and then you guys can sort of guess what the job's gonna be, because it probably makes sense to talk to the company, sign a contract, before saying everything. So. A mechanical engineer, yeah. Well, I don't know. It does seem kind of likely as a mechanical engineering degree to do mechanical engineering. You're looking to go into F1? Unfortunately not. I have talked to a few people in Formula One teams, and their sort of NDA and their contracts say, you're not allowed to have big public social medias and not allowed to mention Formula One, etc., etc. So for that reason, if I was to join a Formula One team, I would not be able to do the YouTube channel. And I'd quite like to carry on doing the YouTube channel, to be fair. So here I am. I'm not applying to Formula One jobs. I'm sure if I did apply, I'd really stand out. Like, oh, this guy's got a YouTube channel that has got 200k subscribers. But no, I've decided not to. Verstappen is pitted out. He is coming out onto the racetrack, so it looks like his nap has been completed. 51 minutes remain on the clock. He's come out onto the track on potentially a fresh set of soft tyres, or maybe they're just something else. Would you still have time to stream if you got a job? Well, it's obviously not guaranteed. So obviously Saturdays and Sundays I'd be able to stream. On Fridays though, it would depend if I'd be able to sort of do a 4-day work week or maybe put a holiday in on Fridays. But it would I can't guarantee it obviously. So we'll just sort of have to see. Work ethic you are showing, a company would be lucky to hire you. Good luck, and you're making your own luck. Well, thank you very much, buddy. Thank you very much. Go join SpaceX. Maybe. I mean, SpaceX is in America, and I think you need an American passport to work at SpaceX. Istanbul Park would be good. Yeah, Istanbul, Hockenheimring, the Portimao circuit, Malaysia, the Indian Grand Prix circuit, the South Korean Grand Prix circuit. What else could you add? You could add Fuji into calendar. You could alternate Fuji and Suzuka when you're at Japan. You could... What other racetracks? You could add Magny Cours back in at France. You could also add the Nürburgring track in Germany. You could add Watkins Glen in America, potentially. Sebring's a little bit too bumpy for Formula One, but, if they could sort that out, then maybe Sebring. What other racetracks have we got? There's a lot. You could have Kailami. There's a racetrack in Vietnam as well, actually, that was going to get raced at in 2020, but because of COVID, we never raced there. So there's the one in there's one in Vietnam that they could race at. Laguna Seca, the corkscrew corner at Laguna Seca is too sharp for the Formula One cars. It's too big of a drop. They would bounce off. They'd bottom out. So it'd be a bit dodgy. Yeah, I think Magny Cours is a bit too narrow. Oh, is it? Mugello is pretty good. Valencia's definitely one there. Jerez maybe. Um, yeah. Mugello, the problem with Mugello is that it's all really high speed corners, which is great for the drivers. They love it, but overtaking a bit limited. Isn't the Nürburgring also narrow? Yeah, the Nürburgring is also very, very narrow. Why did it show the speed at 337 but the speed trap says 335? It's because the speed trap only measures the speed at a single point, whereas the drivers will go to 337 before that, and then as they cross the speed trap they'll hit 335. So it's it's sort of like when you see a speed camera and you're going slightly over the speed limit and you're like, oh, let's just tap the brakes a little bit, slow down. It's sort of like that. The driver's just slowing down as they pass the speed camera. Magny-Cours sucked. Yeah, okay, well, maybe the French Grand Prix track is also not bad, to be fair. I'm sure they could pick slightly different layout at Paul Ricard, and you could have some good racing. And also, if they added a little bit of gravel as well, that would make it, that would give the drivers a reason not to just drive off into the runoff area. Oh, the Indy 500. Yeah, you could use the Indianapolis track to race Formula One as well. Kyalami's looking to get improved. Yeah, no, that'd be good. No, I really did like the Hockenheimring circuit, to be fair. It had a good mix of, the top speed, the high speed corners, and also the twisty final sector as well. So Hockenheimring's definitely up there with my recommendations. It was quite fun to drive, actually, on the, what was it, the F1 2018 game had it? Yeah, I was quite a big fan of it. Yeah, Hanoi Sector 3 is pretty difficult, but we've never seen a Formula 1 driver try and tackle it. Daytona, I don't know. See, this is the thing with Daytona. When you go across and then you're on the oval section and then you have to come onto the flat inner ring. How would a Formula One car cope with that? Like, is it like a steep drop, or is it sort of very manageable to sort of go across? Because I haven't seen too many flying laps of the Daytona circuit. It would be fine, would it? Okay, fair enough. I know the bank itself would be rather steep, but then coming onto the flat section, should it be all right? Okay. All right, what's Verstappen doing down the straights? Yeah, Verstappen's on a race run, I think. Are you going to go live for Australia? Yes, I am. The race times in Australia for me are quite bad. Let me have a look at the race times for Australia. It is half 1 a.m. For FP1 and then 5 a.m. for FP2. Same thing for FP3 and quali, and then the race itself is at 4 a.m. But I will be awake, folks. I will be awake and I'll be there. Yeah. 46 minutes remain on the clock, and we have got drivers still driving around, and some longer runs right now. We've got a lot more hard tyres on there today than we've seen in the past before. Yeah, I mean, it's not really that bad. All of the races in New Zealand and Australia, I'm sure all of the people that watch from there have got some pretty bad time zones for literally every other race on the calendar. So yeah, for me, I'm sort of lucky that it's just the first three races of the season. Australia, China, and Japan are bad. And then I've got to wait all the way till Las Vegas to get another race that has got a bad time zone. So the rest of them are all good. You got the same fit, buddy? Yeah, I'm being consistent. You know what I mean? Consistent outfit. And I just find this jumper quite comfortable. So. Max 249. Oh my god, 249. And all right, pretty good there. Pretty good from Max on that lap. And that lap was also a 139.2. So interesting. So Red Bull's definitely got quite a bit of downforce if you can hold 249. But still, Carlos Sainz held 252 yesterday. All right. How would you rate the South Korean track? Well, to be honest, I haven't really driven the track on the game or anything like that, so I don't know much about it. But I know in the past it was quite a good track, and the drivers sort of liked it. So, why isn't the mini sectors green or purple? Because everyone is literally driving way slower than their personal best, because most of them are doing race runs, and that's why I prefer to have this on for testing rather than the mini sectors, because, well, it's all yellow anyway. So what's the point? Do you think the hype around Mercedes is real? I think it's real, but it's not as big as everyone's making it out to be. Yeah. George Russell is 74 laps completed, most out of any driver so far, with 43 minutes left to go on the clock. Why is Lewis doing very short runs compared to George Russell, Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris, who are doing insanely long runs on a tyre? Well, they've got their different plans for each day. Lewis Hamilton is, again, I think, doing setup runs like Charles Leclerc was yesterday morning. Leclerc was doing a similar thing where he would go out and do a few laps on soft tyres, come in, change the setup, go out, come in, change the setup. So I think they're doing setup changes in the morning, and then in the afternoon they'll be doing their longer runs and things like that. And yeah, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It was the same thing for the Ferrari yesterday. And, these teams, they have overall 6 days to plan, and that is over 48 hours of testing, right? Yeah, 48 hours of testing. So they can decide what to do first, decide what to do after, because, from Ferrari's perspective, they want to understand the setup and then do their race runs on a absolutely perfect setup to get, the information that they want. Whereas, Mercedes are doing their race runs right now, but if they haven't figured out their setup correctly, then they're getting all of this data, but it's for a setup that isn't perfect. Okay. Who am I supporting this year? I'm still sort of supporting Williams. Williams would be the main one. But yeah. Okay. Thoughts on Aston Martin? They're not as... I don't think they're as behind as they're making it sound. I think they'll be all right in Australia. Do you prefer the do Max Verstappen or Super Max? I've got to go with... I think I've got to go with Super Max, mainly because it's sort of what got the channel to where it is right now. Back in 2021, when the Pit Stop Boys hadn't got sort of an official music record licensing deal or whatever, I could just play the Pit Stop... I could play the Super Max song just live on stream. So in 2021, when Max won the championship and everything, I just had Super Max playing after he won. So I guess I've got to go for that one. But I do like the do Max Verstappen as well. How will you be watching the races after getting a job? Well, you guys do have to remember the races are on a Saturday and a Sunday, and a job is on a Monday to Friday. So that's how I will watch them. Yeah. All right. What team do you think will be the strongest, assuming Mercedes is currently the strongest? Well, you've already assumed that Mercedes is currently the strongest, so maybe Mercedes. I don't know. Toto Wolff's doing a lot of deflection work to be a slow team. Like you don't really see Audi doing any sort of deflection work. Nobody's really talking about them. They've got their head down, they're doing their laps, they're getting the data, and they're moving on with their life. But Toto Wolff doing a lot of deflection work. Folks, it is not streaming on Fancode, it is not streaming on F1 TV, it is not streaming on Sky Sports or Dan's or KO Sports or Viaplay. It is only going to be broadcast for the final hour of the afternoon session. We are currently in the final hour of the morning session. Right, currently Verstappen, Bortoleto and Russell having a mini race. Good to see what they're doing. Yeah, well, I think Verstappen's a little bit up ahead, but Bortoleto and Russell for sure. I think Russell is definitely following behind Bortoleto on purpose, looking to see what his grip levels are like and what his minimum speeds are. So, in fact, let's have a look here. George Russell, he's following Bortoleto in towards turn 10. Actually, Russell's just backed out of it a little bit, but we'll see what his minimum speed is through turn 10. And it is 56 kilometers per hour, really quite slow. Of course, he's on 19-lap-old hard tyres, which is not going to help because he's not getting the mechanical grip from the hards. But yeah, 56 kilometers per hour, very, very slow compared to, I think he was doing 72 on a fresh set of softs. Yeah. Hey bro, how's the live stream been? Live stream's been good. Pretty good so far. Yeah, not feeling too tired. I've had a coffee this morning, so that's helped. And coffee with honey has sorted my throat out as well, so not really hurting whatsoever. Dude, you look Indian? Well, that is because I am. I was born in India. So there you go. Colapinto shifting at 12.5k revs. So definitely very confident there with that Mercedes power unit, despite the issues that they had yesterday with Gasly reaching 97 laps of driving and then having an engine issue and having to sit out for most of the afternoon session. Make sure you get a rest after this stream. Oh yeah, no, this I'm definitely gonna be hitting my bed right there as soon as the stream is over. Get a good night's rest. Does YouTube play well? Well, if I'm not putting adverts on there, it's not paying crazy amounts, but yeah, it pays all right. Helps me out for going to university and paying for that sort of stuff, because yeah, you have to pay for university here in the UK. I'm sure it's different in other countries, but yeah. What does RPM tell us? Can you say something about the top speed, or can it hide anything there? Well, so this is the thing. If you can get high RPM and then you have low... Yeah, if your RPM is high, but your speed is low, then it tells you that the battery is not deploying much power. If you have your RPM being low or relatively low, and your speed is really high, then you know that you're deploying a bunch of battery. And that's sort of what you can get out of it. And then the RPM at which the drivers are shifting at sort of gives you an indication on what mode they are for... what they're doing right now. If they're shifting at 12,500 RPM for every single gear throughout the gear rev range, then they're most likely doing a quali lap. But if they are shifting at 11,000 or 11,800, then they're probably on a race run. So yeah. All right. Okie doke. So someone going currently in university, the public ones cost about 300 a semester. Damn. Nicholas Latifi for world champion. Yeah. Clearly, Latifi's got a degree now, and you need a degree to understand how this battery management thing works, according to Lewis Hamilton. So the Latifi shall return, and, he's going to take the Formula One world by storm. How are Mercedes doing? Well, look, George Russell's top of the times. He's doing some long runs. They seem to be doing all right. He's just come into the pits. He's done the most laps out of anyone. So I'd say it's a solid thumbs up for the Mercedes team. What happened to stay hydrated? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I am staying hydrated. I'm having my my water. We've got 6,500 people tuned in the stream. Much appreciated, folks. If you are enjoying the coverage, be sure to hit the like button. Be sure to subscribe as well. Goes a long way to helping out the channel and keeping us going as one of the biggest channels up on YouTube for live streaming. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but when for the Abu Dhabi stream, when I wore my full suit and everything, and we were going right into the final laps, we had 100,000 people listening to the live stream then, and at that moment in time, we were the biggest live stream on YouTube, and I think even for that week, maybe we might have been. It might have been the biggest live stream on YouTube for that entire week, which was pretty mental. Debt uni after here in USA, yeah, it's sort of just how it is, isn't it, in different countries. Okay, plans for after engineering. Well, hopefully get a job. That's the plan. Yeah, but we shall see how it goes. Wait, I'm lost. A Ferrari looking strong, or is it just Charles? Well, Hamilton's there in second position. He set a lap time that's quicker than Charles's from yesterday, so I don't think it is just Charles Leclerc. A job in the UK, or you move out? Probably in the UK at least to start with. Who knows what will happen with life later. Does high RPM with low speed charge the batteries? Potentially. So if the speed is going down, then the battery will definitely probably be getting charged. But it's difficult to tell really sometimes, because you could have it so you charge up you deploy your battery, right? So you deploy 500 horsepower from your electric motors to get up to 320 Ks, but you could just stop deploying but not start charging, and your speed would drop from 320 to 310. Or you could also recharge it and your speed could drop from 320 to 310, but it would just happen quicker. So it's very, very difficult to know what's going on from just the numbers that we've had. And we are not going to get battery information about whether it's charging, whether it's deploying. And yeah. Can anyone explain tricky turn 10? Yeah, I mean, I can show you why turn number 10 is very tricky. Let me show you the onboard. Here we go. Okay, so this is a flying lap of the circuit. Let's just fast forward to turn 10 since that's what you asked me about. Turn number 10 is this corner here, right? So you are braking and you're steering at the same time. So this is what I try to do when I'm driving through turn number 10, right? So I'm going down here and then I'm doing my steering very, very early on. And then I set my car up for in a straight line. So steering wheel is pointed to the left and now it's pointed straight, and I'm braking the straight line, trying not to turn the steering wheel, and then I come off the brakes and then turn through the corner. So that is my sort of approach to go through that corner, but it is quite tricky, especially when you're coming in at that speed. You've got to be turning and braking at the same time, and because we've got less downforce than last year, your margin for error is way, way smaller, and that's why the driver's locking up. Yeah. Nothing but these days the southeasterly wind's kind of pushing back against the car from... Yeah, that's the other thing as well. The wind sort of coming from the top right to the bottom left gives the drivers a tailwind through turn 10. So they're expecting a certain level of grip and they have less than that level of grip because of the wind. So that also helps with the locking up. Right. Yeah. Okie doke, Stroll back out onto the racetrack. Oh, well, Stroll's actually been on the racetrack for a while. It's, yeah, I didn't know what I was talking about. Sainz coming around the final corner. He's done an outlap. Let's see what he does. Coming down the straight now. Early onto the power here. Shifting at 11,700 revs. Up in 7th gear. And he's at 11,000 revs here. So this is it. So this is what I think when I'm talking about the batteries getting charged up. He's in 7th gear, 11,000 revs at 2,290 kilometers per hour, 295 or something. So in that situation, it seems like Carlos Sainz may be charging up his battery, or he's just not deploying any of his battery. Bit difficult to tell, bit difficult to know, but it seems along the lines of that. Right. Yeah. Also, folks, if you guys do want to help out the channel and, well, sort of support me, but also get something in return rather than just sort of donating to the channel, you can get Proton VPN and you can watch the Formula One for, well, free as long as you have Proton VPN by connecting to an Italian VPN server, and then you go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1, and there'll be a live stream that starts in the afternoon session. So that's the best way to watch the coverage there. Yeah. Okie dokes. Of course, you'll only be able to watch the coverage for the final hour, but yeah, Sky Sports Italy is broadcasting testing for free as long as you are in Italy or have an Italian VPN. I know it's too early, but what are your predictions for 2026? Well, I'm going to stick with my former predictions of Williams being the fastest and Aston Martin being second fastest. By the looks of it, I'm definitely wrong. Also, it seems like the data is frozen here a little bit, so hopefully that gets resolved. But clearly, my predictions seem to be wrong by the looks of it. Seem to be wrong. Will Hadjar be better than Tsunoda? It's difficult to tell, but I think the car will definitely be easier to drive, which will make it easier for Hadjar to perform better than Tsunoda did. I don't know if you put the two drivers in, head-to-head against each other, how they'll perform. I think Hadjar did quite good when Tsunoda was still out racing bulls. But, the Red Bull car should be easier to drive this year, and hence Hadjar should have an easier chance competing with Max Verstappen. Okay. All of the fastest laps were set on soft tyres. Yeah, these are the tyres that the drivers are currently on. The fastest laps were set on a different set of tyres, so yeah. Also, folks, if you have not hit the like button, be sure to do so. Would very much be appreciated. Just helps the channel out. Keeps it going. And yeah. I can definitely notice my commentary getting more and more worse, I think, as the day goes on, as I get more and more tired, I think. 3 hours and 45 minutes so far. And yeah. Stroll using 8th gear now, but no speed increase. Well, that's the thing. Now he's using 8th gear, but he is keeping the revs low, so there's less heat being generated, and you've got still the same top speed, so you can cool down the engine a little bit. Need a Red Bull sponsor, potentially. Need to get on the phone with Red Bull. You keep saying, yeah. No, I do agree with you. My major, mechanical engineering. Yeah. Okie dokes. 25 minutes remain of the morning session. So they're all using solid-state batteries? No, they're not using solid-state batteries. It'll probably still be the lithium-ion ones that, people have in their cars and their phones and their laptops. I don't think... They could be using some potentially new stuff. I think there's nickel hydride. There's some of the new battery types that are sort of on the sort of bleeding edge of things that they could be using because they're slightly lighter, but they're still, a little bit untested, and Formula One car is a pretty extreme scenario to use untested technology, and you don't want a battery fire, right? So these cars go at ridiculous speeds. There's vibrations. Vibrations is definitely the big thing. Everything gets shaken apart, and you don't want, that's the big one, really. Silicon carbon, yeah, that's the one I think I was talking about, but Yeah, they need to be very, very robust. You can't just put any old battery and expect it to work because it's very extreme conditions. And the temperatures are also extremely high. So you've also got to be able to make sure they can cope with that. And they also discharge super fast because, the driver presses the overtake button. You need all of the battery to drain as quickly as possible. And, not all batteries are very good at doing that. I'm sure your phone battery as well is only designed to discharge at a very, very slow rate. So you need a different type of battery, different, battery chemistry to do that and make that work. So it's a bit risky to use untested technology like that. Is Russell being favoured over Kimi by Merc? Well, Russell is the better driver and the quicker driver, so he is definitely number one there. Ollie Behrman, 250 Ks through sector number 2. Damn, pretty pacey there, and on 15-lap old hard tyres. Very, very nice job there from Ollie Behrman. And he pulls into the pit lane, doesn't want to complete the lap time and reveal how quickly he was going, but noted, Ollie, noted. Is Verstappen on a flying lap? Well, let's have a look. No, his first sector was 66 seconds, which is double the first sector time, so clearly not. That Ferrari engine is eating miles, exactly. And they managed to fix whatever cooling issue there was on Bottas's car, and he's out as well. So it is good signs for Ferrari. Even if when they have had issues, they've been relatively quick to solve and to fix and move on, rather than Mercedes taking absolutely ages on the first day and the second day to fix their car. Red Bull having a hydraulic issue, which took 4 hours to fix. So, yes, the things are looking good for the Ferrari power unit. How can we know the long run times? Well, you can look at the last laps and you can see how they keep changing. But I can sort of bring them up on the screen, but again, they're not going to be the most relevant things in the world because again, we don't know fuel loads. But actually, I can't even really show you. I guess I sort of can. No, I think I'm just going to leave it because yeah, they're not very useful. Okay. I wonder if there's fuel inconsistency causing these weird dips in up and down performance. No, I think the fuel, Formula One fuel science has been fixed for a very long time. I think the FIA have very strict regulations about what can be in your fuel, what can't be in your fuel, how much percentage of ethanol, how much percentage of whatever. So I don't think fuel issues will be doing it. I think it's much more likely that it'll be the battery, because that is the new thing, the thing that's changed so much this year. Is the fuel tank high now? I think they'll have a slightly different size fuel tank, maybe, and it will be. I don't know. They'll place it wherever they want to place it, really, wherever it fits. Let's have a look. I'm just looking up at what the engine size is. Oh, engine capacity. Okay, so they've reduced the limit. Previously, the limit was 110 kilograms of fuel. Now it is down to 70 kilograms worth of fuel, which is between 95 to 100 litres or so. So because the cars are generating less horsepower with the internal combustion engine, you're not going to need as much fuel. And because you're not going to need as much fuel, you can reduce the size of the fuel tank. The fuel has also changed. Yeah, they're using sustainable fuels and things like that, but sustainable fuels, like, they will do their checks. They're not going to send, because it isn't the Formula One teams that are manufacturing the sustainable fuel. It'll be like Petronas is sending the sustainable fuel to Mercedes, right? And Petronas will check all of the samples before they send it to them. Also, Mercedes
Formula One cars, because they are such precise pieces of engineering, they can only really take one type of fuel to work in optimal conditions. Reportedly, I think back in 2017 when Shell sponsored Ferrari, you could take the Shell V-Power fuel from a petrol station, put it into the Ferrari Formula One car, and it'll still be fine. That's not to say you'll have maximum horsepower, but it will still run okay. So that's sort of how it goes. Do we know, are the teams allowed to change fuel mapping during a race with the new engines? Yes, they're definitely allowed to change their fuel mapping. Thoughts on Max Verstappen's comments on F1 being Formula E on steroids? Look, Max is... the thing is, when Max isn't happy about something, he's definitely going to over-exaggerate things. So, on a fundamental level, I sort of agree, this management thing is maybe not what Formula One is, maybe not what people think Formula One is about. People think Formula One is all about, the full send, the full attack. It's like the Formula One movie, right? Did they, in anywhere in the Formula One movie, did they talk about, I need to manage my battery so I can do this? Like, maybe there was one or two comments about it, but the rest was, let's attack super duper hard and let's play for combat or whatever, right? Because that's what people think about Formula One and that's what their initial thoughts are. So, it's sort of a contradiction when you have, let's attack really hard, but then the drivers in reality are managing battery percentages. So, if Max doesn't like it, he can retire. That's what Norris said, and fair enough. But it's that's sort of how it goes. If Max doesn't like racing in Formula One, then I'm sure he could go to any other race category and win the championship there. But yeah, I don't know where I was sort of going with that one. Like, he can obviously retire, and that's fine. So yeah, Norris was like, we get paid millions of pounds to drive these cars. We should probably just shut up and stop complaining. And yeah, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, Norris should not say things like that. Just because you work somewhere should... yes, yeah. So, there's always a bit of nuance to it, rather than one driver is always right and the other thing is always right. Like, there's always an element in the middle that should probably be discussed, but I have not thought about it enough to make a coherent argument, so I'm just going to move on to the next topic. The next topic is going to be what Carlos Sainz is doing right now on his long runs. Yeah, he gets onto the straight here reasonably early on, full on the power, 6th gear, shifting up into 7th at 270 kilometers per hour, and then he is holding it flat at 285, 11,000, nearly 12,000 revs before he hits the brakes for turn 1. Yeah. So still not shifting up into 8th there for Carlos Sainz. It looks like for most of the race runs, even at Bahrain, where you've got these huge straights, the drivers aren't shifting up into 8th gear because they need to conserve their battery. So the cars will be around 830 kg at the start of the race due to the smaller tanks. Yes, that is correct. They will be a little bit lighter. And yeah. That's good. You could do with some F1 pictures on the wall behind me. Yeah, no, I definitely could. Definitely could. I may at some point get a Seb Vettel cardboard cutout and stick him right there. 15 minutes left on the clock, folks. 15 minutes, not too long right now. And all of the drivers still continuing on. Not really many breakdowns, just Bottas earlier in the day. And we've got Lawson up to 73 laps now, so he's not too far behind George Russell. And behind them, we've got Oscar Piastri with 66, Carlos Sainz with 65. Folks, do you think we are going to get a glory run today? Do you think we're going to get, either Alpine or McLaren or Haas or someone putting it on low fuel, putting on soft tyres and saying full send time, trying to get a quali lap in? Because, they'll get all the headlines, at least for, what's it going to be? Today's Friday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're going to get all of the headlines. Monday, people forget about it, and then Wednesday, the next test begins anyway. For sure, late afternoon will be party season. Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'd like to see a quali run, especially when they start broadcasting it for the last hour. That will be pretty nice to see a quali run there. A 33.9 is kind of nice. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely good. But a proper quali run, that would be pretty cool. Oh, we've got nearly 7,000 people tuning into the live stream. Thanks everyone for tuning in, folks. We have got 13 minutes remaining here of the final, 13 minutes remaining of the final day of the morning session. Of the morning session of the final day, the other way around. Clearly the waking up early is really getting to me. How can Audi build a better engine than Honda and it's their first F1 engine? Well, Audi are pretty good at making engines. They've done things in other motorsport categories. It may not be their first Formula 1 engine, but motorsport engines and high-performance engines, Audi are pretty good at. They make quite a few for their road cars, made quite a few for other motorsports, and the same sort of principles apply to Formula 1, but just turned up to 11, right? Audi did win almost any series they started in. Really? I have not... Well, I guess they've won WEC quite a few times. They have won rallying quite a few times. I'm not sure about GT3, but Audi have got Binotto. Binotto was... I'm not sure how many of you guys know, but Mattia Binotto, who used to be the Ferrari team principal in 2019, I think, he was actually the engine engineer for Michael Schumacher. When Schumacher was winning all of his championships, Mattia Binotto wasn't in the team principal role. He was, I think, technical developer of the engine, and he was designing the engine for Michael Schumacher when he was winning all of his races with Ferrari. So, not a bad record there for Mattia Binotto. Hey, will we see the lap times get below the 130s ever in testing? 130s I think is a bit of a stretch for testing. Yeah, I think maybe 132 is something that we could hope for today. I'm not sure though. What do you think about Alonso's team? Any surprises? Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise, isn't it, that they're apparently this slow, but I think they're also lying a little bit and over-exaggerating. Honda owes Alonso a chunk of his career back. If the season goes the same way as before, they should apologise to the sport if it goes on too long. Yeah, I think a lot of Alonso fans are going to be boycotting Honda. Honda sales about to plummet in Spain right now if they get another GP2 engine. Are they using biofuels or conventional? They should be using biofuels, according to the fact that, in Australia they will be using biofuels, so it makes sense that they'll be testing with them as well. However, according to some sources, they aren't. But it's all unknown right now. Nobody's said anything official. Could you sum up the morning session? Bottas had a issue, and he stopped between 11 and 12, and everyone else has been lapping around fairly consistently without any sort of major problems. We've had Bortoleto reach up into the 322 kilometer range, so still not 339 like we've seen with the other teams, but Audi are running their engine pretty hard up in high revs. The Merc power units are good, so the Ferrari ones, so is the Red Bull ones, so pretty solid overall, and nothing all that exciting, to be fair. We've seen some good laps from Haas. Behrman has been doing an outstanding job, I'd say. Seems like there'll be so much math this year. It's not just about the car or the driver anymore. It's kind of kills the spirit of Formula One. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure really, because I think when we talk about Formula One, we want the drivers to have an impact. And when we say we want the drivers to have an impact, it could be this year right now, it could be the driver with the best battery management skills is the one that wins all the races. But is that something that we want? Like, technically, that driver is the best in the situation that we're talking about of managing the battery. But surely, I think in Formula One as a motorsport, we want the best racer or the best qualifier or the best overtaker to be the one that wins all of the races, rather than the person that can manage their battery the best. So as long as it's not constantly managing a battery and that's all we're talking about, it should be fine. Hamilton has been putting in some decent laps as well. Yeah, I think it's the setup things with Ferrari has been going well. Hamilton has been coming in and out of the pits, doing quite a few stints on soft tyres, making sure his setups are all right. And that's the same as what Leclerc was doing yesterday. Okay. Why are some people spamming their questions? Folks, spamming your questions, like, you're probably just going to get timed out, right, for spamming. What about the design miracle expected at Alonso's team happened with a design expert? Yeah, I mean, that's what people are expecting, but supposedly it's the Honda engine. But again, we'll just wait and see until in Australia, because for all we know, they could just be playing the biggest game of pretending and 4D chess, and in Australia they're actually really quick. Oh, thanks for the donation there. 50 Hong Kong dollars. Very much is appreciated, buddy. Not going to lie, I think Alonso owes Alonso part of his career. He chose to sign with McLaren Honda in 2015 when they were already banned in 2014. Honda does not need to apologise to Alonso, lol. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Alonso just... People would say his career choices have been bad, and who do you blame for that one, Because it's the people that have sold him promises of, this year we're going to be really good, we're going to spend, X million of pounds in our factory and things will be great next year. So it's just a difficult one. But thanks for the donation there, Protector of Sushi. McLaren started the season with a double podium in 2014. Oh. Alonso even had a Honda power unit below it, the Indy 500. Yeah, no, but to be fair, then McLaren had a whole lot less experience at the Indy 500. Right now, McLaren are very well versed in their Indy 500 team. And I think if Alonso wants to race in the Indy 500, he'll go, and McLaren will be there. Probably maybe with a Honda power unit. I'm not sure who the power unit is for Indy, but Alonso does want to get the Triple Crown. Of course, he's won the Monaco Grand Prix. He has won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So the Indy 500 is what's waiting. What's the pecking order according to me? I do not know the pecking order. So you can just look at the leaderboard and pick that as your pecking order if you want. Does Hamilton have the fastest lapper today? No. I mean, it says there on the leaderboard. No, like, what's this question? No, he went quicker than Leclerc did yesterday, but George Russell went quicker. When is lunch again? In about 5 minutes' time. Yeah, 5 minutes. As you can see there on the bottom left. Okay. So I'll probably go have a little bit of a lunch break as well. Fill up my bottle, have some more coffee, drink some more water, and then I'll come back. So probably about 10 minutes or so. While we're here. Mind you, if Alonso joined Red Bull in 2014 to 2018, he potentially would have won his 33rd race in race-winning cars. Yeah. Oh no, for sure. 1 hour break. Yes, it'll be a 1 hour break. You watch a couple of years back, I don't think drivers use 8th gear for the straights except the main one in Bahrain. Okay, I'll have a look and we'll see. But I think maybe on quali runs yeah, to be fair, in race runs, I don't really watch the onboards on race runs. I'll watch the onboard for quali runs and things like that. And they'll definitely use 8th gear in quali mode. Maybe not in race mode though, so maybe it is just sort of normal. Most laps for Liam Lawson, yeah. Number 80 laps completed for Liam Lawson. Everyone's blaming the engine, but it can be the gearbox creating problems. It could be the gearbox, but I think Honda know how to make a gearbox, or Aston Martin know how to make a gearbox that can handle 1,000 horsepower. I think they did it last year, so... Oh, there's a new tweet about Aston Martin. Let's have a look. Let's see what this is translated to. Right. The gearbox is also causing them problems. Reportedly, cooling is not a problem. The gill tests are normal, not due to issues. Okay. So, according to the lead Spanish commentator, it is the internal combustion engine must act as a generator for the battery. Honda has not started off on the right foot. There is a high tension atmosphere and the stress level is enormous at the Honda Aston Martin partnership. The gearbox is also causing them lots of problems. The positive side is that regarding the chassis and the aero, Newey is conveying a sense of calm. Cooling is not a problem. The gill tests are normal, not due to issues. Reportedly, allegedly, take this with a grain of salt. This is supposedly the information. So, yeah, they have got to... I mean, it's just a bit weird, no? We're here in Formula 1 and we've got the internal combustion engine acting as a generator for the electric battery. Bit weird. Sandbagging at the max. Yeah, it could be. Everyone sort of knows of what it was like in McLaren Honda. So everyone is sort of trying to replicate, they're basically saying, oh, the high tension stress environment between Aston Martin and Honda, that was the exact same news as what it was with McLaren Honda back in 2016 and 17, right? So they could just be taking old news articles and just pumping them out and sandbagging to the peak. But again, this is a thing. We don't really know. Do the times mean something? No, they do not. No one could have predicted McLaren Honda being terrible, but Alonso could have seen that they're just not that fast. I used to think Binotto and Mickey's were absolute clowns, but then they left Ferrari and both seem to be doing quite well. Yeah, no, it's definitely not. I don't think all of the people at Ferrari are clowns. It might just be the environment at Ferrari turns everyone into clowns. This will probably be my last season of F1 if F1's hitting the gas and braking. It's now becoming more about managers than drivers. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Question, is everyone having engine clipping issues? Is it a problem or not? Everyone has at some point clipped their engine. Yeah, everyone at some point has done it, but they're trying to work out ways to avoid it. So, yeah. Started watching F1 in 2025, low-key understanding... I'm low-key cooked understanding the new regs yet. So it's quite the complicated set of regulations. So I will, try and figure them out and explain them to you guys properly. Any news on the free broadcasting source, mate? Yeah, I figured it out. So if you get Proton VPN and you connect to an Italian VPN server, you can go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1. And you can watch the Italian coverage. So obviously you're not going to understand Italian, but you can just mute it, watch the cars go around and listen to me talk instead. Okay, the blue means the drivers are driving in the pit lane. So you can see all the drivers that are in the pits, they've got blue at the end. And Oscar Piastri's just come out of the pits, he's got blue at the start. F1 Gamer, here's a full-length video maker video. yeah, full-length video idea. Make a video talking about the new regulations. Yeah. Definitely could do that. I think I might make, when I make a full-length video, I might just make them sort of like a PowerPoint style of thing. Because, you know, if George Russell can make a PowerPoint presentation to get a drive at Mercedes F1, I think I can make a PowerPoint to explain the new regulations. Yeah, so that is it. The timer has hit 0. The drivers will be crossing the line and then coming into the pit lane shortly. And that is the end of the morning test session. So much appreciated to everyone tuning in. In about 1 hour's time, we will have the afternoon test session. I shall stick a timer up on the screen for that. I might take a little bit of a longer break today. I'm not 100% sure because I have not actually... Well, I need to figure out what I'm going to have for lunch. Afternoon testing starts in... Okay. But, yeah, I might take a little bit of a longer break. We'll see. But the drivers making their way into the pits now. So I'll read out the pecking order for anyone that's just listening to this. As in the background, we've got George Russell in first position, Hamilton second, Verstappen third, Behrman fourth, Piastri fifth, Colapinto sixth, Sainz seventh, Lawson eighth, Bortoletto ninth, Stroll 10th, and Bottas 11th. In terms of laps completed, we had the most laps completed by Liam Lawson with 83, second most by George Russell with 78. Then we had third most by Lewis Hamilton with 69, and Oliver Behrman also with 69. Sainz with 68, one behind them, and then Colapinto, Verstappen, Bortoletto all in the 60s, and Stroll in the 50s, with Bottas with 37 laps done. So, Piastri did 72 laps. Yeah, apologies for that one, missed that. So, yeah, Piastri's third most with 72. Okay, so that is, that's the afternoon test session. That's the morning test session complete. We will have a 1 hour break till the afternoon test session. Let me stick that up there. Afternoon testing in 57 minutes, and I'll also put a timer up for myself as well. But yeah, folks, if you are potentially thinking about getting Proton VPN, it will let you watch the Formula 1 coverage for testing, and it will also allow you to watch the Formula 1 coverage for the entire season using an Austrian VPN server this time. Well, for the rest of the season, but I'll talk about that a little bit later on. So, and the time in Bahrain, I think it is either 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. in Bahrain. I'm not 100% certain, or maybe even 1. I'm not exactly sure of the time zone. I'll just double check. Bahrain time. It is 2 p.m. in Bahrain. +3, yeah. Austrian VPN and watch where? That'll be for the actual races. That'll be ORF and Servers TV. But to watch the testing for the final hour, that'll be an Italian VPN. And you go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1. F1 is free in Austria, yes. But the commentary is obviously in German. And yeah. Alright, let me just stick up a timer on the screen and I shall be back in a little bit. Let's go with, I don't know, I'll take like a 16-minute break or something like that. Crazy that we burn extra fuel to charge the battery to pretend to be friendly to the environment. Yeah, I don't know about how true or false that is, but we'll see. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what Piastri, Behrman and Lawson are still doing around the circuit because they are still lapping around. The session ended a while ago, guys. The pit lane's open, so don't know what you guys are doing. Maybe they were doing a practice start. I think that's what they were probably doing. So there we go. But yeah, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already, and I shall see you guys probably in around 15 minutes time. When I come back from my break. Cheers, folks. Hello, folks. Hello. Hope you guys are doing all right. Let me turn on my webcam again. Yeah. What are we talking about in the chat? We're talking about Alonso, 2005 McLaren. Yeah, the 2005 McLaren, the one that Kimi Räikkönen was driving, right? That was pretty quick car, but pretty bad in terms of reliability. Yeah. Guess I should also get rid of the countdown timer that says I'm going to be back in a minute. Anyway, yeah, we've got a nice first hour of testing. All the drivers now back into the garage, going to have their lunch very, very soon. And, well, we'll be getting ready for the second half of testing. So, Verstappen will no longer be driving, and it'll be Isaac Hadjar instead. And then, in terms of the rest of the drivers, we're going to have Lewis Hamilton continuing on for the rest of the day. Antonelli is going to drive in place of George Russell. Alex Albon is going to drive in place of Carlos Sainz. Ocon's going to drive in place of Behrman. Hülkenberg is going to drive in place of Bortoleto. And Perez is going to drive in place of Bottas. Thought you'd taken a break? Yeah, I did take my break. I've already finished my lunch. Got me a coffee. Filled up my water bottle. Doesn't take too long. Yeah. Okie dokes then. So wind speed not too high. Track temperature's up at 41.2. This is probably peaking for today, and then it's gonna come down in a little bit as the sun gets lower and lower in the sky. And then yeah, air temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. Not too hot really for Bahrain's temperatures. It's pretty standard for them. And yeah. Hi, you look bored. Yeah, I sort of am bored really. With 40 minutes left to go till testing. Till the cars get back out onto the track. Haven't got a whole lot much to talk about. Why is the timer showing 2 hours running? I don't know which time you're talking about. We've had 4 hours of running in the morning. We'll have another 4 hours later on. Hadjar's in the car after the break. Indeed, he is. Yep, Gasly is not driving today. Neither is Leclerc. Neither is Lando. Neither is Lindblad. And neither is Alonso. Oh, let me block the adverts, folks. Apologies. Yeah, obviously when I go away to have my break, I'm not here pressing the block advert button, so I do apologize. Do you hide donations or do you not get any? Answer it. No, we've had quite a few donations. I think it tells me here had £18 worth of donations, so that's about, I don't know, $25 or so, which is nice. And yeah, be sure to if you want to donate, then feel free to. You don't have to, of course. And yeah, if you want to help out the channel, but and also want to get something in return, then Proton VPN for just even 1 month will help out immensely. Nico's not racing today. Nico will be driving in the second half of today. Is the final test even worth doing? I feel like by this point the teams have learned what they need to. Thoughts? Yeah, that initially, those are exactly my thoughts. I don't really see the point in doing 3 days in Barcelona, 3 days in Bahrain, and then another 3 days in Bahrain. I think today would have been insufficient, and the teams have got sufficient data, and then they should just deal with it, really. But we shall... yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes for the next test. I'm guessing they'll just get more and more data, really. That's about it. It gives them a little bit more time as well to manufacture whatever changes they were going to make to their car, make the tweaks that they were, and then send them out to Bahrain, test them out again. So maybe rather than 3 days in 1 week, what they should do, they should have 1 day of a test on Monday, then 1 day of a test on Friday, and then 1 day of a test the following Friday. So it spreads them out. It's still over the course of 2 weeks, but the teams get time to fix their issues, make any changes that they want, and it gives them a little bit more leeway to change things. Yeah. The origami bit fell off behind me. Yeah, it has fallen off. I'll stick it back up. I probably need to find some new tape to get it stuck up properly, to be honest. Okay. Do you see by the video about engine braking at full throttle? Some people are concerned it could cause accidents on long straights. Well, okay, it could. However, it's unlikely because engine braking on long straights, that is not a sudden thing, right? It still takes a few, your speed slowly decreases down from 330 k's to maybe 320 or from 320 to 310. It's not like you press the brakes and you're suddenly slowing down, right? So it's still a relatively gradual thing, and I think the drivers will be able to cope with it. Do I sim race? Yeah, I do sim race. Well, I have a steering wheel, not here unfortunately while I'm at university, but I do have a steering wheel back at my parents' house, and I play sometimes Assetto Corsa, sometimes the F1 games, but haven't really been doing much of it recently. Yeah. I'm sure the teams won't vote for less testing. Yeah, of course, the teams as much as they want, they would get as much testing as they can get their hands on. The teams will never vote for it, but sometimes you've got to put a limit on things. Sorry, the question may have already been asked, but in your opinion, is Mercedes deliberately exaggerating their troubles in testing, or do they have true problems? No, they definitely have true problems. If Mercedes wanted to exaggerate the fact that their power unit is not super quick, then they can just turn the engine mode down and still do laps, right? Like, doing laps is very, very necessary. Antonelli has barely done, I think, in total, he's done less than 40 laps, right, over the course of the 2 days of testing that have already been completed. So it is, yeah, no, they aren't exaggerating the issues that they've got, but yeah, so they're not faking it, basically. What do I study at university? I study mechanical engineering. Which team looks the fastest? I'm going to go with Ferrari. Yeah. You have a nice holiday as well? Yeah, I mean, I will have a nice holiday. Oh wait, you have a nice hobby and you do it well. Okay, thanks. I read holiday there. Looks like someone needs to go on holiday. How did you get into YouTube commentating? It's something I've often thought of doing. I love cricket and F1. It'd be good to understand how to get into it. Well, I started my channel in COVID lockdown, and I had nothing to do, so it took me a year to get to 1,000 subscribers, and then after that I started commentating regularly, and people started liking it more and more, so the channel got bigger. Really, I didn't really what's it called, come in with a plan of, oh, this is what I want to do. I sort of just stumbled upon it, and there was someone in the chat that typed, oh, we maybe should commentate like they do on Sky Sports, and I started doing it. So it's all a little bit lucky, sort of being at the right place at the right time, but yeah. Well, Hadja test his car today? Indeed he will. Hadja will be driving in the afternoon session. It'll be Lewis driving for all day today. All day he'll be driving. Next video, don't need these poor man's comments, they're using you. Well, I'm definitely broadcasting myself, and it's my own decision. And people can donate if they want to, and people don't have to donate if they don't want to. If I wanted to make it paid, there is an option to make my live streams only for channel members. But yeah, I'm not going to do that. How do you get the data for this screen? Is it open source? It's called Multiviewer. You do need a paid subscription to F1 TV, but then you can get access to the data. Okay. Maybe you should do other sorts of stuff about F1. Oh yeah, no, I would love to do other sorts of stuff about F1. I've got quite the big list of things that I would like to do if I had time. But as I said earlier, I'm doing a degree in mechanical engineering, and as I'm sure you can imagine, it takes up quite a bit of time. Yeah. So I haven't got a huge amount of time on my hands right now, and maybe that'll change in the future. How do you think Cadillac will do this season? I hope Bottas can get some points. I think they'll definitely score some points, because this year, even if Cadillac aren't that quick, I know for a fact that there will be reliability issues. There will be some crazy races with rain and things like that. So you'll get some DNFs because of reliability. You'll get some DNFs because of the rain, and it should be all right. Bottas and Perez are good enough drivers to be able to pull out a good performance and potentially score some points. Yeah. I can't see how the FIA can ban the Merc engine without being sued, because technically Mercedes have followed the exact wording of the law. Yeah, that's their argument, of course. You know, the rules say we are going to test your car. Well, okay, it's slightly different, isn't it? The rules say you must have this compression ratio, and then they say we're going to test this by ensuring your car is at 40 degrees Celsius or ambient temperature, and make sure it's like this. So they are following the rules of the test, but technically they may be breaking the rules elsewhere. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? And that's why there's so much talk about it. Otherwise, the FIA would have decided instantly. The ratios say mustn't be over 16:1 at any time. That's what I'm saying. So Mercedes may potentially have a compression ratio over 16:1, but when the FIA test it, it will always be 16:1. So legally, how does the FIA know? The only thing the FIA can do is introduce a new test at 300 degrees Celsius and then check the compression ratio. And if the compression ratio is different, then they can tell the Mercedes. However, you know, Mercedes asked them probably about 6 months ago, is this the only test you're going to do? And the FIA at that point said yes. So it's a little bit unfortunate if they change those things. George Russell set the quickest time on soft tyres. He didn't set it on hards. He was at hards just right at the end of the. It was on the hards just at the end of the session. Still doesn't make it fair. Well, you know, that's depends who you're supporting at the end of the day. Does Mercedes use the 16:1 or 18:1 engine? I think they'll be using the 18:1 engine. Article 13 says car compression ratio should be the same during all times of the race. The Mercedes car is exploiting it. Well, maybe. But you're going to have to prove that. That's the thing, right? There are loads of rumours that Mercedes have got an 18:1 compression ratio, but has anyone done the test and checked what it actually is? And when can the FIA do the test according to the rules and in a situation where it's fair? Chris Lawn, I wouldn't sweat it, buddy. I stream for hours and hours, whatever. Like it's fine. I enjoy streaming. I'm hopefully gonna get a job at some point next year, so that will be pretty good. And yeah, don't worry about it, guys. I mean, it's clever to use the rules like that, but technically cheating because the teacher didn't catch you doesn't mean you weren't cheating. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Aaron, isn't it? Thanks for that sort of analogy. It is definitely cheating, even if you don't get caught. But if you don't get caught, then is it okay? You know? As in, well, I'm sure Mercedes will say it's okay. If I'm not getting caught cheating, then it's probably fine. Yeah. F1 has always been letter of the law, not spirit of the law. Yeah, that is definitely true as well. I don't know. Ferrari had their engine scandal a few years ago. Yeah, that's the other thing. Ferrari did a very similar thing, right? So I'm not sure of the exact details, but it goes something along this line, right? So you're allowed to pump a certain amount of fuel into the car per second. And the way that the FIA would check how much fuel you put into the car is by measuring how much fuel went in at 100 times per second. So every 0.01 second, it would be checking how much fuel has gone by. However, it would only know how much fuel has gone by at that exact instant. If fuel went by a little bit earlier or a little bit after, the sensor that the FIA was using would not be able to tell what the fuel flow is. So what Ferrari knew this, and what they decided to do was pump in more fuel when the sensor wasn't checking. So they designed a fuel pump that was really, really precise, and then it would pump fuel into the engine when the sensor wasn't checking, and that's how they got more horsepower, that's how they went quicker down the straights. And that is, again, breaking the law. They are breaking the rules of, we are not allowed to pump more fuel than this, but the FIA couldn't tell. The FIA did not know until they did a further investigation after some other teams asked about it and XYZ. So, if the rumours hadn't spread, then how would have anyone known? And then maybe no one would have got away. Maybe they would have got away with it. Yeah. I looked up it on the F1 website. It states Rule 5.4.6, no cylinder of the engine may have a geometric compression ratio higher than 18. 18 or 16? F1 drivers are called pilots, and now the car has turned into an airplane, all of these buttons and modes. Yeah. That is, it's pretty true. It is much more like I think Formula One cars are much more sort of like a fighter jet rather than your average road car. Isn't F1 about finding loopholes? If then, why was the Ross Brawn allowed to get away with everything? Yeah, see, this is the thing. It's I think everyone will have their own stance on it, and it will potentially be affected by the fact of if you are a Mercedes fan or not. So I don't know. I guess it's up for you guys to decide, really. You know how it's going. What will we do till the break? Well, there's only 23 minutes remaining, and we will continue yapping about Formula One, to be honest. Bro, take a break. I did. I had my 15-minute break or so. It's all right. We'll keep the grind going. It's only is it another, what will be 4 hours and 22 minutes. And then the grind's over for the week. Yeah, I had my lunch break. Had some pasta. No fruits today. Had enough fruits yesterday, to be honest. Where to watch the footage live? If you get Proton VPN, connect to an Italian VPN server, and then go over to YouTube, you can watch the footage on Sky Sports F1's page. It only works if you are in Italy or have an Italian VPN, and they will be going live to broadcast within the hour. Well, within the next 22 minutes. They're broadcasting the afternoon session, but only the final hour. Are you doing anything else as a profession? I'm at university doing mechanical engineering. All this work and you've made $18. I've made more than $18. Don't worry about it. There's quite a few people that have watched adverts when they first clicked on the video. And anyway. Let's see how many views have we got, actually. 185k views. Not too shabby. Not too shabby, to say the least. Pretty good. All right. Does the sweater hint at support for Ferrari. Um, See, I got this actually. When I did my face reveal, I was wearing a green jumper, and everyone was like, "Oh, well, not everyone. A few people were like, oh, he's an Aston Martin fan. He's wearing a green jumper." And then I wore a blue jumper, and then people were like, "Oh, he must be a Red Bull fan because he's wearing a blue one." So no, it's definitely not because I'm a Ferrari fan. It's quite comfortable. It's got this like fluffy thing on the inside. So that's why I'm wearing it. So speaking of this, which fan are you? This year I am supporting Williams. How did I become an F1 fan? Well, I'm sure you guys are aware of who P1, Matt and Tommy are. I watched one of their videos when they were back at WTF1. There was a video about the Formula One season so far up until the mid-season point in 2018, and I watched that video, and then the next weekend the Belgian Grand Prix race was on, and it was for free to air on the UK, so I watched it and I liked it, and Sebastian Vettel won, and since then I'm a Formula One fan. Yeah, so it's actually because of P1, Matt and Tommy, and here I am streaming alongside them most times. You mentioned earlier that Merck had to pass the engine test. Can you elaborate a bit more on that? Unfortunately, I would love to, but I don't know the exact details. Apparently, these are rumours coming out that Mercedes have passed the test from the paddock, but I haven't seen any sort of official source for that, and hence, I don't want to go spreading misinformation about what is and isn't true. So, if someone can provide a reliable source, then that'd be great, but otherwise I think we'll wait till the FIA do their announcements. Is the second sector time accurate for Hamilton? I think you are referring to this one here, and it is, yeah, 41.383, only a few milliseconds slower than George Russell. Are you a Vettel fan? Yeah. What do you think? Which driver has failed potential? I think Stoffel Van Dorn definitely had some failed potential. His time in Formula One, he joined, I think, in 2018 alongside Fernando Alonso in McLaren. Well, it wasn't McLaren Honda in 2018; it was McLaren Renault. But either way, he joined. He got out qualified by Alonso every single race in 2018, and then left Formula One. That was the end of his career, basically. And I think it's a bit harsh, really, going up against Fernando Alonso as your first teammate, because Alonso's very, very good. And it doesn't seem like it would end well for anyone, really, especially not a rookie. Of course, Lewis Hamilton, it turned out quite nicely for him. But for Stoffel Van Dorn, I'm sure give him a few years, he could have improved a little bit more. Will you be doing any Formula One partner works as a content creator this season? Well, F1 TV did email me on Tuesday, I think, and I replied back to them, but they just haven't replied back to me. So, I don't know. I do not know. Is there a possibility someone managed to DNF because they forgot to manage the battery? I don't think so. I think they'll just charge up the battery with the engine again, so it's not going to be much of a problem if they forget to manage it. Sure, they'll be slow if they forget to manage it, but yeah. Have you ever tried sim racing or any IRL racing related driving? Would you like to try? I would quite like to try. I'd quite like to take either a motorbike or a car to just a Silverstone or something for a track day. Just driving my own car. Not that I have a car, but I passed my driving license like last week. But I would. I think that'd be pretty cool. I've done some sim racing. I quite enjoy it. I normally just play time trial. I don't really do much racing for that matter. It's more sort of just I like playing time trial. Yeah. So I'll sort of figure out what car I'm gonna get. Well, I'll probably get a car only if I get a job. But we'll have to. That's for later to figure out. However, when the engine, okay. Do you think Formula One and Formula E will have the same thing in 10 years? No, I don't think they will. There's this little piece of thing that's on my middle finger, and it's really annoying me. Anyway, Haas is constantly top 4. Yeah, no, they're doing a good job, to be fair. So they are got some nice pace by the looks of it in pre-season testing. What's my favourite car of all time? I might be able to pull up an image, actually. Give me just a second. This is sort of the car that I would get if money wasn't a thing, and a sort of a reasonably practical car. I shall pull up an image. Let me get it. There we go. Is this gonna come up? Oh, there we go. I think you can sort of see it. This would be my sort of dream car. It looks pretty dang awesome, and yeah, I think the green looks pretty cool. So yeah, but these are quite expensive. So yeah. But I guess I can show you what motorbike I've got as well. Absolute banger of a motorbike. Definitely, it cannot hit 70 miles per hour because it hasn't got enough power. Yeah. Here we go. Some random person on Reddit has got a photo of it. There we go. It's again blocked by this. What a banger of a motorcycle. Yeah. No, it's definitely not a good learner's car. But I've passed my driving license now, so technically I can get any car I want. But I'm not sure insurance would be happy about that. It is an Alfa Romeo. It's called an Alfa Romeo Giulia, I think it is. Yeah, Alfa Romeo Giulia. True petrol head alert. You have to own an Alfa Romeo at least once to be a true petrol head. Yeah. Get the car from Kimi Antonelli, the one that he crashed. Yeah. In fact, maybe I could show you a picture of Antonelli's crash. Kimi Antonelli car crash. Is there an image of it? Yeah, it looks quite bad, to be fair. This is the image, and the right hand side is where he crashed it into. Yeah, it is quite the big crash there he had in that Mercedes. Is that the motorcycle? That's the motorcycle you fall asleep on. Yeah. Oh yeah, you fall asleep on because it's so slow. I agree. Going too fast, apparently. Yeah. Oh, Kimi crashed like last week or something. Yeah. That is a Honda CB125. Okay. No, Kimi. No, you'll not have the car. Right. Oh, you know what? Let's play a little bit of F1 GeoGuessr. I'm just gonna pick the circuit, and then you guys can type in chat which one it is. How long have we got left till? Yeah, we got about 12 minutes. Okay, this seems alright. Alrighty, folks. Alrighty. So, this is not going to work very well because this isn't. Oh yeah, let's play GeoGuessr. Let's guess which racetrack this is. I'm so smart, right? Never mind. Right. Let's see. Yamaha YBR is the most fun to ride around town. Love ripping it around. Ben's ramming it full throttle. Yeah, full throttle. I think that's Barcelona. Yeah. Oh wow. So surprising. How could have you guessed? Zimbabwe beats Australia. Anything can happen. Stroll World Driver Championship. What is this? Is this cricket? Australia versus Zimbabwe? Oh, did this happen today? Oh, it did. Oh, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Are you going to have the camera on all season? Yeah, I probably will. There'll be some racetracks where I won't be able to fit it in quite nicely. So the webcam might be really, really small, but I will probably still have the webcam on. GeoGuessr has a mode for F1 tracks. Yeah, I haven't actually got a GeoGuessr account or anything, but I was just going to go on Google Maps and do it, but it doesn't really, it sort of leaks where you are, so bit unfortunate. Can make it smaller? Yeah, I will make my once the cars start coming out onto the track, I'll make my webcam smaller and get everything to work. Wait, so is Honda really 4 seconds off the pace? I don't believe so. Yeah. Anyway, you always have a scrolling driver square underneath your webcam placement. Yeah, I mean these are the top speeds. You can see Liam Lawson there, 336, Verstappen 335. Can we watch afternoon testing? Yes, you can. The final hour of afternoon testing will be broadcast, so go ahead and check it out. Do the cars have to lift and coast on the straights? Potentially, to recharge the battery, lifting and coasting might be the most optimal strategy. So technically, Ferrari were playing 4D chess by getting their drivers really good at lifting and coasting. That is the Ferrari master plan, guys. This year is 100% definitely Ferrari's year. How would you company Lewis with Leclerc so far? I don't know exactly what that means, but I think you're trying to say compare. And well, so far in testing, they've been all right. They've been saying pretty similar lap times, but we'll see how it works out in Australia. Leclerc had the edge last season. Hamilton seems a bit more refreshed, a bit more ready to go this season. So maybe things will change. Not broadcasting the whole testing on Sky or F1 TV. Unfortunately not. It will just be the final hour. And next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there will be testing. And the final hour will be broadcast then. Oh, sorry, the whole thing will be broadcast then, next week. In the UK, when you pass your driving test, are you still treated under probation for 1 year? Still a few restrictions? No, but if you do get a speeding ticket within the first, I think it's 2 years or maybe 6 months, I can't remember exactly, you could potentially lose your license straight away if you are speeding. So, yeah. So it's good that I haven't got a car right now because I would never speed. Maybe my parents are listening to this. What time is it? 12. Potentially. No, I would never ever speed. I never have sped. I've never been in a car that's sped. No. Yeah. Anyway, 6 hours. Not 6 hours. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remain till the start of testing day 2. I meant you could place your webcam in a tiny scrolling square underneath, since you mentioned some tracks. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Oh, I definitely could. I'd have to figure it out, but yeah. Speed has never killed anyone. It's suddenly becoming stationary that kills you. Yeah, source Jeremy Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson, his genius generates gravity, right? So you got to trust the guy. Okay. Hi, does anyone know about the current theoretical best lap time constructed from the best sectors? It would probably just be George Russell, because you can see that George Russell's lap time right now is the theoretical best because he's just gone purple in all 3 sectors. So it's definitely George's time. Did you see the clip of Aston practicing the start in the power unit? You can clearly hear the Honda power unit struggle. It's going to be a rough year for Aston Martin. Well, I don't know how it's going to struggle off a standing start. Like, you don't need that much horsepower to spin your wheels, right? But I don't know. Maybe it's just taking some time to engage, or no, I haven't seen the clip, so I'm not going to make any further comments. You've just had 3 adverts. I think if you just click on the video, so if you click off it and then click back on, then YouTube will show you adverts. But if you continue watching, then no adverts will get displayed. Name an F1 driver for an edit. I reckon it is time to make an edit for Valtteri Bottas. Was Russell on full push? I think Russell was out on a fresh set of softs, so I guess that's as full push as you can get in testing. Hadjar will be driving in the afternoon. Let's just run through who is driving in the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we will have Isaac Hadjar driving the Red Bull in the afternoon. We will have Lewis Hamilton driving the Ferrari in the afternoon. Antonelli driving the Mercedes in the afternoon. Piastri driving the McLaren in the afternoon. Albon driving the Williams. Lawson driving the Racing Bulls. Stroll driving the Aston Martin. Ocon driving the Haas. Hulkenberg driving the Audi. Colapinto driving the Alpine, and Perez driving the Cadillac. Okay. Last year in Bahrain testing, Carlos Sainz was fastest and Lewis was second. If Ferrari shows a consistency in these 2 tests, can we believe them? No, that's the thing. You cannot believe them, because that's the thing. With whoever is fastest at the end of testing is probably not going to be winning the championship. Did Russell put the fast? No, Russell did the fastest lap on a fresh set of soft tyres. He just did hard tyres right at the end of the session. Must get Fernando's deck chair ready. Yeah, gotta get Fernando relaxing like this, and then he's got to start moving the camera about. You know. Average Fernando Alonso things. Gale Force 5, thanks for the £5. Hi lad, not been around for these streams. Have you formed any opinions on the new regs? On how the new regs have affected the cars/teams? Well, firstly, thanks for the donation. And any opinions? Well, certainly reliability is much more of an issue than it was last year. I think that there's a lot of management going on. Ferrari seem to have the best reliability out of all of them. Then Red Bull, then Mercedes, and Honda probably the worst. Audi a little sort of in the middle, maybe up there with Ferrari as well a little bit, but they've only got 1 car. And energy management is the name of the game. You know, depending on who you are, that could be great, that could be not great, but yeah, that's sort of how the regulations have gone. Getting a lot of clipping, getting a lot of derating at the end of the straights. The drivers going full throttle, but the speeds but them actually slowing down. They've only got one car per team. That is correct, and they swap the drivers, or yeah, they can have both drivers drive the same car. Piastri idling real low. 4,000 RPMs seems about right for an F1 car to be idling. But yeah, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, it looks like Piastri is looking out to get some more laps under his belt and potentially finish the day with over 140 laps or so. Okay. Why is everyone going off the track at turn 10? It's because it's the hardest corner on the circuit. With less downforce on the car, with potential tailwinds at times, the drivers are having to steer and brake at the same time. The brakes are as strong as they were last year. The downforce levels are not, and that means the drivers are making some mistakes locking up in places that they wouldn't have normally locked up in. So there's that. Track is getting hotter. No, it's gone down. It started at the end of the morning session. It was 41 degrees Celsius. It's now down to 39. It will continue dropping throughout the rest of the day. Am I, as an Aston Martin fan, cooked? Potentially cooked. You just have to sort of, you'll just have to wait to Australia, see if Honda can sort out their gearbox issues and, well, supposed gearbox issues and supposed other problems with their internal combustion engine. But, folks, we have got a green light at the end of the pit lane. The timer has started ticking down to the bottom left of the screen. I'm going to get rid of this countdown timer, and we'll be getting more cars coming out onto the circuit shortly. Hamilton's idling his engine, so is Oscar Piastri. More cars onto the track shortly, folks. Thoughts on Audi so far? They've done a solid job, really. They've had pretty good reliability. They're pushing the engine relatively hard. They may not have the highest top speed out of everyone, but they are doing a good job. Is Hadjar coming out right now? Hadjar, well, as you can see, his RPM is 0, so they haven't switched on the car just yet. But Hadjar is driving in the afternoon, that is correct. I'll start adjusting all of this stuff when the drivers move up and we get more and more drivers filling up the top of the screen. But I think the webcam's going to get a bit smaller, so is the map of the track. Isaac is underrated. Well, he also, in my opinion, got Rookie of the Year. Oh, there you go. He started his engine now. So I don't know about how underrated he is, but I think he won Rookie of the Year, right? Or was it Kimi that won Rookie of the Year? But at least in my opinion, it was Hadjar. Do you think the Ferrari and Kardashian curse will cancel that? Well, I don't know what the Kardashian curse is, but 2 negatives do make a positive. So at least in maths they do. It was Hadjar. Okay, fair enough then. Yeah, everyone's just idling their engines and not going out onto the racetrack. So brilliant. What does Newey actually build? Is it the engine or is it the rest of the car, just the chassis and the aero stuff? So Newey will mainly be doing suspension, chassis, and aero. Because the aerodynamics and suspension are very sort of interlinked, Adrian Newey has a significant input also on the chassis part of things. And essentially what he will do, he will pick the best possible aerodynamic design and then allow for enough space to fit all of the components inside the car, and then essentially call up Honda and say, these are the dimensions. Can you make an engine that works, please? And I feel like he may have given them a bit too difficult of a task with, not enough space to fit all of the components and the cooling and the gearbox, and that is why they are struggling a little bit. Selling merch anytime soon? Well, I think the website's still up. It's called slipstream.shop. Is it? See, I forgot myself. So let me check. But it's not got the best designs, to be honest. But the merch is pretty high quality. No, it's not slipstream.shop. How have I forgot this? I set it up. But in fact, I can actually sort of show you here. Give me a second. Since there's nobody coming out onto the circuit, I'll give you. Hey bro, I've just joined the stream. Did I miss anything? No, not much. Right. You can sort of see here, right? So this is the merch that I've sort of come up with. This was a test design. You know, I've got loads of different logos here and stuff like that, and seeing how the colours print, and then also on the back as well, you've got sort of George Russell doing his T-pose and things like that. And I've wore this shirt for about, it must have been over 3 months now, quite regularly. Put it in the wash and stuff, and nothing's faded, and everything looks as good as new. So, you know, the t-shirt itself is good. Now the designs that go on it need to be better, basically. But yeah, quite happy with how it is. Anyway, yeah, no cars out on track. 5 minutes in, they were idling their engines, and now they are no longer idling their engines, so they've just turned them off. What are you using to see the idling the engines? This RPM gauge here. You can see Colapinto, his RPM right there is 4,000, so he's turned on his engine. Yo, if you want, I can make you some designs if you want, and if you can give me my email address. Well, you know what I'll do? I'll just pop up my email address up on the screen, or if you DM me on Instagram, and then I can send you my email there. Actually, I'll just type it up on screen. Give me a sec. Gamer f1.yt5@gmail.com. I should ideally just have this in the description of the videos, but yeah, here we are. So that's my email. If you send me an email, we could potentially sort something out. Yeah, that's my email. Yeah. Okie dokes. All right. When does it start again? Sorry, I wasn't clear. Is it like F1 TV Pro? It is F1 TV, and then I use multi-viewer to access it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. We are coming up nearly on 5 hours now of streaming. Franco Colapinto is coming out of the pit lane. Bish bash bosh onto the circuit. Well, he's lined up at the end of the pit lane. He's doing a practice start here. Okay, so let's have a look at his RPMs now. He's engaged first gear. He's gonna pull the clutch in soon enough. And then he's pulled the clutch in, building up the revs. He's sitting at 12,000 revs for the launch. Oh, this is interesting. And there we go. He drops the clutch and then he gets away. But I saw someone else was doing a practice start and they were holding it at 10,000 revs or 10,500 revs or something. So, interesting. The Mercedes power unit, or maybe the way that Alpine have set it up, they are doing 12,000 revs on their launch rather than 10. Interesting. Okay. Well, you know, when the next few drivers come out, keep an eye on it, and maybe we'll see, you know, Audi doing something different and Ferrari doing something different. In order to help the turbo kick in. Yeah, but I think with the way that they could do it, surely they could hold it at 10,000 RPM, or they could bring it up to 12,000 RPM to get the turbo spinning, and then bring it back down to 10 before they launch. But let's see. Albon started his car. He will pop up on the screen shortly. In fact, let me make some changes now, folks. So you can see a bit more up on the screen, and now I'm going to make a whole lot of things smaller. We'll figure out where to put this for now. Track map also a little bit smaller. And this as well. Sectors, where have they gone? Faster sectors. We'll figure out where to put this, but yeah, we're getting a few more drivers. You can see Albon there, also 4,000 revs. Yeah. How's Ferrari doing today? Ferrari doing all right, not too bad really. Hamilton's done some good laps, 69 laps as well, so which is very nice, and he'll be doing some more later on in the day. Are customer teams allowed to tinker with the PU and do extra stuff if they want to maybe to increase horsepower or whatever? I don't think so, actually. I think they have to get access to every single engine mode that Ferrari has, and they also, or whichever the works team is that is designing the engine, and they're also allowed to give their own input, saying, oh, I think that doing this would be a good idea. But in terms of, they can change the ECU map. They can change how much. The throttle affects the things like that. But there are certain things that I don't think they're allowed to change. So, yeah. Are the numbers incorrect, or are the Sector 1's times really that off from each other? Well, some drivers were doing quick laps and some drivers were doing slow laps. So that's why Sector 1 times are that slow. Yeah, Behrman, Piastri, and Lawson were doing practice starts, so they were really, really slow. Okay, we got someone coming out here. Isaac Hadjar. Okay, he's out onto the pit lane. Is he going to do a practice start? No practice start for Isaac Hadjar. Okay, well, let's not worry about his revs then. Albon's idling his car. We'll see what he's doing. You move the top speeds to the top right and put your face in its place. Yeah, that's an alright idea, isn't it? Give me a sec. And the speed traps could go. I can make that a little bit bigger, to be fair. Yeah. Seems okay. Can you tell the tyres used by Russell when he did his fast lap? It was a fresh set of soft tyres for George Russell. Yeah, fresh set. Okay. Oh yeah, the map isn't fully at the bottom. Thanks for that, folks. Thanks for that. It's a little bit hard to tell when everything's all sort of... Yeah. Cool. Right. How's Audi doing? Audi's doing good. Charles Leclerc's driving backwards, is he? Well, Charles Leclerc's not driving today, so I don't know how he's driving backwards. Kimi Antonelli, you can see he's pressing the brakes there a little bit. So maybe he's just getting into the car right now. Isaac Hadjar here on a flying lap. 7th gear up to... Oh, 8th gear as well. 297 before he gets onto the brakes at turn number 4. Fresh set of medium tyres for him. Shifting at about 11,700 revs. And pretty quick. Is Perez driving? Yes, he is. He'll be driving in the afternoon, so he's yet to come out onto the circuit. I should also adjust that. I don't understand moaning about the start line getaway and having to wait 10 seconds for it to spool. A turbo spool is usually within a couple of seconds. I don't see why anyone is moaning about it. I haven't even seen anyone moaning in the chat about it, but yeah, you gotta wait a little bit for the turbo to spool up, and that's fair enough. Any VPN will work because the Formula 1 is free in Italy, but of course, I'm sponsored by Proton VPN, so if you guys are interested, there's a link in the description. And yeah. Hadjar aborted his lap. Yeah, he must have made a mistake at turn number 10. Unsurprising, really. Okay. Went wide at turn 10. Fair enough. Pretty standard stuff. Okay, we're only, what's that, 600 or so subscribers away from 230k. So thanks everyone for tuning in who are new to the channel. Everyone that has hit the subscribe button recently is much appreciated. Hi mate, will Hamilton be racing when they start the broadcast? I can't tell you for certain, but Hamilton is driving in the afternoon, so the broadcast is also in the afternoon, so it's quite likely that yes, he will be driving. What's the max RPM you've seen on the Ferrari power unit? I think they've been shifting at 12, maybe 12.2 sometimes, but I haven't been paying a huge amount of attention to the Ferrari power unit, mainly because it's been very reliable. Oh, thanks. Someone sent me an email. I'm not going to read out your name for your privacy's sake. Well, it's something I don't know 32 on YouTube, but thanks for the email, buddy. Much appreciated. Okay, Liam Lawson here. Oh, Liam Lawson's doing a practice start. What revs is he doing it at? Oh no, he was coming out of the pit lane. Never mind. I noticed that Hadjar was already in gear 1 at turn 9. Oh, okay. Maybe the data's a little bit out of sync, but yeah. Could you explain the reason for a Red Bull being faster on the straight but not over a lap? Well, you can be fast on the straight if you deploy all of your battery during the straight, but over the course of the lap, you need to be able to deploy it on the exit of corners. You need to be able to recharge it while braking for the corners. So it's not all just about being quickest on the straight line. Yeah, but also I don't know if Red Bull are fastest in a straight line or fastest or slower over the course of a lap. It's just, you know. But that's potentially why. Hadjar, though, 328 kilometers per hour through the speed trap on the previous run, and he's now into the pits. Do you watch any other racing series like WEC or GT3? Do I? No. No, I don't know why it took me that long to think of an answer. Clearly, going a little bit crazy, but I have not been very free to be able to do that, to be honest. So. Has it been live streamed on the track? No, you can only watch the footage if you are in, well, you're going to have to wait. You have to wait 2 hours and 43 minutes to be able to watch the footage. Fastest lap on day 1. I think the fastest lap on day 1 was a 134 point something, 134.9, or more, maybe 134.8. So we're nearly a second faster than day 1. Have there been less glitches with the telemetry today? Well, apart from the first 15 minutes of the morning, it was definitely less glitches, yeah. Is any teams approved regulations like Williams still exceeds minimum weight? A lot of teams exceed minimum weight, to be honest. It's not just Williams. And Williams, you know, the rumor that Williams are 30 kilograms overweight is false. They are only 400 kilograms heavier, 400 kilograms, 400 grams heavier than the Mercedes, at least according to the latest rumors. So there you go. Funny have F1 TV. Oh, well, there you go. When are they broadcasting? In 2 hours and 42 minutes. But if you connect to an Italian VPN and you go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1, they're already streaming, but it's just the Italian commentators talking about, you know, the whoever's doing whatever driving in Bahrain. I've got it up here on my phone right now, but yeah, there's no actual on-track action. They'll show the on-track action in 2 hours and 43 minutes. Is Hamilton's lap the second fastest overall of the 3 days? Correct. That is correct. He went quicker than Charles Leclerc's lap yesterday by about 70 milliseconds. Do you think Newey's gone too far with his designs and eccentricity? Only time will tell. Only time will tell. It seems like maybe he's gone a bit too extreme for Honda not to be able to get an engine to work. But again, I'm not so certain about much. Do you speak Italian? No, I do not. My favourite F1 season, well, to be fair, I've only watched since 2018. So out of the ones I've watched, I've probably got to say 2021 because, well, it's sort of self-explanatory, isn't it? What role has AI taken in designing, testing, and tuning the cars? Um, well, AI is a bit of a broad general term. So there definitely will have been, I'm sure there are people in the Mercedes office or in all of these offices that are potentially using ChatGPT to, help them write some code to make some graphs and things like that. But in terms of actually designing the cars, there is we've learned about a few of these things actually when I was doing I'm still doing my engineering degree, but in terms of making parts of the car as lightweight as possible. There is sort of some advanced codes that you can use where if you tell it that I have an attachment point here and I'm going to press down with this much force here, I want you to create a brake pedal that is the lightest possible brake pedal and will use titanium, right? So you give it a bunch of information, it will give you a sort of a design that will theoretically absorb all of this force, not break, and you can use, and it's super light. So there are definitely elements of it, but it's not sort of the stuff that you see sort of in the news and things like that. So it's quite cool actually. Where am I from? Well, I was born in the UK, born in India, but live in the UK. Yeah, it's called topology optimization. It's definitely sort of parts of AI and things like that. So it's quite good. Yeah, I think real professionals only use AI for time saving on small stuff. The important stuff is still better with actual human brains. That's probably the best way to put it. The easier the task, the more likely you can get an AI to do it, but the harder it is, like designing a Formula One car. I'd rather trust Adrian Newey than ChatGPT. Why is Stroll not running? Why is Stroll running, not Alonso? Because Alonso run only one day. So Stroll ran in the morning of Wednesday, and then Alonso ran in the afternoon. But no, Alonso would have run in the afternoon, but they had an engine issue, so Alonso didn't get to drive on Wednesday, and then Alonso drove all of Thursday, and then Stroll's driving all of Friday. So that's how it's been. Yes, but topology optimization exists since for a while. It's getting better, but not AI. No, I agree, but I think there's at least the things that I've learned about topology optimization. It definitely uses similar sort of coding and things like that to AI. But yeah, okay, it could be called machine learning or something else. I'm not sure. Perfect launch now involves taking off a host of competing demands, which includes keeping the turbo spooled up for around 10 seconds to minimize turbo lag. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing though. With the turbo lag and things like that, they've got 1,000 horsepower available, and if they drop all 1,000 horsepower at one time, they're going to get wheel spin anyway. And theoretically, right, let's think about it. So I don't know how much horsepower Teslas have, but I know that if you just put your foot to the ground on a Tesla and you don't have traction control on, your wheels are just going to spin. So could they not theoretically? I guess traction control isn't allowed, is it? They could come up with some way to only deploy the electric motor, sort of like as a traction control aid. I don't know. I don't know exactly how they would do it actually. But yes, the turbo spooled up is obviously very important because once you reach, let's say, 75 kilometers per hour, then you probably have enough downforce to just go full throttle, or maybe 120 k's per hour and you can go full throttle. And at that point, you want the turbo boost pressure to be maximum so you can just go, right? So interesting. Am I tripping? But I just saw 12.9k on the RPM for Red Bull. You'll probably see that occasionally, but it's only when they're in those super low gears. So you've just seen their Hadjar go to 12,500. That's when they're shifting from second to third, because they're only in that gear for such a short period of time, and the car revs up so quickly when you're in the low gears. Yeah, if the driver even misses it by a few milliseconds, not a few milliseconds, maybe a tenth of a second, the revs go pretty high. Adrian said they used AI for some tedious data sorting procedures. Yeah, that sort of thing. Like, as long as you can check it all, did it properly, then I think it's all right in the end, isn't it? All right. So, yeah, 3 hours and 36 minutes remain. We've only got 3 cars out on track right now. Stroll, let's have a look at what RPMs he's doing. 11,000, sixth gear. Sixth gear at the end of that straight. What? Yeah, not looking good, is it? What speed is he holding through turn 4? He's backed out. What? No way Stroll is lifting through that corner. He's not. Is he on a push lap? Okay, he's on a very slow push lap if he's on a push lap. But he just lifted through 12, and not a single person I have seen has lifted through 12. Very, very odd. How much is the maximum RPM an F1 car can generate? Well, you know, the V10s and the V8s could make 22,000 RPM because the engines were designed to do so. So, I don't know, maybe you could push these cars up to 15,000 and maybe that'd work. But, yeah, if you design a car to go 22,000 RPM, it could probably do it. All right. Afraid to trash the car. Yeah, but 6th gear through that accelerating up and then lifting through 12 is even I can go through 12 flat, you know. Okay. Let's see Hadjar's first sector, 30.7, pretty nice there from Isaac Hadjar. And he's lifted off actually. Why is he lifted off halfway through sector number 2? Backed out again. I don't know if that's another mistake. It must have been another mistake, I'm guessing. Let's see what Stroll's doing. What is his minimum speed looking like? Okay, Stroll's not pushing. Yeah, on the F1 game you can go flat. So if I can do it on the F1 game, then surely Stroll should be able to do it in real life. That's how it works, guys. That is how it works. Does they only deploy one car? Yes, they only deploy one car for the tests. Okay. All right, Isaac Hadjar coming onto the throttle now out of the final corner and shifts up from 7th into 8th at approximately 300 kilometers per hour. Okay. And is now nearly going 12,000 revs there down the straight. Are they simulating quali today? Well, potentially we could get a glory run, right? Cadillac, it's their first time in Formula One. It would be pretty nice for them in terms of headlines, in terms of a few news articles about them going to the top of the grid. So maybe the Cadillac team will say, oh, you know, we want some headlines about us. Drop it onto low fuel, send out Sergio Perez, say, Perez, put us top of the times. And maybe they'll do that. But it's yet to be seen. Well, they'll need a working car to do a run like that. They do have a working car. There was a cooling issue with Bottas's car, but they fixed it in the final. And Bottas went out and did quite a few more laps. So, yeah, they do have a working car. Okay, looks like Ocon is making his way out of the... Yeah, Ocon's making his way out onto the circuit. Let's see if he does a practice start, actually. Or is he directly out onto the racetrack? Looks like he's directly out onto the racetrack. Okay. All right, here comes Isaac Hadjar again. What's it going to be? He did 2:36 through the final, through sector 2. Actually, this can definitely... Where's the fastest sectors? This can definitely go there. Yeah. because the bottom 4 drivers aren't coming out. Leclerc isn't coming out, neither is Alonso, and a few other drivers. Neither is Gasly, right? So they'll all move to the bottom. Does Hulk drive? Yes, Hulkenberg will be driving in the afternoon. So pretty soon he'll build up his, get the car switched on and be heading out. Yeah, there you go. Sergio Perez, first gear, 3,000 revs. He'll be coming out onto the circuit soon enough as well. Oh, back into neutral. Don't know what's going on there. The Honda engine issue is more revealed. The internal combustion engine rather than the whole powertrain. At high RPMs, the engine violently vibrates. So they go at high RPMs. Right. Apparently, the engine vibrates at high RPM. Again, what is this source? Let's wait and see. But let's see. Soy Motor has released some more information. But in terms of an engine vibrating, I know for a fact Honda know what balancing shafts are, and they know how to prevent an engine from vibrating a lot. So Honda are saying they're trying to catch up and they've got faith, apparently, says Pedro De La Rosa, former Formula 1 driver, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like vibrating at high RPM, like that's a very, very straightforward fix. You balance the shaft, you balance the crank. They would have picked that up way, way earlier on. So yeah, some of these just seem a little bit unrealistic. All right, Sergio Perez onto the track. Good to see that from him as well. Do you think Aston could be genuinely sandbagging? Yeah, they could genuinely be sandbagging. They could genuinely have a car that is working really, really well. Because, look, let's put it this way. I was still a little bit surprised that Honda came out to the press and said, we are behind developing our power unit. Our internal combustion engine is not as good as we hoped so. Like, why, for any reason, would Honda come out and say that? If they're behind on development, get on with the developing and don't talk to the media. It makes no sense whatsoever why they would do that. Does anyone else have a reason to why Honda would come out to the press and say, "Oh yeah, we actually are a little bit behind"? It does look like they're doing badly, but that means that could also just be very, very good sandbagging. Manage expectations, yeah, potentially. They're Japanese, different culture, potentially. Aura farming, yeah. Just tell everyone that we're going to be slow, and then show up on pole position just to confuse opponents. Yeah, what is that? Sun Tzu quote. I'm not sure exactly what it is. To confuse your opponent, you must first confuse yourself, or something like that. I don't know exactly what it is. From the book Art of War, I think that's what it's called, but I haven't read it. Yeah, to confuse your opponent, you must confuse yourself first. I think we should. Yeah, I know that's Chinese, but it's very much seems like what Aston Martin may be trying to do. So do let me know if that's the exact quote, but we could definitely come up with some similar quotes like that for the rest of the grid. Dan Bro, these cars look so battery management every lap. Yeah. If you don't have any enemies, you can't leak your plan. Yeah, folks, can we have some? I think we should get some fake quotes from the Art of War into the chat right now, just about each of the teams, Anyway, Hamilton coming out onto the circuit as well, and yeah, Hadjar lapping around. Okay. Oh, Hulkenberg's also still idling his car, and so is Alex Albon. Right, a few more cars coming out onto the circuit. Good to see. To understand Stroll, you must first become Stroll. If you can't change the car, change the car. Yeah. There's a quote from some, I think is it Bruce Lee? I'm not sure. It's like you must become like water, adaptable. I can't remember what it is now. You must be, I can't remember. I think some of you guys must know what it is. Be water, my friend. But there's something else. There's something else with it. Like you must flow like the water or something. Yeah, it must be the water. Anyway, we're getting pretty close to 3,000 likes. That's pretty cool. Perez is on another outlap. Don't bring a sword to a gunfight. Don't bring a tractor to a Formula One racetrack. Must be the quote. Adapt to every shape like water. Yeah, something like this. All of these quotes, where do you store them in your brain? Well, see, this is the thing. I can't remember them, so they're definitely not stored in my brain. Oh, we got to do tonight on Top Gear. We see Stroll not driving the car properly. What else is there? What else has happened today? Valtteri Bottas having an engine issue, and I can't think of anything. Tonight on Bottom Gear, and then 3 things that have happened today. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless like water. Thank you very much, Sidwell something. That was the one that I was looking for. You put water in a cup, you become the cup. You put water in a teapot, you become the teapot. Be water, my friend. Yeah, this is very, very relevant to Formula One. You know, we've got 5,700 people listening. Thank you all for listening into this, to the F1 Gamer podcast. It's very, very relevant to Formula One, as always. Yeah. Tonight on Bottom Gear, Stroll's licks a window. Yeah. Okay. What's up with Kimi? Kimi will be driving. He'll be driving soon enough. Russell drove in the morning, so Kimi's driving in the afternoon. Nico Hulkenberg exits the pit lane. Oh, Nico Hulkenberg's doing a practice start here, actually. So he was doing 12,500 revs, actually. That was interesting. Okie dokes. We have the engine feel goods much slower than before, yeah. Alonso's about to drop that quote. As soon as the radio gets enabled on the live streams here, Alonso's about to drop that quote so hard. $3K likes are done. Oh yeah, 3K likes are done. Thank you very much, everyone, for hitting the like button. What else is going on the circuit right now? Not much. Hamilton's doing some more laps. It's a big shift today for Lewis Hamilton. I think he might end up with more than 140 laps to his name. So nicely done from him. F1 Gamer, what do you say to the Man United fan who hasn't cut his hair for 400 days? Didn't they win 4 games in a row or something? And then they had to win one more game. When's that next game? Did they lose it or something? I mean, I don't follow that much about Man United, but I know that there is this one guy that's not shaving his head or not cutting his hair until United win 5 games in a row. Oh, they drew, did they? Okay, West Ham draw. Oh, so he's got to restart it now, so he's got to wait another 5 games for them to win in a row. Yeah, this guy's not getting his haircut, is he? Can we establish the narrative of Bruce Lee being Charles's race engineer? Yeah, okay. 97th minute. Oh, wow. All right. Oh, folks, you know how I've got Proton VPN on as a sponsor. They have literally just sent me an email now, and that is giving everyone. It offers everyone who buys Proton VPN the first month for $1. So all you need to do, you'll only be charged $1. And you can get Proton VPN, and then you can watch the final hour of testing in. You can watch the final hour of testing, so, and it will last for a month. So that means you'll also be able to watch the Australian Grand Prix and also the Chinese Grand Prix. So, yeah, I will get that link and I shall post it in the chat. So this link will be $1 for the first month, and it's not going to ask you for $50 for the remaining year or whatever, just $1, and you'll be able to watch it. So I'll pop that in the chat very, very soon, and that should be good. It expires relatively soon, so I don't know. I'll double check when it expires, but it's definitely going to be working today. How to get the Proton VPN thing? Well, hang on just a second. I'll post the link into the chat and then I'll pin it, and I'll also update the one in the description. Give me a second, folks. Let me just pop it over on my phone. I'm watching my own live stream on my own phone. Funnily enough. Right. Yeah. So I was sort of I sent an email yesterday, sort of negotiating, trying to get a slightly better deal for you guys. So here we are then. Why is YouTube not working on my phone? Anyway, currently out on the track, we've got Piastri, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Albon, and Colapinto, and they are driving around doing some more laps. So yeah, it's good to see Hülkenberg and Perez out onto the circuit. Well, Perez isn't on the track right now. Ocon and Hülkenberg are, and doing some laps now for the afternoon session. Must be the YouTube, yeah. And my own live stream isn't working on my own phone. You gotta love YouTube, man. Right. I'm literally... oh, well, whatever. Is fan code available in the UK? No, it is not. Okay. Where was I going with this one? So we've got... Here we've got Colapinto doing 287 kilometers per hour before he hits the brakes at turn 14. We've had quite a few drivers go at 300 plus there. Let's see what Colapinto does down the straight now. 7th gear and 8th gear now. 308 this time round. Okay, there we go. Right, the chat link is working. There we go. Right. So... let me copy that into a replaced pinned message. Okay, so that link should allow you guys to get Proton for $1 for the first month, and that means that you can watch testing for today and for. You can watch testing for today, you can watch testing for next week. You can also watch the Australian Grand Prix and also the Chinese Grand Prix, all for $1. Yeah. So there's the link. And all you've got to do is connect to an Italian VPN, go over to Sky Sports F1 on YouTube, and there's the Italian broadcast. Was Russell's laps on hards? No, Russell's lap was on a soft set of tyres. It was completely fresh soft. He was pushing quite hard, actually. But regardless, a good lap. What's up with Piastri? Nothing much really. You know, he's doing his long runs reasonably well on a set of medium tires. One quick lap, one slow lap. I think that's what he's doing. So I wouldn't focus into it too much. And again, the commentary would be in Italian, of course, so you can mute that and listen to me. Well, of course, if you do want to listen to me, but given the fact that you're here, you probably do. Yeah. Okie dokes. Do you think Max will leave Red Bull this year and Oscar will join Red Bull for 2027? Unlikely. Is it live now? No, it'll be live in 2 hours and 15 minutes. They're only broadcasting the final hour of testing. Yep. Okie dokes. Well, to be fair, they are live on YouTube, the Sky Sports Italy, but they're not actually showing the cars. They've just got the Italian commentators. They've just got the Italian commentators talking about stuff, so. Why isn't Isaac Hadjar on the screen? Because he's in the pit lane. So that's why he's not on the screen. He's small, the track. Yeah, let me just make it a little bit smaller. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Hard tyres there for Alex Albon. So it looks like he's going to be doing some long runs for sure. For sure. And yeah, that'll be good for him. All right. And yeah, as of right now, only 4 cars out on track. Stroll doing a practice start here, actually. Stroll might be doing a practice start. Let's have a look. What RPM is Stroll going to be doing his practice start in? He's building it up at 9,000, 9,500, 9,700 RPM, and then he drops the clutch. Interesting. So Colapinto did it up at 12,000 revs. Stroll doing it at 9,000. I've not watched any anime. Yeah. Okie dokes, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. I will be commentating next week as well. Stroll crashed GG. I don't think he did. Stroll's still driving around. Yo, F1 Gamer, what's your Insta? Oh, don't worry, buddy. I got your email. So I will. Yeah, I got your email. So it's F1 Gamer _official though. So yeah. Feel sorry you have to repeat the same answers. Don't worry about it. It's part of the job, you know. There are some things that are really fun to do, like commentate qualifying laps, and there are some things that are less fun to do, like answer where is Lewis Hamilton about 50 times, but it's all right. Do you think we will see a 15k RPM limit to hit the generation? No, the cars won't get to 15,000 RPM because they will not have, the fuel flow rate isn't high enough to allow them to go to 15,000 RPM. If we had the V10s now, we'd easily hit 19k RPM. Yeah, we'd be hitting 22,000 RPM. But the reason they could hit that much RPM is because they are allowed to squirt that much fuel into the cylinders. Right now, if you limit the amount of fuel that you can put into the cylinders, you limit the amount of RPM. So that's how it goes. What shows have you been watching? I have not really been watching many shows, to be honest. No. Unfortunately, not got an answer for you, to be fair. So, Soft Weekly, thanks for a $2 donation. Back from the season, cheers. So, yeah, well, glad that you're back, Soft Weekly. Glad that you enjoy the coverage. Seeing Aston not hit 12k RPMs is sad. You said Adrian Newey's aero is so good the engine forgot it needs oxygen to work. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what's going on there with the Aston team, really. They have gone very, very aggressive in one direction, and that obviously compromises other things. And was it the correct compromise to make? Make your face cam bigger. I mean, there's not really that much space to make it bigger. I'll adjust it a little bit, but I'm sure most people don't really care if it is or isn't here, to be fair. Give me a sec. Yeah. I'm all in on Cadillac, but I know it's an uphill climb. Yeah, it's going to be a difficult start to the season, I think, for Cadillac, just because they didn't have all of the Formula One experience. But, well, when you have Sergio Perez and Valtteri Bottas, two of the most experienced drivers on the grid, on your team, that process becomes a whole lot easier. Can we hope for 8th for Lewis? Potentially. Ferrari looking good, but for Lewis to get an 8th World Championship, he's going to have to beat Charles Leclerc. And Charles Leclerc looked pretty good last year. There's no official broadcast. Not right now. In 2 hours' time, there will be an official broadcast. We'll see some glory runs. I think we'll see one glory run today. But, yeah, I'm not 100% certain, to be fair. I think someone will want to get some headlines, really. Like Williams did it last year because they wanted some headlines. So I'm sure there'll be one other team, maybe Cadillac, maybe Audi, because, they've put a lot of money into this. It's nice to get some headlines about you and your sponsors and the company. Thoughts on Haas? Haas have done a pretty solid job, to be fair. Very, very good job in terms of their reliability. Their testing plan has been great. Their drivers have made no mistakes. So, all around, incredible job from them. What was a glory run? A glory run is at the end of testing, instead of, just going back to the pits and calling it a night, Liam Lawson, 251 kilometers per hour through that second sector. Very nice and quick. And he's on 99 laps as well. But no, a glory run is where you put low fuel, low grippy tyres and a high engine mode just to set a quick lap time at the end. It's not representative of the fact that you may be the fastest car on the grid or you may be the slowest, but it's just there to get all the headlines about you, really. So you get all the headlines that, this team was top in testing, and that's about it. You said you're a Seb Vettel fan. I wish you'd seen Hockenheim 2018. Well, that's just a little bit cruel, isn't it? But no, I've seen the clips of 2018 Hockenheim, and I know it's sort of started to go downhill from there. No violet suit? No, unfortunately not. I was thinking about it, in the off season. Potentially, I could just wear a different suit for every single race stream. 24 different suits, 24 different streams. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I also don't have that many suits. I have a grand total of 2. So, is there 6 days of testing? Only 3? There's 3 this week. This is the 3rd day, and then next week there are another 3. Can you tell which teams are sandbagging? No, because if I could tell, then, well, they wouldn't be sandbagging very well, would they? Are you going to any races this year? No, I am not, actually. I'm going to carry on commentating, really, from home. Yeah. Actually, folks, I do want to ask you, if you could go to one Grand Prix, it's totally free, right? Totally free. Which Grand Prix track would you go to? Because I think, Brazil would be pretty cool in terms of the racetrack. Totally different part of the world, which I've never been to. But the same thing could very easily be said about Singapore. It could be said about Japan. So, I mean, I haven't gone very far from the UK, to be fair. But Monza, just the atmosphere at Monza would be mega. Spa as well. Baku, Suzuka. Yeah. Got a lot of Spa, a lot of Monza, a lot of Suzuka. Monaco, yeah. I guess if it's free and you're going to Monaco, then that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Singapore Paddock Club is amazing. Oh, you should try it. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should go at some point, but channel's doing well for now. I'd like to keep the sort of momentum going, to be fair. This season we'll all put massive rear wings on the straights as they can open up. Yeah, that's the other thing. We're definitely getting much steeper angles of rear wings at circuits like Monza than we normally do, because the teams can just fold the rear wings flat. What era of F1 do you think is best? Well, I haven't really watched all of them, so I'm probably not the right person to ask. Yeah, actually, folks, the people that have watched Formula One, say back from the 70s and the 80s, which sort of year of, which 5 years of Formula One would you say were the best? I definitely would like to have seen Alain Prost versus Ayrton Senna seems pretty good. I think Mika Hakkinen versus Schumacher, also pretty good. Late 2000s, yeah. You got the Michael Schumacher. Late 2000s, you got Braun GP, and you got Seb Vettel in the early 2010s. So I don't think your viewer base is that old. No, we've definitely got quite a few old people. It's just that a lot of them don't type in the chat. So I'm sure a lot of people are listening to me, getting partially offended at the fact that I've called them old. But I'm in my 20s, so 2012 was peak. 2012 was pretty good. Are we getting any more cars out on the track? No, not by the looks of it. Right. I'm old, 55, damn. Mercedes are not done, are they? No, Antonelli will be driving. All I've seen from Antonelli is that he pressed his brake pedal once momentarily, and that was about it. And he hasn't come out of the pit since. You're a Ferrari fan. Everyone's a Ferrari fan. Indeed, everyone is a Ferrari fan. Does Antonelli have an issue today too? I don't think so. I think they're just waiting. Well, actually, it's been an hour and Antonelli hasn't come out onto the circuit. Because Norris was never going to come out. Neither was Gasly. Neither was Alonso. Neither was Leclerc. And neither was Lindblad. The only driver who should have come out and hasn't come out yet is Kimi Antonelli. And it's been an hour. Antonelli's luck is pretty bad. I think he did around 30 laps on Monday and then 3 laps yesterday. And then, it's been an hour now and no laps have been completed. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Does not look good for Kimi Antonelli. Mercedes may be cooked. Partially. A Lewis fan or a Ferrari fan? No, I'm referring to the Seb Vettel quote, which is everyone's a Ferrari fan. Even if they say that they're not a Ferrari fan, they are a Ferrari fan. So, in that sort of sense. I think everyone, in a way, would like to see Ferrari win at Monza. Who doesn't want to see Ferrari win at Monza, really? I think it's just a very special moment, isn't it? Ferrari got a lot of data this week. Indeed, they did. They have done a lot of laps, very, very consistent, and not too many reliability issues. Liam Lawson, 102 laps from him. First driver to break the 100 lap mark. And there's still 3 hours remaining. You know, he could do 2 entire Bahrain races. He could probably get to 200 laps if he wanted to from now, if he was just continuously driving from now till the end. I was there for Seb's first ever victory in Toro Rosso. Oh, no way. That's that would have been a pretty epic race to be at. Yeah, winning in a Toro Rosso. I mean, clearly Seb Vettel is the GOAT. I'm saying this as a Seb Vettel fan, so, you know, don't take that too seriously, guys. Hamilton pity every second lap. Yeah, it is very much the Ferrari run plan to just go out, come back in, go out, come back in. I'm not sure how much they really learn from that because the tyres don't warm up properly, but clearly something is working for them because they've gathered a lot of data. Hulkenberg goes up into 10th position. Nice job there from the Hulk, and he is about 3 tenths slower than his teammate. I'm sure they're on different run plans anyway, and he's on a mystery tyre. Okay. New power unit for Red Bull Racing looks fast on the straights and possibly reliable. Yeah, it definitely looks faster on the straights. Well, it definitely looks fast on the straights. I don't know about faster, but it looks fast. Leclerc is faster than you. Can you confirm you understood the message? Yeah, I don't think we're going to get team orders at Ferrari. That seems highly, highly unlikely. And if they do get team orders, Hamilton's not listening. Yeah. 3 hours remain, folks. 3 hours remain. Yeah. Okie dokes. Hulk has non-F1 rally tyres. That's why the data doesn't even recognise it. Okay. Well, no, there we go. It just says medium tyres now for Nico Hulkenberg. I watched Senna's first win. Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely some iconic moments that I've totally missed out on. Didn't they have team orders last year in China? Well, if they're on different strategies, maybe they've got team orders, but didn't they both also DNF or get disqualified in China? Or maybe it was just... No, they both got disqualified in China last year. So, you know, yeah. I don't think it mattered in the end. Has there ever been a great American driver? I think there have been. I'm just very bad at remembering. So I'm sure someone in the chat will know quite a few good American drivers. Andretti, yeah. Latifi is Canadian, guys. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokes, folks. Just a quick reminder, if you guys are interested in Proton VPN, then what you can do is click the link that is pinned in the chat. The one in the description costs more, so the one that's pinned in the chat is $1 for 1 month. You'll be able to watch the streaming for the testing today, for next week. Also, the Australian Grand Prix and the Chinese Grand Prix, all for the cost of $1 or €1 or £1. And yeah. So go ahead and check it out. It's pretty solid. The link will expire soon. I'll find out when the expiry date is, but it's definitely not today. So go ahead and check that one out if you are interested. So you can watch the testing with an Italian VPN and on YouTube with Sky Sports F1, and the races you can watch with the Austrian VPN and Service TV. Scott Speed. Yeah, Scott Speed. I don't know how good of a driver he was, but I've definitely heard about him. Hey F1 Gamer, have you heard about Alonso having a press conference today? Do you have any idea what it is about? I have not heard about Alonso having a press conference today. So let's see. Any new sponsors from yesterday's email? No, surprisingly, no one emailed me. There were a few people in the chat saying that, we could potentially sort out a sponsor or something, but nobody sent me an email. Nobody sent me an Instagram DM, so yeah. There's a lot of, there's so much of this Twitter feed is full of just lots of Spanish people talking about Honda. It seems Roberto F1, let's see, there's some sort of, as reported by Alberto F1, Fernando Alonso will hold a press conference this afternoon and everyone is eager to hear his opinions on the 2026 cars, especially the Aston Martin, which is still far from the expected performance level. So according to the biggest Spanish journalist there is, Fernando Alonso is holding a press conference. So I think he might, I think we're going to get some good quotes, folks. We are definitely going to get some good quotes. I think Alonso is going to say equal engines for everyone. I think that's the best way forward for Formula One. Yeah. Alrighty, Oscar Piastri, third position, very nice lap there from him. 318 kilometers per hour through the speed trap down the main straight, but only holding 236 round turn number 12. So clearly clearly either a lot of fuel in the car or a lot of downforce. A lack of downforce on the car. But yeah, pretty good going there from Oscar Piastri, third position for him. Honda is the best power unit ever, currently dominated with Red Bull. Adrian Newey is the best engineer. Surely they've got to do something. Testing is not anything yet. Oh, yellow flag. What's this? Is someone going slowly? Lawson potentially is driving a little slowly, but track clear, so seems like it's okay. Retirement announcement. No, Alonso very recently said, even if I don't win in 2026, this will not be my last season, or something like that. So I don't know if he's going to retire. Someone may have spun. It might have just been Lawson because he was driving a little slowly after that one. Hadjar said, when I crashed in Barcelona, I immediately thought of Pierre Gasly and was like, I'm screwed for the season, lol. Maybe, you've sort of got to turn yourself around from there. Lawson stopped. Oh no, he's just driving too slowly. He's not actually stopped. He's continuing on. So, 80 kilometers per hour for Lawson, and yeah, he must have spun. Hamilton stated that his session with was the least grip in the last 20 years. Thought, they've got pretty low levels of downforce. What can I tell you? And also, I think that was the first day of testing when the track was not rubbered in and it had a whole bunch of sand on it. And as far as I remember, Hamilton was driving in the morning. But even then, even in the afternoon, it won't have been that cleaned up. So, is Audi mid or bottom? I think Audi might be mid. Lawson no gear change, maybe it's a damaged gearbox. Is it? Okay, let's have a look. Has he been in the exact same gear? Has he been in second gear for quite a while now? Potentially. If he spun around or something, that may have been an issue, but we shall see. Because when he goes into the pits, he definitely should be in first gear. Yeah, look, why is he still in second gear when his revs are around 6,000 RPMs? Well, now it's up to 8,000, but let's see. Okay, it's dropped back to first, so it's okay. We'll see. If he comes out quickly, look, there's 2 hours, 52 minutes left on the clock. We'll see when Lawson comes out next. If it takes him only 20 minutes, it's probably fine. Anything longer might be some more serious issues. Why can't I see the live stream on Sky Sports? Because Sky Sports don't want you to. Sky Sports aren't broadcasting it. They haven't got any commentators there that are talking. So really, what Sky Sports should do is call me up, because I've been streaming for the last 3 days. Currently up at 6 hours and 15 minutes of being live. So clearly, I could have been there on Sky Sports yapping away. Why is Antonelli not out? It's definitely Mercedes power unit issues. Seems like Antonelli is pretty cursed in terms of the power unit. George Russell drove it for 78 laps today, and Antonelli has not come out onto the circuit. Let's see if I can find some more information about Antonelli. Okay, Lawson has stopped. That's all it was. It stopped in Sector 2, and then he continues on with his way. Okay, so one of the news websites have asked Mercedes what's going on at their team. They asked about 5 minutes ago, yet to get an answer. Okay, so Norris is not driving. No, Norris is not driving today. It is Piastri that is driving for the whole day today. And Lewis is driving for the whole day, and Charles is not driving. Same thing. Who do you think will leave the grid first? Ooh, that's a tough one. I think Hamilton is quite likely to leave if he doesn't win this year. I'm sure, if you look at, there are some people like Verstappen, like Nico Rosberg, like I don't know, Nico Hulkenberg, Kevin Magnussen. A lot of these people, they are Fernando Alonso. They're purely here for the racing. They don't really care about too much outside of motorsport, outside of racing. Whereas Lewis Hamilton seems like a person who is interested in other things, has other hobbies, interests, whatever you want to call them, and if he finds himself not enjoying Formula One, not doing so well at Ferrari after, he's done his 2 years, he's got his 100 million from the contract, he might call it a day and go do something else with his life. Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because Alonso says that he's not going to quit. And Alonso, in fact, said that he would. Alonso's initial plan was, he'd win in Formula One in 2005 and 6. He'd won that. And then his plan was, I'll race for 2 or 3 more years and then I'll go do something else. And here he is with the longest career in Formula One history. So, yeah, Formula One has this, undescribable pull for the drivers that are the best in the world. And Max Verstappen has very outwardly gone and said, oh yeah, I will just leave the sport, I'll go do something else. But I have a feeling that Verstappen is in a very similar boat to Fernando Alonso. They're both through and through racers, and yes, they say, I'm gonna leave Formula One, I'll do something else. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think they will stay here regardless of if they're winning championships or not. However, Fernando Alonso, at the age of 45, is he going to want to be driving around in P15, 16, fighting for, and then he's going to come over the radio and say, we have no battery, no tyres, no fuel, and we're out of the points. I don't want to listen, no more radio for the rest of the race. Like, how many seasons can he do that? So, I'm not sure, really. Yeah, Kimi's car, I didn't know what's going on. I mean, George Russell was driving it this morning, and it seemed fine. And Mercedes have not been able to get him back out onto the track. Alonso's still best driver beside his age, the experience he's got in the driving ability. Yeah, no, it is... Hadjar up into 7th position. Very nice job there. Green in all 3 sectors. Which team do you believe will shock everyone? I think Audi. Audi, I think, are going to be an interesting shock. Which, amongst the last rookies, would you think would win a race? Probably Kimi Antonelli. With the way things are going for the Mercedes power unit, and supposedly they're really quick, I think Antonelli's got a good shot. Yeah. All right. Yeah, folks. What was I going to say? Oh, my laptop's just lagging there a little bit. Apologies. All right. Is Williams all right? Yeah, Williams is fine. They're not really overweight or anything like that, so I think they'll be okay. Haas is doing good as well. Yeah, Haas might be a bit of a shock. Alonso win in Madrid. Well, Alonso would love that, and the Spanish fans would love that. And maybe you just stay in Formula One for if Alonso wins in Madrid, there's no way he leaves. Even if Aston Martin is back of the pack, but he wins in Madrid, I think he might stay another year. Well, there are 3 different types of softs. There aren't. There are the mediums. There's the softs. There's the mediums. There's the hards. If they've got a slash through them, the slash means that the drivers came out on a used set of tires. Oh yeah, it probably won't happen, but you know. Russell drove in the morning. Russell is there in P1. He drove in the morning, did a great lap on a fresh set of soft tyres, and is now sat in the garage. Antonelli should be driving, but the Mercedes car is broken. It's nice to see the pedals. Indeed it is. It is nice to see the pedals. I mean, folks, let me know what you think. I think definitely during qualifying, having all of this information here with the sectors and the mini sectors is the best. But I potentially do think during practice sessions, having the pedals and the speeds and the gears and the RPMs is quite interesting as well. So, normally how I had just the practice and quali mode was the same thing and then a separate mode for race. Potentially I could set up a different mode for practice sessions where you get the pedals, you get the speeds, the RPMs. And then once we get to qualifying, of course, all the mini sectors are really important and that's what will be up on the screen. But I think for practice, it might be a good idea to have that. Yeah. Any incidents today? Just an engine issue for Bottas and now an engine issue for Kimi Antonelli. When is Alonso driving? Alonso is not driving today. Stroll is driving for the whole day today. Alonso drove for the whole day yesterday. Yeah. Okie doke, 6,400 people tuned in. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We're getting pretty close to 230k subscribers. We're at 450 subscribers away. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, be sure to do so. Hopefully, we make our way towards 230. We'll have maybe some glory runs. Do live streams get monetized? Well, there are no adverts playing, but the first time you click on a live stream, you'll get some adverts. So, yeah. Piastri on some glory runs, but still over a second behind. I don't think Piastri is on glory runs. If he was on glory runs, we would definitely know about it, because he would probably be in the 1 minute 32s. Why is Mercedes always having issues when Kimi's turn to drive? I don't know. It's Kimi's just got very, very unlucky. And I think he might actually get priority for next week's test, given that he has done so many fewer laps than George Russell has. Normally what the teams do is, for next week, there's 3 days of driving, so each driver gets 1.5 days. But I think for Kimi Antonelli, they might actually do it so Kimi gets 2 full days and George only gets 1 to make up for the lost time, because Antonelli's had no good running this test. Did Max not do any more quali laps? No, Max is in the pit, so no more quali laps for him. Any news on Adrian or Stroll? Well, look, Fernando Alonso is holding a press conference at the end of the day, apparently. And I'm sure it will be for the Spanish media, but, Google Translate is a thing. It'll get translated out pretty quickly, and you can listen to Fernando Alonso himself. Has Hamilton been running on softs all day? He has, but he's been doing setup runs for the most of it. I think he may have used some other tyres at some other points, but mostly it's been softs, and it's been a few laps, then come into the pits, change setup, few laps, come into the pits, change setup. He might do some long runs right now, but the morning has definitely been setup changes and things like that. Alonso, the engine feels good, much slower than before. Yeah. Oh, Kimi Antonelli started his car. Right, good to see then. It only took them an hour and 20 minutes. And Kimi Antonelli's car's in neutral right now. Let's see if it will make it out of the pits. Is Verstappen coming back or not? No, he's not, because Isaac Hadjar's out on track, so Verstappen is not driving for the afternoon. All right, Kimi Antonelli idling the car. I'll let you know once he's out on the circuit. And I'll move this. Give me a second. Yeah, this is definitely way too small now, so I will maybe put it here. Again, it's not so important really what mini sectors they're all doing, because they're all yellow, as you can see, for Albon and for Perez and for Ocon. So do you think the engine compression on Merc is coming at the cost of reliability? For sure. I think that's that. Or it could just be general unreliability as well, but I'm sure it's linked as well. Oh, Antonelli switched his engine off. Engine off for Antonelli, never mind. Is it normal that the gaps are so big? Well, it's testing, so yeah, it's fine, really. This is not a website. It's a program called Multiviewer to get access to all of this data, but you do need to pay for F1 TV. What is the El Clasico of Formula One? I don't really know. El Clasico of Formula One. For any of you folks that don't know what El Clasico is, it's Barcelona versus Real Madrid. That's sort of the biggest, I'd say, football rivalry in Spain, at least to my knowledge. So what is the El Clasico of Formula One? Well, the thing is, the drivers keep changing all the time, so it's a bit difficult to put it that way, isn't it? You could maybe say Ferrari versus Williams, but it's not really been going on much, is it? So FIA versus drivers. Yeah, it really depends on the year, doesn't it? Ferrari versus McLaren as well, yeah. It's definitely between those three, Ferrari, McLaren and Williams, I think, as the sort of the historic battles. Will Lewis Hamilton be out? Yeah, I mean, he should be coming out. Don't know what's up with him. Audi versus Mercedes for the German El Clasico. Is it Audi versus Mercedes, or is it not? Well, I guess in Formula One it'll be Audi versus Mercedes, but isn't it Audi versus Mercedes versus BMW as a trio? Yeah. Ford versus Ferrari. Ferrari versus Ferrari's drivers. That would be a good one. All right. Air temperature is 30 degrees, track temperature 34 degrees, so its temperature's going down a little bit, and it will continue to fall as time goes onwards. You got Porsche as well. I guess you've also got Volkswagen, but Volkswagen not so much in sort of the what's it called? Like luxury tier, probably not in the same level as Mercedes and BMW and Audi. Or it's BMW, isn't it? Not BMW. At least according to some random TikToks that I've seen. Volkswagen is Audi. Yeah, they are the same company. Yeah. What is it? Is Volkswagen Audi Group, right? VAG? Audi looks way more reliable than Aston Honda. Maybe the first time. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the first time that Honda, in terms of Honda's road cars, they're all pretty reliable, aren't they? Anyway, let's talk about what's going on the actual racetrack itself. Sergio Perez is teleporting, nothing new. We've got Albon going up the hill towards turn 4, and that is 7th gear, 270 k's before he gets onto the brakes. We've got Liam Lawson then following up the hill. What is he doing? He's flat on the power, 7th gear, and then onto the brakes at 265. Sergio Perez teleports past him. Alrighty. We've got Albon. We've got Ocon actually going around there. What speed is Ocon doing through sector number 2? It is 229. 229 for Esteban Ocon. What's the ideal speed coming into TN13 for a quali run? Well, the ideal speed is always as fast as possible. Yeah. McLaren looks decent. Yeah, I mean, McLaren have been sort of just, low-key a little bit doing all of their laps. They haven't been bringing much attention towards them. No major issues, no stopping on the side of the circuit, and just doing some laps. First race will be absolute cinema. Yeah, I mean, if it's raining in Australia, it would be even more cinema. But we'll see if it is raining. Oh yeah, let me also move the fastest sectors, because this can go back here. Because none of these drivers are driving. How are you not burned out from all of this streaming? I don't know. I do not know. Maybe I am burnt out, and I'll just find out tomorrow morning. But for now, I feel okay. But that is also because I've had 2 coffees today. So I guess we'll see. I cannot see the data analytics on Multiviewer. Can you help me? On the top right of Multiviewer, there is 3 dots. If you click that and then press live timing, then you'll be able to get access to all of the data. Alrighty. Yeah, let's see. We've got Hadjar shifting at 11.5. Yeah, 11.5 for Isaac Hadjar. Is this the evening session? Yes, it is. Volkswagen own Audi, who own Lambo, who own Bugatti, Porsche, and Bentley. Oh, damn. They own quite a few car brands then. Oh yeah, I know that's what it is. They share parts, don't they? There's like I think like the airbags in one of the Audis, or no, not Audis, sorry, Bugattis, is like the same as an airbag in one of the Audis or something like that. Anyway, not the most relevant thing in the world. Are Aston Martin done for? Potentially. You'll find out in the press conference that Fernando Alonso is giving to this evening. Liam Lawson, 109 laps completed for him. A very, very nice job indeed. What metric is the most important in testing? It is, well, thanks for the donation, buddy. Isam Maroof, much appreciated. And the most important metric I would say, is laps completed per breakdown or per engine issue. Yeah, that would be my, laps without blowing up the car. Pretty much, that's the best way to put it. That would definitely be the best metric. This is the most latest timings. It is 5 seconds. 5 seconds behind what's actually going on the racetrack. So, yeah. Piastri's pit out. Yep, onto the track goes Piastri. Fresh set of soft tyres for Oscar Piastri. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Time to go. Well, the data is 5 seconds back behind what's going on the racetrack, and then plus it takes about 10 seconds for me to send it to YouTube, and then YouTube to send it all around the world, and then get sent to, wherever you guys are watching it from. So probably about a 15-second delay behind what's going on from the track itself. All right, Oscar Piastri, fresh set of soft tyres. Here we go. Is he going to do a glory run? Well, the main thing will be to see when is he shifting in the RPM range, what's his top speed down the straight, and what are you predicting, folks? What is the lap time you are predicting from Oscar Piastri? 2 hours and 30 minutes left on the clock. Track temperature is 33 degrees Celsius. The wind speed has dropped to 0. Air temperature just below 30 degrees. And we have got no rain in sight. Okay, what are we saying? 136, 134.0. Some people think he's going to go slower than Russell. Some people think faster. You predict a spin. I think predicting a lockup at turn number 10 is also a pretty good prediction, to be fair. All right, let's see then. So here he is, going half on the throttle as he heads towards turn number 14. Mansika, thanks for the €2 donation. Has Ferrari and Red Bull had problems today? Red Bull have had no problems. Ferrari, as the team, had no problems, but Cadillac did have an engine issue. All right, here comes Piastri down the straight. 310, 320, 12,000 revs. 8th gear, 327, slams onto the brakes at the 100-meter mark and drops the car into first gear. Minimum speed of 62 kilometers per hour, half on the throttle, full on the power on the exit of 2. Up the hill he goes, 6th gear, 7th gear, right up to 12,000 revs, and it is 291 before he gets onto the brakes for turn number 4. He takes that corner in 3rd gear. As it tightens up, he gets onto the power, and it is a green first sector, 29.861. He beats Verstappen's first sector time. Next up is sector number 2. Through turn number 8 he goes, first gear for that corner, and then slowly onto the power he goes, onto the brakes for turn number 10. Is he going to be able to get this to work properly? 2nd gear, minimum speed of 73 kilometers per hour. Incredible speed that he has carried through that corner, and that is the quickest, that's the highest minimum speed we've seen so far this weekend. And up through turn number 10 now. What speed can he hold through? 12, 234, 236, and there he comes, 235 through the speed trap, onto the brakes. It's green again, 3rd fastest in the middle sector, and now here he is coming through the final sector. A few green mini sectors to his names, onto the brakes for turn number 14 for Oscar Piastri. 3rd gear to exit the corner, onto the power nice and early, deploying every bit of battery. Is he going to hit 300 Ks before he crosses the line? 285 Ks, and it is 3rd position still, a 134.7. Quite a few people did predict that, actually, so nicely done if you did. And yeah, Oscar Piastri sets a hot lap there, fresh set of soft tyres, 8/10 off George Russell. Antonelli finally comes out onto the circuit again. That is good to see. Antonelli's doing a practice start, is he? Yes, Antonelli's doing a practice start. Let's look. What RPMs is he going to do? So Colapinto, who's using the Mercedes power unit, he did it at 12,000 RPM. And Antonelli is now there at the start line, 11,000, 12,300, 12,400. He's building the revs, spinning up the turbo, drops the clutch, and gets away. Okay. Not bad from Oscar Piastri, and looks like both of the Mercedes power unit cars doing their launches at 12,000 RPM. Okay. Early weather forecast for Australian Grand Prix: Saturday heavy rain, Sunday light rain. Well, to be fair, it's so far away that it's just unlikely to be accurate, to be honest. I'm sure if I check the weather for tomorrow for where I am in the UK, it will be wrong. So Lando said in an interview with Sky that they are not close to Ferrari in race runs. Deflection maybe. It's all they love to do this. Nobody in testing is going to say we're the fastest car. They're all going to point fingers at each other to say they're the fastest car. It's not us. So I would not worry about it. Alonso's not driving today. Stroll's driving for the whole day today. Alonso did quite a few laps for the whole day yesterday. Any weather report more than 3 days out is practiced guessing. Yeah. For sure. Okay, that is one lap completed under Kimi Antonelli's belt. Is he coming back into the pits though? That is the big question. No, he is not. He continues out onto to another lap. What speeds is he doing? 323, yeah, and then starts clipping down to 310, and then he gets onto the brakes. Clearly, everyone is so extra with their sandbagging. Like, come on, guys! Like, you're making it so obvious that you're sandbagging. Okay, I'm gonna make this ever so slightly smaller, so you guys can see Antonelli's. So you guys can see Antonelli's mini sectors. All right, which team am I rooting for? Williams probably. Yeah, Williams has been the one that I've said most really for that answer, but yeah. Why do I have to watch 4 ads before the video? Well, it's probably because YouTube detects the fact that I'm blocking adverts while the video is playing, and it's like, oh, well, I've got to make money somehow, so then they show you 4 adverts. So I do apologize for that, but I'm blocking adverts for the stream itself, so you don't get any while, you know, the action is going on. Yeah. Okay. Why is Max still in the pits? Probably because Red Bull have done quite a lot of running already, and Max isn't driving in the afternoon. It's Hadjar that's driving in the afternoon. So, yeah. I'm not seeing an available feed on multiviewer. If you click at the top right and press the 3 dots and then press live timing, it'll come up. Anthony with a huge fast lap. Yeah, I mean, 11th position isn't exactly huge, but he's on another fast lap now. Nico Hulkenberg up into 9th. Nice job there from him. Anthony, let's see what he's doing in the middle sector. So it's going through there. 76 km/h minimum speed. Okay, let's see what he can do now through towards turn number 10. We saw 73 km/h minimum speed from Oscar Piastri. And 68 km/h minimum speed for Antonelli there. So a little bit slower, but he got onto the power quite quick. It's 6th gear, then 7th gear before he gets onto the brakes for turn number 11. And there you go, up the hill towards turn number 13 now. What is his speed through that corner? 236, pretty nice green there for Kimi Antonelli. But he's still way off Piastri. Like, Antonelli's middle sector is 43 seconds and Piastri's middle sector is 41.6. So, yeah, big difference there. But he comes across the line and it's a 137.5. Can Williams bring a surprise this time? They could. James Vowles could have been cooking. So, only time will tell. Can teams really change all the stuff which is wrong with the cars before Melbourne? No, they can't change all of the stuff. There's definitely still things that will be wrong before Melbourne. However, Formula One design, the design cycles in Formula One are really quick. So within 1 week, within 2 weeks, you can get a brand new batch of parts, brand new upgrades sorted out. So yeah, I would not be surprised if a lot of things change between now and Australia. I mean, even Audi, they changed their side pods between Barcelona and between Bahrain. Sounds like Williams is still a bit overweight. Feels like it's going to be a rough start. Well, the last rumour that I heard about it was they're only 400 grams heavier than the Mercedes car. And, yeah, should be fine then. 400 grams, not the end of the world. might be able to work something out. Images released of Adrian Newey working with the mechanics, actively examining the car himself. Yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, really, his job is to do that, but it's still a little confusing to me why Adrian Newey is team principal. He is a really good car designer. Do not get me wrong, right? But is he the best team principal? Has he been given a little bit too much power at Aston Martin? Is it a bit unnecessary to give him team principal? Surely you could have let Adrian Newey cook with the technical design, and you could have let someone else be the team principal, because there's a lot of operational aspects of Formula One that Newey may be good at, right? Because he's got all of this knowledge from Red Bull, but I'm sure he's also not got as much experience and as knowledge in that compared to someone else who's already been a team principal. Who's going to win, Adrian Newey or Alonso versus Honda? Yeah. Is there a specific circuit you'd like to see, such as India, Malaysia, Russia? I think Malaysia is definitely the biggest one I'd like to see back. F1 Gamer, for those of us who just tuned in, can you give us a recap of Aston's day 3 so far? They have been, well, supposedly, according to some reports, they are not suffering from cooling issues. It's apparently just the internal combustion engine and the gearbox that is giving them problems. But essentially, I think Aston Martin, they've been running really low revs and... they've been running really high revs but not getting anywhere. And sometimes then they do the exact opposite, where they run low revs and then they have a reasonably quick top speed. So it seems like they're alternating between using a bunch of engine power and then a little bit of battery, and then the other way around, where a bunch of battery and a little bit of engine power. But again, this is speculation. This is sort of what I'm guessing at from the RPM and the speed numbers. And again, their top speeds aren't looking amazing. It's 318. Literally, the Aston Martins have not broken 320 kilometers per hour. And you've got to keep in mind, they've got front wing DRS and rear wing DRS compared to last year. And they've also got Adrian Newey designing the car. And somehow they haven't gone faster than 320 kilometers. Audi, this is the first time they've made the Formula One car, have gone quicker than 320. And the rest of the engine manufacturers have gone 330 plus. So GP2 engine is definitely the best way to put it. Newey team principal is confusing. They're putting too much responsibility on his plate. They should have let him be chief aerodynamicist and work his magic. A lack of performance could be from there. Yeah, exactly. I think Newey doesn't design the engine, he designs the car, but there are, a lot of different aspects apart from aerodynamics. So I don't think he should have been team principal. Yeah, Oscar Piastri, personal best lap time there. 1:34.5, so improves a little bit further. He's now only 0.6 off George Russell, so nice job there from Piastri. Yeah, green in sector 1 and 2, a little bit worse in sector 3. Not bad. Hadjar is cooking. Yeah, well, first sector is a 29.9. That's only 2 cents down on Piastri. And let's see what he can do now through sector number 2. He's got his foot flat to the floor. 230, 240, 243. I think 243, 242. Yeah. Through that part of the corner, through turn 12. And again, green. And now let's see what he can do coming into the final corner. All right, here you go. Across the line comes Isaac Hadjar, and it is 6th position. Fresh out of soft tyres, and he is about 0.6 back from Max Verstappen. Yeah. They not only can they can't even run it at full revs. Exactly. Do you think we'll see something equivalent to DRS trains? Potentially. I mean, it is so difficult to know what's going to happen in these things. So, I don't know. You could have a situation where everyone gets the overtake detection point at the start of the race. Everyone uses all of their battery, and then suddenly everyone's out of charge. Nobody gets any overtakes done, because you know how it was with DRS, where one driver would get DRS at the front, and then the driver behind them would get DRS, and because they both had DRS, nobody could overtake each other. I think something very, very similar could happen with the overtake button, where, you get 3 drivers in a queue, all of them get the overtake button, they all use it to prevent themselves getting overtaken by the driver behind, and then they've run out of battery charge. So, yeah, I'm not really sure. Not sure how that would work out. Isn't that what override mode is for? Override mode being... Isn't that just the same? Manual... You mean manual override mode? It's just been renamed to overtake mode. Right. 2026 Battle of the Battery Charge, yeah. Without the battery, they just dropped to a 475 horsepower engine. Yeah, sort of. Okay, track temperature is 32 degrees, air temperature 29, 2 hours and 15 minutes remain, 1 hour and 15 minutes till the broadcast. How can they hold full throttle and sometimes can't go past 300 on the straight? Is that because of the battery? Yeah, it is. Because without a battery, they have literally only got a 500 horsepower engine, which is, well, pretty pathetic for a Formula One car. Last year, they had 800 horsepower coming from the internal combustion engine, 200 from the hybrids. So, even if you were totally out of battery, you would still have 800 horsepower. Whereas now, if you are out of battery, then, yeah, you're down to 500. So override is where the drivers can deploy more battery / alter when the wings are open as long as they're within 1 second, which is separate from the automatic overtake mode. No, I don't. As far as I can tell, the drivers press a button to open and close the flaps when they're in the green dotted line, and then they have a special overtake button that deploys the extra power. Yeah. Hulkenberg's out on intermediates. Bortoletto was out on intermediates this morning, and now Hulkenberg's out on intermediates. And, they're not actually out on intermediates. The data, for whatever reason, thinks that the Audis like to go out on intermediate tyres. 500 horsepower from a V6 3 litre is kind of good. No, it's good. Don't get me wrong, but you don't want, you think a Formula One car may have 1,000 horsepower or 900 horsepower, not 500. If you run out of battery, that's the thing. But the thing is, the teams know how catastrophically terrible it would be to run out of battery, so they'll never let the battery charge get that low. They'll do lots of lifting and coasting, and that's why this year's Ferrari's year, because lifting and coasting is the name of the game, and Ferrari drivers are experts. My name is Larry. Where can we watch it? If you use the link in the chat, so just the one that's pinned up there, you can get Proton VPN for $1, and then you can go connect to an Italian VPN server and then go over to YouTube and watch the broadcast. It'll start in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Okay. That's a broad statement to make. Not all Ferrari drivers are experts at a specific thing. Yeah, okay. Lifting and coasting. Everyone gave another late night brain question. Are there penalties in place if you run out of battery? Will the 107% rule apply in events where the cars drop to 500 horsepower because of no battery? No, the 107% rule only applies to qualifying. So if you have a mechanical issue where your battery is broken in qualifying, then the stewards can decide to not allow you to take part in the race, or the stewards can say, oh yeah, as long as you fix your battery, you're allowed to take part. So I'm pretty sure the 107% rule doesn't apply during the race itself. All right, Colapinto's out onto the circuit. So is so quite a few other drivers actually. Yeah. Okay. Antonelli push lap. Here we go then, folks. Push lap for Antonelli. 240Ks through sector number 2. And let's see what he can do. Fresh set of soft tyres for him. He's currently in 12th position. Green sector 1, green sector 2. He found himself in 4th position in the second sector, in the first sector and in the second sector. Let's see what he can do in sector number 3. Here he comes now across the line. Comes Kimi Antonelli at 282 kilometers per hour. 3rd position. Wow, very nice. A very good final sector, quicker than Oscar Piastri's, and he finds himself up in P3. Well, there we go, folks. I think it's simple enough. Mercedes have won the championship. We might as well not take part in this season. It's going to be an easy victory royale for them. Merc dominance, it is so over. Where's the Ferrari meme gone again? Is it this one? No. Is this one? Here we go. Oh no. Well, that one could also apply, but yeah. Absolute depression. Ted Kravitz said the real issue is Red Bull is fast. A lot of pointing fingers. Yeah, oh no, that is... I mean, are you really surprised that Sky Sports is British bias? No, I don't think anyone really is. But the fact that he said on the broadcast, the real issue is Red Bull is fast is kind of wild. Kimi spun? Kimi locked up? No, he is... Kimi did fine, He definitely didn't spin on his hot lap. Red Bull benchmark, yeah, mate. This is what I'm saying. Toto Wolff is definitely just lying, but so is everyone who's talking to the media. Hadjar 328 down the straight. Okay, Hadjar, is this it's not a fresh set of soft tyres, but he's still pushing down this lap. So let's see what Hadjar can do. Will the Red Bull budget issue prevail this season? Yeah, no, Red Bull just need to spend a little bit more money on catering so their drivers are well fed and they can focus, and then they're going to win the championship. Yeah, they just need to spend a little bit more money on catering, and it'll be an easy win for the Red Bull F1 team. Okay, here comes Hadjar going through turn number 10 onto the brakes. What's his minimum speed going to be? 67 kilometers per hour, and he gets onto the power from there. Is he going to stay up into 7th gear, 284, before he gets onto the brakes for there? No, yeah, I think Verstappen's comment where he says, oh, it's like Formula E, and it's like Formula E on steroids and whatever, that is very true. You know, you counter that, it is still racing at the end of the day. You're still competing to go the fastest person around the track, around, 70 laps or however many it is. So, time to get on with it and do some racing. All right, here comes Isaac Hadjar across the line. What's it going to be? And he is a whole 2 seconds slower. And the next regulation change will basically be Formula E. No, apparently the next regulation change, some people were saying that it's going to be 3-litre V8s or something with sustainable fuels and a little bit of a battery system. You could put them all in carts and call it F1 if you use that logic. No, for sure, I do agree. So we should, there's a spirit of F1 that people want to keep alive, and to each person, the spirit of F1 is slightly different. To some people, it is, being on the cutting edge of technology. For some people, it is all-out racing and screaming engines. And, for each person, they have their own opinion on it and what a Formula 1 race should be like. Should you have refueling? Should you not have refueling? So that's why we have these discussions. All right. Yeah. It is 2 hours and 5 minutes remain. Also, another thing I'd like to point out, right? Red Bull were really, really good in this, what's it called? In the 2022 regulation set, where the diffuser was super duper important, right? And the diffuser was super duper important. And another thing that I'd just like to mention is that Adrian Newey, of course, was part of the Red Bull team there, and he was doing a lot of the design work for the 2022 car for the Red Bull team. And Adrian Newey's dissertation, so the final project that he did at university, was actually on diffusers on race cars. So Adrian Newey did a degree in, I can't remember exactly what it was. It's either mechanical engineering or like aerodynamical engineering or something like that. He did it at the University of Southampton, and he his final project was actually on diffusers of race cars. So Adrian Newey definitely knew a lot about that subject, and clearly he cooked on the 2022 and 2023 car for the Red Bull team. But this year it's slightly different. Is Adrian Newey going to cook again? Seems like maybe not. Aerospace. Oh yeah, aerospace, that's probably the right one. If you guys want to type in the chat, all you've got to do is type. All you've got to do is subscribe. You got to subscribe, then wait 1 minute, and then you can type in the chat. Will you work in motorsport after graduating? Well, not in Formula One. And then I'm not gonna comment any further. We'll see. We'll see if I get a job somewhere. Adrian Newey's project was on Venturi's. Yeah, Venturi tunnels, which is exactly what the diffusers were about in 2022. So, what happened to Adrian Newey this time? Design collapse? Well, this is the problem, really. I said this earlier, you can focus too much on one aspect of the design and compromise something else. And I personally think that Adrian Newey's gone too hard on the aerodynamics, compromised the amount of space and cooling required for the engine. And that is why Honda is struggling as a result. Oil Slick 13, is Cadillac this slow or just testing? Thoughts? Thanks for the donation, buddy. And is Cadillac this slow? They are testing at the end of the day, and I don't think they are going to be that slow. They've got the Ferrari power unit at the end of the day in their car, and in terms of their speed through the corners, they are not too bad. I'm sure they will have definitely some things to improve on, but probably a midfield team, I think. Maybe a little bit more further to the back. Max drove in the morning, Hadjar's driving in the afternoon, guys. So, yes, Max will not be driving today. Well, he's not driving for the rest of the day. Adrian Newey could also cook with the suspension. Yes, the aerodynamics and the suspension of Formula 1 cars are extremely interlinked, and Adrian Newey did have a significant design role in the suspension as well, so maybe the suspension will be helping out compensate for the lack of aerodynamic performance. It can't, no, not aerodynamic performance, power unit performance. Oscar Piastri is on 99 laps. He's about to hit 100. Liam Lawson's on 118. Franco Colapinto on 109. Good to see. Alonso's not driving today. No, he drove yesterday, and Stroll is driving today. Game Riot, have Williams done any quick laps? Williams, not really, no. They've Williams don't have that many soft tires as far as I can remember. If you can see there, Williams, oh no, they do, but they haven't been using them today. Williams have got 18 soft tires, but not been using them. Also, Game Riot, thanks for subscribing. I've definitely seen some of your videos like ages ago, some of the older ones about the PlayStation and the PS5 and things like that. You're actually the subscriber that has got the most subscribers. Like you're the biggest channel that subscribed to me. So pretty cool. And it looks like you're a Williams fan. So awesome. Opinion on Alpine. Alpine doing okay, really. I mean, 110 laps on the board is pretty good. Maybe with the Mercedes power unit this time, they will be pretty. Yeah, might be in with a shot. The aerodynamics for their rear wing also looks quite interesting. I think they're using quite a few interesting solutions, which maybe might pay off for them, give them a few extra kilometers down the straight. No, I'm a Hamilton fan, but I like to see Williams do well. Oh, cool. Off topic, what are your interests other than motorsports, games, music? To be honest, I can't really think right now. What else do I do apart from motorsport? I don't know. I play chess a bit, and most of my time is spent hanging out with all my friends. Not that I've got a huge amount of friends or anything, but yeah, because I'm at university right now, I'm living with some of my friends. Because as you can clearly see, this room's pretty small, but living with my friends, and quite a few of my friends also live like 10 minutes away, so most of my time is just spent hanging out with them, chatting about whatever. Play a bit of chess, read a few books. Yeah, and then do a lot of studying for an engineering degree. Yeah, that's about it really, but thanks for asking. Oh, and I have a motorcycle. Yeah, also that. Why don't they set faster laps after the morning runs? Because the temperatures go up, so the teams can't push as hard. So now the temperature's going to drop in the final 2 hours, so the teams can push harder, and they can push harder, and then they can set quicker laps. I'm a big fan of the London Bridge defence. I'm quite a big fan of the Tennyson Gambit intercontinental ballistic missile variation. Yeah, if you've watched that video, it's quite a good one. Anyway, 2 hours remain on the clock. 1 hour till the broadcast goes live on Sky Sports Italy, and yeah. Thoughts on Piastri? I mean, come on, there's just no point spamming what thoughts on Piastri are, and because you've asked, I'm not going to answer now. I have watched The Queen's Gambit. Someone asked a little bit earlier on, what shows do I watch? I have watched The Queen's Gambit. It's a mechanical engineering degree. The weather's always a bit gloomy in London, no? Yeah, I mean, it's not even in London. I'm sure it's gloomy in London, but just all in the UK, it's gloomy. So 5,800 people tuned in. Thanks everyone for tuning in and listening to me yap about whatever. I hope you guys are enjoying the random podcasts and the random side things that we're talking about. So yeah, should be good. And glad that you are all listening in. Okay. Here in the UK, it's very wet. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Do you know where Leeds is? Well, look, I live in the UK, so I definitely know where Leeds is. Yeah. All right. Oscar Piastri out on a mystery tyre. Maybe he's going to go on a push lap shortly. Let's wait and see. What is Colapinto doing down the straight? He full on the throttle. It is 7th gear. When does he shift from 7th to 8th? He doesn't shift from 7th to 8th. He stays in 7th the entire length of the straight, and then gets onto the brakes right at the end. Do you do live during race days? Indeed, I do. I'll be live streaming all of the practice sessions, all of the quali sessions, all of the race sessions as well. I commentate them all. I haven't missed a race in like at least 2 years. I think I did every single race in 2024 and every race in 2025 as well. So, yeah. What motorcycle do I have? I have a Honda CB125. Yeah, you can look it up. CB125. It will come up. It's pretty common. Tips on staying awake when the races are on the other side of the globe. I don't know. Sometimes I don't even have coffees when I'm commentating for the like the Australian Grand Prix or the Japanese Grand Prix. They're sort of bad time zones for me. But if I've got a light on in my face and these screens blasting my eyeballs, I'm probably not going to fall asleep. I will yawn quite a bit, but I'm probably not going to fall asleep. Maybe I could lend my motorbike engine to Aston Martin. Yeah, they definitely do need the extra 10 horsepower that my motorcycle engine has got. Yeah. Albono green sectors. Yeah, pretty nice there from Alex Albon. 139.3 from Alex Albon. And it's his 16th position for him. But he is on a set of hard tyres, so, don't count out Williams just yet. All right. Yeah. Watch out, Antonelli on fresh tyres. Let's have a look. Fresh set of softs for Antonelli again. Oh, are we going to get a Mercedes one too? He may be just doing this for the headlines, Maybe they are just doing this because they want the headlines. After Toto Wolff said yesterday, we're not the fastest team, Red Bull is the benchmark, and then just stick Antonelli up into second position. Let's see, guys. Enjoying it a lot while writing legislative bills for my city council. Oh, pretty cool. That's interesting, really. I've never really thought about how a city council even works. Okay, Antonelli gets onto the power and he goes up to 329 kilometers per hour before he starts clipping, then slams on the brakes at 320 into turn number 1, minimum speed of 66 kilometers per hour, then slowly onto the throttle for turn number 2 and 3. Up the hill he goes, drops the front wing, drops the rear wing, and then onto the brakes for turn number 4. Taking that corner in second gear, actually. Bit of an interesting choice of gear, but second gear it is. Then, purple. Okay. Well, it looks like we are going to end the day with a Mercedes 1-2. Right. Let's have a look in the middle sector. What's its minimum speed going to be? George Russell's minimum speed, 72 kilometers per hour going through turn number 10. And Kimi Antonelli actually goes 67 kilometers per hour, but he does get onto the throttle nice and quickly. And you can see that by the purple mini sectors. And he barrels his way towards turn number 11, super late on the brakes, flicks the car up the hill towards the left, and already full throttle again, 230, 240, and he's flat, but he's actually not gaining that much speed there. Going through the second, the speed trap between sector 2 and sector 3. Regardless, he's purple, and now going towards turn number 14, that is 300. He just touches 302 before he's onto the brakes, and quickly onto the power again. Third gear, fourth gear, short shifting, 12,000 RPM across the line, and it is P1, Mercedes 1-2. Kimi Antonelli goes 18 milliseconds quicker than George Russell's lap time. And the final sector still had about a tenth of improvement left to go to compare to Russell. Even then, Antonelli is up in P1. Let him cook. It is so over. It is so over. Yeah, Aston Martin probably should have took the Mercedes power unit. I'm not gonna lie. It seems to be pretty good. Okay. What was the quality time from last year? It says there at the bottom over there. Time from last year 129.8. So a 133.9. That's still about 4 seconds slower. Okie dokes. Silence after the storm. What, is that me not talking? I was just adjusting a few settings. Apologies. Why is Max not doing his laps? Because Max did his laps in the morning. Hadjar's driving in the afternoon. Yeah. I mean, Mercedes are going to dominate again. I mean, this is why George Russell seemed really happy. If you looked at the press conferences of George Russell in Barcelona, he was all really smiley, like, "Oh yes, everything's amazing, and I feel so happy about this." So who knows? Yo guys, have you realised the team who topped Bahrain test number 3 have won at least 2 races that year? Williams topped Bahrain test number 3 last year and did not win any races. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. Kimi had 0 testing and nonchalantly set the fastest lap. Well, he did do 33 laps on day 1. So 33 laps, and he did about 10 before he did this fast lap as well. Oh, is it Williams that top test 2 last year? Oh, okay. Maybe they top test 2 but still set the overall quickest lap time or something. Given the drivers can deploy their power at will on the straights, would it be reasonable to expect even faster lap times this year, provided new rules haven't nerfed the other speed aspects? Well, they get more power down the straights. They're quicker down the straights, but they are slower through the corners. So, at a correct circuit like Monza, where you've got loads of straights, they'll be quicker. At the circuits like Singapore, where you need the downforce, they'll be slower. Williams top test 2, George top test 3. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Well, to be fair, there's also next week of testing as well, because that is also day 3. So, we'll see. Quicker on the straight until they have to downshift 8 light years early for the battery. yeah, true. They're quicker on the straight until they have to put the car into neutral and rev the engine to become a generator for the battery. Red Bull has issues again. Well, Hadjar's been in the garage. I don't know for how long. I will see if there's any more information. No, I haven't really seen much. If there's an issue for Red Bull or not. Why is it Ferrari out? I don't know. Hamilton's done 92 laps, but he's got his engine on now. You can see there right at the top, his RPM is 3,500, so he should be coming out onto the circuit relatively soon. Any word on the Stroll issue? 62 laps. Yeah, the last time... Wait, am I correct in thinking the last time Stroll was out on the circuit was about an hour ago? Or has he come out since? Because I haven't 100% been paying attention, to be totally honest with you guys. So... I think he might have just been, yeah, it's been about an hour. So potentially more issues for Lance Stroll. Because I mentioned it, I think. I said, oh, Stroll is coming in at 2 hours and 42 minutes, but then I didn't pay attention to if he's done any more laps since then. So, yeah, potentially there's some sort of issues there down at Aston Martin. No, Russell's lap he set on soft tyres. It's just the last tyre he was out on was hard tyres. Albon sector 3, 24 seconds. Yeah, 24 seconds. That's about 1 full second off the pace. The Netherlands atmosphere will be amazing as it's the last race there. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But the race in the Netherlands is again quite expensive, like it is in Silverstone. I knew 2 people that rather than deciding, they live in the Netherlands, but they decided that rather than going to the race at Zandvoort, they would do a road trip across Europe and go to Hungary, watch the race in Hungary, and then come back. And it was still cheaper to do that than it was to watch the race in the Netherlands. And they lived in the Netherlands, right? So there was no hotel, no car. Well, you need a car to drive there, but that was it. Quite pricey, to be fair, for the Netherlands, and the Hungary ticket is definitely a whole lot cheaper. Yeah, you can definitely road trip to Spa. Spa's a lot closer to the Netherlands. Okay, what else? Antonelli's on 4th new set of softs. He's come out on another fresh set of soft tyres. What are they doing? Are they just giving him the last time they sent out Antonelli on a fresh set of soft tyres in a car that he didn't have a lot of experience on was 2024 Italian Grand Prix. Antonelli was driving in FP1. That was his first time in that year's Formula 1 car, and he crashed it. But Anthony's got an extra years of experience now, so maybe things will be different. Nico Hulkenberg up into 9th position there. Nice job from him on a fresh set of soft tyres. I didn't. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rewind and see what lap time, what speed Hulkenberg was doing down the straight, because I am actually quite interested to see what the what Hulkenberg is doing down the straight, the Audi engine. It would be pretty cool to know. So let's see. Hulkenberg, let me just rewind. Okay, so Hulkenberg's, this is the replay that I'm just watching on my other laptop. Hulkenberg hits 321, 322. So the quickest we've seen from the Audi is 322. We've not seen them reach 330. All of the other cars, apart from the Astons, have hit 330. So, yeah, maybe Audi are down a little bit on horsepower as well, but they're not having the reliability issues that Aston are having, because Stroll has been in the pits for an hour. Were you the commentator on Racing Statistics 2 years ago? No. I've been commentating for longer than Racing Statistics has been commentating. Yeah. Oh, Kimi purple sector 1. All right, time to get going again. He's done it again. So let's see. What's he going to do now as he makes his way up the hill? Can he hold a higher speed? 240, 241. Yeah, so he's holding a little bit more speed there, 242. And I think his final sector is going to be even better. Purple in sector 1, purple again in sector 2. All right, well, here comes the final corner. What speed can he get? 303. Oh my God, he's gone up to 306 before he starts deracing, recharging his battery up a little bit, and then onto the power in second gear. Short shifts up to 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, already deploying all of the battery. Is he going to hit 300 Ks before the line? No, he isn't, but it's purple again, 2/10 ahead of his teammate. Comando Nero, where do you think Audi will end up? I think Audi's probably going to be mid-pack. I definitely don't think they're going to be at the back of the pack, given that Sauber's pretty good at designing the aerodynamics. So, yeah. But thank you for the donation there. Someone tell Kimmy to wait to do these laps until the broadcast is live. Yeah. Again, his final sector isn't really that great compared to Russell's, but maybe, there's one or two other tricks. He needs to brake slightly later for turn 13 or 14 maybe, and he should be okay. Next year is our year. The Ferrari fans have already decided next year is our year. He's only done 16 laps as well. Okay. Ferrari's still using the same engine from Barcelona. This is a very good thing. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay, well, if they are, which we do not know for certain, but if they are, then that is pretty good for their reliability news. Okay. Why is the one brake light blink slower than the others? I'm not actually sure. There is definitely some new things that they've changed up with the brake lights this year, or the flashing lights. So, yes, I will look into that, figure out what it is, and then explain them to you guys. With Mercedes topping the times and nothing the FIA doing about the Merc engine, can we see a repeat of the 2023 style dominance? Potentially, but I wouldn't count out Williams. Yes, it's the Mercedes power unit, but they have to give the exact same power unit to Williams. They have to give it exact same power unit to McLaren. So just because they're top of the times right now does not mean much, because if the FIA allow the teams to have that sort of engine with the compression ratio trick, then McLaren will have the same engine. So will Williams. So will Alpine. If you're talking about Williams rear light, F1 says it's a glitch. Oh, okay, so it may just be a glitch then. Right, okay, fair enough. I heard Audi bought some personnel from Porsche. Is that true? I wouldn't be surprised, because Audi are owned by Volkswagen, and they both own Porsche, so the race engineers that work there can bring them over whenever. So just how it goes. Are you going to stream after 1 hour? Yeah. I'll be streaming the final hour of testing as well. I won't be able to show you the cars, but I'll be live and you guys can listen to my commentary. Mercedes, Red Bull is the team to beat. Yeah. It is, yeah, it is not great. I'm getting tired of people saying Stroll's the problem. Yeah, I mean, it's not Stroll. Aston Martin haven't come out of the pits for an hour now, so clearly something wrong with their car. I'm not going to show you the cars live. I can show you. Look, folks. In the chat you can see there's a pinned link to Proton VPN. That link is only valid for a limited amount of time, and it will allow you to use Proton VPN for $1 for the next month, right? So you can watch today's testing, you can watch next week's testing, you can watch the first race in Australia, and also the second race in China, all for the cost of $1. And essentially, yeah, so I would say it's a pretty good deal if you guys are interested. You get Proton VPN, you connect to an Italian VPN server, you go onto Sky Sports on YouTube, and you can watch the broadcast there. It is available for anyone to watch as long as you've got an Italian VPN, and for the races it'll be an Austrian VPN server, and you'll use Service TV. So that's how it works, and yeah. We have around 600 people or so using this method to actually watch the footage. So, it definitely does work. I'm doing it on my own laptop. So, and it's $1 for the entire month. It's not going to ask you for pay for $50 and you can get the first month for $1. It's literally, you'll only pay for one. So, yeah. Sky streams F1 on YouTube in Italy. They stream the testing, right? They stream the testing. I literally got this email from Proton about an hour ago, maybe, after I sent them an email asking for a $1 a month link, sort of suggested it a little bit, and they sent it to me an hour ago. So limited time, go ahead and check it out. I think it'll be pretty nice for you guys to have, to watch, 2 races and also all of testing for $1. Nice deal. Do you see Keanu Reeves' interview? I did not see it, unfortunately. I will maybe have a look a little bit later on. Okay. Can you tell Ferrari why Ferrari's not going into gear 1 at turn 1 and most of the drivers go gear 1 turn 1? Because Ferrari may have slightly different gear ratios with regards to that. So that will definitely affect things. And the other thing is they could be on a different run plan, right? If their cars are lighter, they can carry more speed through the corner and they can get away with second gear. But if the car's heavier, then they need the extra rotation and then they'll drop it into first. So it's just different run plans for different driving. Hamilton's not going above 314 because that's what Ferrari have set the power unit to do. The power unit can do 339. I've seen it myself. So don't worry about it. Let's see. The info Ferrari is using the same engine from Barcelona is not official, but it seems to be coming from respected sources. If true, it would mean around 700 laps on the same power unit. That is pretty good. But how can I watch it if I buy Proton VPN? You connect to an Italian VPN server, and then you go onto YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1, and it's the first link that comes up. So that's how you do it, as long as you get Proton VPN. Why is Bro ignoring me? Who do you think will finish last in the constructors? I don't know. I can't tell you for a fact. I don't really. Yeah. I don't have a crystal ball, as Seb Vettel said once at some point. How can I watch China and Melbourne with a VPN? What you would do is you would join an Austrian VPN server, and then you would search Service TV onto Google. And once you've done that, you can, you can just click on the Formula One live link, and you can watch the coverage. Pretty straightforward. And then, of course, if you're in Netflix and you VPN to a different country, then you can watch the shows that are available in a different country and stuff like that. But yeah, that's a totally different set of things. Why is Williams slow? Because they are not trying to drive fast. That's the plan. I need a merch with. I don't have a crystal ball quote. Yeah. Okay. Do you think Aston can become competitive after 4 to 5 races? Well, it depends on how their problem is, right? If the problem with their car is the problem with their engine is a systemic problem, right? And it's a thing that they're going to have to sort of develop themselves out of, then it's going to take them a while. And I don't think the first 4 to 5 races will be enough. However, if it's one quick fix, they need to do one thing, and if they can get this one thing to work, everything will be perfect, then yes, potentially it could work within the next 4 to 5 races. And to be honest, asking me, probably not the best idea. Fernando Alonso is reportedly going to be giving a press conference this afternoon or this evening after pre-season testing finishes in Bahrain. So I would recommend to find out what he says in the press conference, translate it from Spanish, and try and work it out yourself. Okay. What country do I need to turn on? Italy. If you join Italy, then that's the one. Okie dokes. 336 kilometers per hour is faster than last year. Intrigued what they can do at the top out of the overtake mode. Yeah, I'm quite interested to see what will happen when they drop the fuel loads and then just go full send on the overtake button. I heard Newey went pretty tight on the cooling package. Yeah, exactly. Where's the $1 option? It's the link above. It's the link in the chat. The one in the description will not work. Well, that's the more expensive one. I, for some reason, can't copy this link properly. Oh, actually, I might be able to put it in the description now. It wasn't working before. Here we go. Okay, I've put it in the description as well. And then you guys... Oh, that's not going to work, actually. No, I can't put it in the description, folks. But the one that's pinned in the chat, that's the $1 a month one. Can you watch it live already? It's going to go live. Well, the live is already started on the Sky Sports Italy page, but it's just the Italian commentators talking about stuff. If you want to see the actual... if you want to see the actual footage, you're going to have to wait 31 minutes. Okay. With 1 and 2, they for sure will have banned the compression trick. Really? Well, interesting. I don't know. We'll see, really. We'll see. Do you think the straights like Las Vegas and Baku will be a concern for safety because of how long they'll be flat out for? Yes, potentially. I mean, this is the thing. The straights, I'm not sure on how exactly the safety regulations work in terms of the barriers on straight sections. I know when you're going into a corner, you've got, really big barriers and really big runoff area. But in terms of for the straights themselves, if the drivers are going 350 kilometers per hour and they get a puncture on one wheel and they're going to go flying off into the barrier, there needs to be some pretty proper protection there. And I don't know what speed they sort of calculate these drivers may hit the barriers with, but it's not ideal. So I think what they're going to do is probably revamp some more of the safety systems around the straights. High hopes for Ferrari this year. Yeah, Ferrari look good in terms of their reliability. Now, of course, they may not have the engine trick of Mercedes, but who knows? Recap of testing today. We have issues for Bottas in the morning, cooling issues, but they managed to fix those. Issues for Stroll this afternoon. Issues for Antonelli also this afternoon. And apart from that, everyone's been doing some pretty good laps. Russell and Antonelli 1-2. They've both put on fresh sets of softs and pushed pretty hard to get those laps. Yeah, nothing else really of significance apart from Honda seems to be getting worse and worse. Well, Aston Martin, Honda, whatever you want to call them, seem to be in a pretty bad situation. If the fuel levels is the only element you missed to know of the exact speed, why don't the FIA put it public? Because they don't want the teams don't want it to be public. They don't want the other teams working out what they're doing and on what fuel loads they are. And for that reason, it remains private. It's the same reason why the thermal cameras we had on some of the Formula One cars, I think in 2014 or 2015 maybe, they got banned because the teams didn't want them or didn't want other teams to figure out what, camber angles they were running or how they were warming up the tyres and things like that. So Bottas better than Perez? That's a tough one. I think I'd go with, I think I'd agree with that one, but based solely off their track record. But that being said, Perez has just been in a midfield team longer and Bottas has been at a top team longer. So I don't know, it's difficult to say. It's the final day of testing today, but next week there'll be more testing. It's the final day of testing for this week. What happened to Antonelli's lap of a 133.6? Well, he's got a fastest lap of a 133.6, so... Honda report power loss, speculation, derating up to 40 horsepower drop in high temps and some analysis. Sources describe heavy engine vibrations affecting the car, contributing to overheating efficiency. Well, thank you, Loki, in the chat for that information. If you could also let me know where you got that from, then that'd be brilliant. But, well, I guess Honda have got a lot of work to do. Will I watch on Australia live? Yes, I'll be commentating on Australia. It doesn't say 7 laps for Alonso, it says question mark. The font is just a little small to read, but yes, it says question mark. What are some good places to get news on Formula 1? Well, the F1 Gamer YouTube channel, the F1 Gamer Instagram channel, the F1 Gamer TikTok. No, but seriously, I think Racing News 365 is all right. Also Sport are also all right if you just listen to some of their live stuff. You know, if you listen to the opinion pieces of, oh, I think this team's going to be better, then again, it's a little bit dodgy. The Race have some pretty dodgy videos as well about, you know, they're just hyping things up way too much. So it's difficult to say, really. Yeah, blatant self-promotion. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely joking a bit. Eric Van Haren for Red Bull. Yeah, there's definitely a few good. Oh, Chris Medland. Chris Medland on Twitter is pretty good. I think Adam Cooper is his name. I'm not sure. I've got a few other definitely good sources. Adam Cooper, yes. Adam Cooper and Chris Medland are definitely two very good sources. I'll be live streaming for Australia, yeah. All right. Hadjar's only driven for half the day. Max did the first 61 laps. Hadjar's now done 39, so they're coming up on 100 now. Hamilton's crossed the 100. So's Piastri. So's Colapinto. So's Lawson. Yeah, quite a big number of laps for everyone today. Thanks, man. Got the live stream legend. Oh, brilliant. So yeah, clearly a Proton VPN working out for some people. Even if they can do 339, it's no use if they cannot make it. Yeah, this is the problem. It's really all well and good if you can deploy your battery and get to 339 kilometers per hour, but then you have to then be able to recharge it during the lap and then also deploy it again and deploy it efficiently. So it's a tricky one. Also, folks, if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do so. We are, 252 subscribers away from 230k, so that would be mega if you could subscribe. And, yeah. Good reliability from Alpine today. Did they release any info overnight about the day one incident? I have not seen any information that they released, at least not on their sort of WhatsApp pages or Instagram or anything like that, so... Yeah, can we talk about Haas and their mileage? They went under the radar. Well, to be fair, I mean, I've been talking about them yesterday, but again, today they've gone and done the same thing. Just loads of laps, very consistent, no issues, solid lap times. So you really can't complain, can you? Is the $1 Proton link working? It is indeed. It's the link in the chat is the $1 one. The one in the description is the wrong one, but I can't update it right now. There's a rumour that Ferrari went with a steel alloy on the cylinder heads as the others using aluminium. The reason for the change is the minimum weight is higher. Could be a reason for their reliability. Yeah, I mean, steel is heavier than aluminium, but also stronger given the correct scenarios and circumstances. So potentially, yes. Potentially that is what's helping them out, but we really don't know at the end of the day. F1 2022 testing times, fastest was 131.7. These cars are extremely slow. Well, you know, these cars generate a way less downforce. So, and also, this is not the end of testing. Like, next week, Friday, is the end of testing. Mercedes is bringing changes next week. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of teams will be bringing changes next week because they will have done Barcelona, realized XYZ things need to change. The engineers will have started designing the parts. The technicians will have started manufacturing them. They will not have been ready for Bahrain. Some of them will have been, like the Audi side pod and things. And then they will now bring them to the second Bahrain test. F1 Gamer, when are you driving? Well, I only got my driving license like last week, so probably not very soon. Probably not very soon. I also don't have a car, so. F1 Gamer, you think the Merc teams are not running the power unit at full strength? I don't know. There's no way that I can know. Where will be the next test? They will be in Bahrain. And if you want to watch them, they'll still be on Sky Italia. Or Sky F1 Italia, whatever you want to call them. Okay. Will a driver chasing another be able to see if they're deploying his battery or when he's saving it? You will be able to see when they're saving it. When the drivers are saving and recharging their battery, the lights on the back of their car start flashing. So it becomes pretty obvious. Yeah. Could you put on some songs? I don't know, I'm just bored. I'm sure you could put on some songs for the background. I'm not sure everyone wants to listen to music right now. 1 hour, 20 minutes left on the clock. 20 minutes till the broadcast starts on Sky Italy. I read that Bahrain might be one of the best tracks for the cars. Yeah, that is potentially true. At some other circuits, if the circuit type is a little bit too different, where you don't have really big braking zones, for example, like Jeddah, you've got a lot of fast sweeping corners. Just tap the brakes, flick the car, like that sort of thing. Yeah, the cars may not be so great. How bad is Cadillac because it's slower than Aston Martin? Again, look, Cadillac are doing their own run plan. They've probably got loads of fuel in the car, so it's just nothing to worry about. To me, there's nothing to worry about. Jeddah's adding a chicane to the first straight. Oh, is it? Interesting. What do the flashing purple lights mean? I'm not sure what the flashing purple ones mean, but the lights do flash. Normally, if it was flashing red in the past, that was the batteries charging up. So, yeah. Would Free Proton VPN also be enough to watch F1? Well, Free Proton VPN won't let you connect to Italy to watch it, and you have to connect to Italy to watch it. So unfortunately not. But it is only $1 for the month, and you get 2 F1 races and 4 days of testing for it. So I think it's all right. Oh, my throat is actually really starting to feel it now. I don't know why the link in the chat doesn't work for me. It says content blocked. That's probably because your ISP doesn't want you on a VPN. I know there are some ISPs here in the UK. Virgin Media notably is one of them. That if you try to go on a VPN website, it will just block it. So if you go on mobile data, you'll be able to use it. But yeah, it's a bit frustrating, really. When's the broadcast? 18 minutes time. 18 minutes and the broadcast will begin. Cadillac will be the new Sauber. Maybe. What's your opinion on Mac's comments saying like Formula E is like steroids? Again, it is... Look, it is racing, but also it is not in the spirit of what he thinks Formula One should be. I said this earlier on. I think that Formula One should be flat out about racing, about the drivers pushing as hard as they can. Maybe there should be a few elements here of managing tires and managing your fuel and things like that. But mainly about racing, pushing hard, and overtaking in battles and things like that. Other people think Formula One should be all about, it should be on the limiting, the cutting edge of technology, and it should be really, really technologically advanced. So people have their own opinions on what Formula One should be, and Max is clearly of the opinion that it shouldn't be too much about management, and it should be very much about no risk, full push all of the time, every lap. So, that's why he doesn't like it. Is the broadcast live on YouTube? Yeah, as long as you have an Italian VPN, the broadcast is live on YouTube. I mean, that's the thing, right? The Formula One movie as well, it was not around management. Oh, let's see who's the smartest person, can manage the battery really, really well to win the race. It's about, combat and things like that, because that's what we sort of find to be interesting. It's like that. It's like that question from that journalist. 30 years ago, Niki Lauda said, "You will start your car like a computer." Very complicated, and that's sort of what it's turned into, isn't it? Technically challenging doesn't mean a simulator. All right, folks, I am once again suggesting my idea. I might even make a video about this, right? My idea is add the second brake pedal back into Formula One, right? This is sort of, little bit crazy, right? Add the second brake pedal back into Formula One. And for those of you folks that don't know what the second brake pedal is, McLaren back, I think in 1999 maybe, had a second brake pedal where if you pressed it, it would brake only one side of the car. So maybe the left-hand side or the right-hand side. And what it would do is you would press the brakes and the left-hand side of your car would slow down and the right-hand side would continue around, and it would twist the car and essentially make it turn, right? And you could go way, way quicker through the corners because of the second brake pedal. And that is, it's a little bit difficult to understand, but it is still racing. It requires driver skill. The drivers have to focus on it. Imagine having to use that in wet conditions as well. That would make things even more exciting. And it would also make the cars faster. It would also not get affected by dirty air because there's no aerodynamics. It's purely, your tires and your brakes doing that. So there you go. You add in the second brake pedal and you need more driver skill, and everyone uses it. So you get that extra rotation. So I think that is a good idea. Yeah, vector steering and that sort of thing, right? Because that will allow the drivers to, it involves more skill. The drivers can go push harder, and they'll be going quicker in lap times. And again, not affected by dirty air. I mean, what's not to love? Brake steer was developed in 1997, but perfected in 1998. Yeah. David Coulthard famously lapped the entire grid in the season opener in Australia. So that's pretty much an entire second faster per lap. So you could drop all of these lap times by an entire second, and all you need is one extra brake cylinder, like master brake cylinder in the hydraulic system, and that's it. I think I should be FIA boss for sure, 100%. Okay. Proton VPN link isn't working. I mean, let me try it on my own laptop. But I click on it and it works. Get Proton VPN for €1, for $1. The one in the chat, not the one in the description. All right. 1 hour and 12 minutes remain on the clock. 12 minutes till the broadcast starts live on YouTube. Break time before the broadcast. I need yogurt. Well, go ahead and have some break, folks. Okay. Larry for FIA boss. Need to make a petition. Exactly. The fans would love the V10s. Yeah, the fans would love them, wouldn't they? Except the people that would get hearing damage from them. But yeah. All right, we have got Antonelli, Hamilton, Piastri, and Colapinto out on the circuit. That is 128 laps from Piastri, 114 laps from Hamilton, 24 from Antonelli, and 121 from Colapinto. Nerd in Motion, thanks for the £2 donation. Enough jam at Aston to keep Stroll effective. I don't know exactly what that means, but there is they've got an issue with their car. They haven't come out onto the circuit for the last hour and a half. So, yeah, some issue with the car for Aston Martin. Just got Proton VPN. How do I watch F1 testing and the upcoming events? Well, you can connect to an Italian VPN server. So you download it onto your computer or your phone or whatever. Italian VPN server, and then you go onto YouTube and you search Sky Sports. Okay. So 10 minutes now till the broadcast begins. Let's see, is there any sort of update on what's going on with Stroll's car? Yeah, not sure exactly. He's jumped out of the car, but not much has happened, to be fair. Okie dokes. Perez out onto the circuit as well now. Good to see. So soft tyres there for Antonelli, hards for Hamilton. Yeah, Leclerc was doing a hard tyre run towards the end of yesterday, so I think Hamilton will be doing the same as him. Piastri is out on the mediums, done 18 laps on them so far. Perez also out on hard tyres, he'll be doing some longer runs. And Colapinto is on a fresh set of softs. F1 Gamer, where will the broadcast for the last 1 hour live be? It's on, if you go on YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1 Italy, it will come up. Hello, exciting day. Yeah, it's been a relatively exciting day. Quite a lot of action. I think it's definitely been good to have this gear information up and stuff to talk about. And yeah, I would say a pretty solid, interesting, fun day. Hi, you're completely new to all this VPN stuff. Would you mind explaining that again? What's the best way to watch F1 without having Sky? So you click the link that is at the top of the chat. Then you pay the $1 or the €1 or the £1. And once you've done that, you can download it onto your phone or your computer, connect to an Italian VPN server, so one in Italy, and then you go onto YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1. Bosh. Planet F1 has Alonso's interview. Really? Let's have a look. Because Alonso is allegedly going to hold an interview. I thought it was going to be after testing finished, but maybe he's already held it. Alonso interview, let's have a look. I have not... it doesn't seem like it's coming up on the Planet F1 website. So... yeah, the last thing they had was the 10th of February and today's the 13th, so maybe not. Apparently, the Formula E CEOs messaged Max to try Formula E in Jeddah and ride one of our cars. I think Max will try it. What do you reckon, folks? If Max Verstappen gets in a Formula E car, will he get pole position the first race he takes part in? Yes or no? Yes or no? Thank you so much. I give VPN a go. Very much appreciated, folks. Yes. I mean, why not? Yes, no doubt. Well, look, you've got to think about this. Max Verstappen got in a GT3 car, took pole position against very seasoned, very well-experienced GT3 drivers. And, well, yeah, did very well at the Nürburgring, didn't he? Do you think Red Bull's sandbagging a bit today? No, I just don't think they're doing quick laps. Unlikely. Fair enough. I think quite a lot of people think, well, GT3, it's a different category, totally different to Formula One, and I guess Formula E again is totally different to Formula One, but there's still similar elements. It's still racing at the end of the day. No, because you won't have time to work. Formula E isn't his style. Max is in a Formula E car right now. Yeah, maybe. Don't you find it striking that the only team saying, with the Mercedes engines, the one saying that Red Bull are strong? Yeah, they're all trying to deflect blame. Like, if it might help to explain this as a PSA. They all have a testing plan and not doing hot laps. Exactly, guys. This is the thing. Formula One teams, before they come to testing, they do a lot of planning beforehand on what laps they're going to do, what runs they're going to do, with what setup, to gather what information, with which sensors, right? This is all planned well in advance. They leave a bit of safety margin in case the car breaks down and all of these different things. And pretty much nowhere in their plans is let's go out and do a quali hot lap, right? Unless they want to get the headlines about them, it will not be in their plans. Because the simple fact is that when the teams gather so much data, they can just themselves predict what their quali hot lap time is going to be. You know how in 2018, Singapore, Lewis Hamilton got pole position there, and then Toto Wolff was like, oh, Lewis Hamilton beat our computer simulation, the most perfect possible lap. Hamilton went quicker than that. That is what the teams will do. They gather all of the information over the course of the season. They put it into their simulators and their calculators, and then they predict the fastest laps. So that's what the teams will do, and there's no need for them to go out and actually do the fast lap. Mercedes engines today have done 484 laps. Damn, indeed, that is. They have done a lot of laps, and Antonelli has had some reliability issues in the afternoon. No issues for Colapinto today. No issues for Williams. No issues for McLaren. So, yeah, just the Mercedes works teams themselves having issues. Okay. So here we go then, folks. Broadcast is starting shortly. Alrighty. The 2026 Formula Regional Middle East is going on right now. NASA is launching a rocket, apparently. Pretty cool. Okay. I have exams I should study by. Yeah, good luck with your exams, guys. Don't watch my stream if you've got to study for your exams. No issues for Ferrari? No, apart from the issue that Cadillac had. No issues for the Ferrari power unit either. Watching the broadcast wouldn't change commentary much as you are doing such a great job. I forget that we can't see the cars. Well, thank you very much, Elite0070. Much is appreciated. Got a lot of very nice comments from you guys last 3 days, so much is appreciated. Yeah, 8 hours into the stream now. 8 hours into the stream. Damn, right. Only an hour left to go. And then I can get some sleep. Let's see, how many of you have got Proton VPN? Let's have a look. It looks like quite a lot of you. Over 30 people have got Proton VPN. Well, folks, hope you're enjoying it, and the link is still valid. So if you guys are interested, $1 for the month, and you'll be able to access all of preseason testing today, all of it for next week, and the Australian Grand Prix and the Chinese Grand Prix, all for the price of $1. Not a bad deal, if you ask me. Okay. I thought you were in the UK. Will testing be on Sky Sports UK? I thought it would be. I actually did think Sky Sports UK were going to do it, but they have not done it this year. Maybe they'll do it next week, but as far as I know, they haven't done it today, they haven't done it yesterday or the day before, so it's quite likely they might not do it. It might just be Sky Sports Italy that is doing it. Where to watch after getting a VPN? You connect to an Italian server and then YouTube. You just go to YouTube, search Sky Sports F1 Live, and it comes up there. What was the background you briefly clicked on? Oh, that's just my wallpaper. Yeah, it's like one of the Windows 10 default wallpapers. I used to have Seb Vettel on my wallpaper, and then my laptop got corrupted and I never changed it back. Bro looks dead. You've done 24 hours of streaming in the last 3 days. Get a good night's sleep today. You deserve it. Yeah, will do. Right. Oh, no, you can watch it on Sky Sports UK if you have Sky Sports, but not on the YouTube channel. Not on the YouTube channel of Sky Sports. Yeah, that's sort of what I was referring to. Yeah, sorry for the misunderstanding. All right, then. Here comes Franco Colapinto. Personal best lap time, a 1:36.4. 5-lap old soft tyres for him. Not too shabby. 125 laps completed. Folks, what are your predictions? How many laps is Oscar Piastri going to do by the end of it? When you are getting the cutout of Seb Vettel, would you that would increase the streams much more, in my opinion. Fair enough. When am I getting it? I don't know. I haven't ordered it. I did find one actually, and it said that it'll take a week to deliver or something like that. 155, 180. 180 is a little bit of a stretch, I think. 160, yeah, 160 is possible. Also, are we going to end with a Mercedes 1-2, or is Cadillac going to go for pole? Or, well, not pole, but, first position? In India, it's roughly $22.22 of a dollar to watch testing. Well, there you go, if you're using Proton VPN. Bosh. Live stream started. All right, that's good to see. Good to see. Sky broadcast, yeah, the Sky Italy broadcast is now live. You can see the Haas car driving around. So that's great. Haas car of Esteban Ocon. Hi, Larry. Hello, folks. Hope you are all doing well. The Haas does look beautiful. Honestly, it's not even underrated. It's just a great livery. And the Haas engineers, designers have really cooked. I think that, if they had a few more colours to play with, they could have made a really iconic livery. Stroll is still in the pit, so it's been now an hour, nearly coming up on 2 hours now, that Stroll has not come out onto the circuit after engine issues. Do you think the Red Bull second seat is fixed? I don't think so. Don't think it is fixed. We'll see how Hadjar does. Hadjar going for a fast lap out on new softs. Yes, he is. All right, well, let's keep an eye out on Isaac Hadjar. What revs is he doing? What speed is he going? What gears is he using? 45 laps completed so far. He's on a fresh set of soft tyres with the Red Bull Ford powertrain car and powertrain engine, and then of course the Red Bull car itself, and designed by the people that learnt from Adrian Newey, not Adrian Newey himself. A lot of people at the Red Bull team, especially the aerodynamics department, have learnt a lot from Adrian Newey. Let's see if they can put that knowledge to good use. Coming through turn number 14 now is Isaac Hadjar, and let's see, can he start what can he do? What can he do? Weaving left, right, onto the power, and yeah, really late onto the power, but his speed looking at 300, 310, 320, 325 before he starts clipping again onto the brakes for turn number 1. All right, and that is very, very quick there for Hadjar. Okay. And again up into 8th gear, then onto the brakes, 3rd gear for turn number 4, and when's he shifting? 11.5, nearly 12,000. Yeah, he's shifting at 12,000 RPM. Okay, now coming down the hill towards turn number 8. What is his minimum speed going to look like? It's a 30.8 in the middle in the first sector, so that is about half a second slower than Antonelli. Looks like we're not going to be getting any sort of purple lap time from him. Colapinto does a 30.3, not bad. Yeah. How do you manage both studies and streaming? That's a I don't know. I sort of just I keep cooking. No, mainly I just try to do my studying before, because I know when the races are and I know when the streams are, so I just do them before or after. You've got to do what you've got to do, really, to do well in the exams, to keep the YouTube channel going. All right. Bro's just that good. 71 kilometers per hour at turn 10. Yeah, so pretty good minimum speed there. Across the line, 6th position there for Isaac Hadjar. And it is... he is only a little bit back from Max Verstappen, about, 3/10 or so. Yo, dude, won't you get bored sitting for the entire duration of testing? Well, I have just about done that, to be fair. I have got a little bit bored, but it's okay. I was actually thinking maybe I should put my headphones and listen to some music, but yeah, I think it's all right. Yeah, we'll see what Hadjar does. Is he going to improve any further? But it looks like Mercedes might end up the day with top of the times. We got 1,000. We got 4,600 people tuning into live stream. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you haven't hit the subscribe button or the like button, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to helping out the channel. Very much would be appreciated if you do hit that. I know there's a few people that are just listening to this, just watching the numbers rather than listening to me talk. So just moving around the subscribers and the likes to tell people to subscribe. But yeah, anyway. When will the stream start today? The stream for the broadcast is already begun. So if you guys want to check out Proton VPN, there's a $1 for 1 month link in the chat, and that'll let you watch the coverage. And Kimi Antonelli using a whole lot of curb there while driving around, lots of curb, taking all the bumps, and pushing the car through its pacing. He needs to attack relatively hard to figure out if this car is reliable, if this car is robust. Yes, ST stands for speed trap. Yes, okay, it's 2 a.m. F1 Gamer. I gotta go to sleep. Thanks for your work these last few days and being constant entertainment. You're a star. Get some rest after this. I'll see you next week. Well, you get some rest as well. Thanks for being on the chat for so late into the night in Australia. Yeah, have a good one. I'll see you next week. Broadcast just said Ferrari brought a new diffuser, front wing, and floor. Oh wow. Pretty good then for Ferrari team, and clearly the mechanics have been working hard, and that's why they will have been doing these setup comparisons maybe. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. So what they will have done, they will have sent out them on the old ones, gathered some data, sent them out on maybe just the new front wing, then gather some data, then they will have taken off the new front wing, put the old one on, put the new diffuser on, and gathered some data. So I think that will also be an element of what Hamilton has been doing. I'm on the VPN watching F1. It's all in Italian though. Is there an English-speaking live stream? Unfortunately not. Maybe I mentioned that, maybe I didn't, but the commentary will be in Italian, and what you can do is you can mute it and you can sync it up with what I'm speaking with. So the timer at the top left, and you can listen to me talk about it instead. But no, I do apologize. I probably should have said that a few more times, that the commentary will be in Italian. The Proton link worked for me. Okay, nice. It works for the rest of the season, yeah. If you use the Austrian VPN. So we've had about 600 or so people using it, so pretty good. Alex Albon, fresh set of soft tyres for the Williams team. Currently, he is last in the timings, Alex Albon, but he has now emerged from the pit lane with a fresh set of soft tyres. He's got the Mercedes power unit with a compression ratio trick. He is 5.6 seconds down currently off the quickest time. Where do you think Alex Albon is going to find himself at the end of his next flying lap? Yeah. Safety car in Formula Regional, yeah, it is. I'll have a look at Formula Regional a little bit later on. But here comes Albon, warming up his tyres, weaving left, right. Only one rookie, yes, only one rookie. Top 10 for Alex Albon. Let's see what he can do. Here that Hamilton is doing good, yeah, 127 laps under the belt, definitely doing a brilliant job. And Oscar Piastri, 141 laps under his belt, he's done fantastic as well. Liam Lawson's, I think, called it a day a little bit early on. Maybe they completed their run plan, maybe they didn't, but a nice job there from Lawson. Right, well, here comes Albon now through the second sector, going nice and slowly, getting his tyres warmed up. And we're looking at Piastri here driving through the corners. Car looks pretty stable. He's got that rear wing open. And yeah, well, now going up the hill. ST speed and S2 speed. So ST is the speed trap. So you can see this little white dot just over there. Oh, I can't even point properly. Over there. That is the speed trap. And then ST is, you see where Antonelli is right now between the blue and the yellow. That is where a speed camera is, or a speed trap. And that's measuring the speeds there. So that's the speeds the drivers are doing through there. Alex Albon through the speed trap. 308 kilometers per hour. Not awfully fast, but he gets on the throttle. Up the hill he goes in 7th gear and 11,000 RPM or so, and doesn't upshift into 8th. Then he is going towards sector 2. It's green in sector 1, 30.5, so that's about a second slower than Antonelli in sector number 1. And let's have a look at his minimum speed through turn number 10. Quite the tricky corner, turning and braking at the same time. But onto the brakes he goes from 5th gear down into 2nd, into 1st, and minimum speed of 66 kilometers per hour. And yeah, here he goes then. So still a relatively low minimum speed. He's still not carrying huge amounts, but he's probably got quite a bit of fuel in the car by the looks of it. And onto the power he goes. Up the hill, and holding a speed of 234. So still again down a little bit compared to what Sainz did yesterday. So definitely on slightly different fuel loads, and I think the Williams lights are still glitching out. And towards turn 14 he goes now. What can he do? Oh, a purple mini sector there as well. Must have been brave on the brakes before he got to turn 14. And here he comes across the line. And it is 10th position. Nice job there from Alex Albon. Of course, still 3 seconds off the pace, but not much of a concern there. Sainz in 12th position. He was driving in the morning. It was a little bit hotter. The track wasn't as grippy, so that's why he's a little bit further down. Where can I watch this live? If you get Proton VPN using the link above, you can get you can watch the you can watch testing on YouTube. You get Proton VPN, connect to Italy, and then go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1, and you can watch it. Okie dokes. What the lift and coast F1. Mercedes officially stopped sandbagging. One of the tails is out, Alex. Yeah, honestly, he's gonna get a fine for that. He's gonna get pulled over by the police and told off because one of his lights isn't working. Okie dokes. You think Ansays will win the title? No, I think if Mercedes is the quickest team, I think Russell's got it in the bag. Is there any way to auto pin the fastest sector times so they stay up without manually writing them down? These are the fastest sector times here. I've not got them for all of the drivers, but these are the fastest sector times for those drivers there. For the top 3 in each sector. So sector 1, 2, 3, sector 1, 2, sector 1, sector 2, sector 3, and then first, second, third position in terms of top speed. I salute you, sir, for not only doing this so long, but doing it camera on. Just turn this camera off and take it easy if you need a break. Yeah, no, I will, but to be fair, there's only 45 minutes left, so I think I'll just power through and should be good, to be honest. Yeah, I might go take a little bit of might go fill up my water bottle, but yeah. The track is better than yesterday, right? Yeah, definitely a little bit more rubber has been deposited down on the racing line, and track temperature is 27 degrees Celsius, so pretty solid there. Stoked to see Haas killing it. Yeah, Haas have done a mega job. 130 laps plus 133 laps for both of them, and I think Ocon's just coming out the pit lane now as well. Yeah, to do a few more. When is testing next? It is next week on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The whole thing will be broadcast. So, yeah, the whole thing will be broadcast. Should be good. Why is Hamilton not pushing like Charles did yesterday? Charles did push yesterday. In fact, Hamilton went 70 milliseconds quicker than Charles's lap from yesterday. It's just that the Mercedes have pushed even harder than both of them. Okay. Ante is doing some more laps, 40 laps under his belt, which is pretty solid considering that he missed nearly the first 2 hours of testing because of an issue. It is good that he's got 40 laps on the board and is pushing harder than ever to get some more done. Am I live next week? Yes, I am. I will be commentating next week. How many minutes is left? 43 minutes. You can see that over on the left-hand side. So yes, I'll be live next week for all 3 days, and I will also be live for Australia, China, all of the races as well. Really sad about Albon with only P10 on the softs. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it's not really the end of the world because it's very, very obvious that they were running more fuel in the car. Otherwise, Albon would have had more speed through Sector 2 when he was flat. He would have accelerated a little bit quicker. So, yeah, Mercedes maybe just running less fuel. Is there any way testing after next week is there any testing after next week or we go straight to Melbourne? No, we go straight to Melbourne after next week's testing. Yeah. Been watching you for 2 years. Thanks for all the hard work you put in for us. No worries, folks. No worries. I am glad to put in all the hard work. There is a test next week. Indeed, there is. Hamilton's out on a fresh set of medium. Ocon's out on a fresh set of soft. So is Colapinto, and we'll see how it works out for them. Albon's on a second push lap, but still not all that quick. In fact, Colapinto is a little bit quicker. Why is Red Bull slower today? Because their run plan today was to drive slower. Any major problems? We had major problems for Stroll. Stroll has finally come out onto the track, but it's been 2 hours since Stroll finally came out onto the circuit. So 2 hours of fixing the Honda engine and changing things up. So we'll keep an eye out on his RPMs and things like that to see if anything has changed there. Why is Hamilton slower? Because Hamilton wasn't pushing as hard. Like, this is what I'm saying. Mercedes definitely put on a bit of low fuel and then went for a run. Are they going to be broadcasting the whole thing next week? Yes, they will. The whole thing will be there. Okay, Alex Albon dives into the pits, doesn't complete his flying lap. Then we've got Stroll starting a flying lap here. What's his revs going to? 11,200 in 8th gear, 325. Oh, quickest we've seen from the Aston Martin. So maybe some changes have been made. I'm not sure exactly what they were doing. Maybe they were performing some upgrades. Some new parts arrived in Bahrain just then. And Stroll has gone the fastest we have seen so far. They just have broke the 325 mark. We hadn't seen them go above 320 before. So 325 now for Lance Stroll, and, well, a step in the right direction. Colapinto's been doing surprisingly well during testing. Good on him, yeah. I mean, of course, he's had some time to get used to a Formula 1 car. He will have been doing a lot of time in the simulator over the winter break as well. So it's good to see him making progress. Didn't they get Newey? Yeah, Aston Martin got Newey, but their Honda engine supposedly was giving them quite a bit of grief. The first Grand Prix will be on the 8th of March. The practice will be on the 6th of March. 7th of March is for quali, and the race on the 8th. Okay. Still, though, Stroll is still down on speed through Sector 2. He's still not full on the gas, full on the power. Well, he is full on the power. It's just that he's not being able to go as quickly through that corner between turn 12 and 13. We've got Piastri going a little bit deep there into turn 1, just trying to push the limits. And, you know, that's your job as a driver. He's locking up the outside wheel, which is a bit strange. But either way, you've got to find the limits somehow, and Piastri just did. Any problem with the Audi engine? No. The only issue that they had, I think, was yesterday, and they had a little momentary stop, but then they restarted the car, and that was all. And since then, not a single issue. I must be kidding to myself, but they do look smaller. Well, they are. They are smaller. A little bit smaller in the length and in the width as well. Did Charles push yesterday? Yes, he did. Charles did a push lap yesterday, and it was 70 milliseconds slower than Hamilton's push lap that he did today. Okay, we are not too many subscribers away from 230k, so if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do so. Sky Sports only broadcast in Italy on YouTube, that is correct. So if you get Proton VPN using the link in the chat, you can get 1 month for $1, and then you can watch the coverage. Okay. Will teams only run one car next week? Yes, that is correct. During testing, it's only one car per team. How did you become involved with F1? I sort of started out in 2018. That was when I watched my first race. And then I started a YouTube channel in 2020, and well, here I am. It's a bit of a short version of the story, but yeah, I didn't really plan to become a YouTuber. Yeah, the blue sectors means the drivers are coming in or out of the pit lane. You can see here Hulkenberg's got a few blue sectors. That means he's just driven out of the pit lane for the first time. He's on an out lap. And blue at the other end means pit lanes for coming in. Do you watch any other motorsports or sports? If so, who do you support? I don't really watch any other motorsports or sports, to be honest. At least not very regularly. Yesterday they were saying the Audi engine sounds weird. What's the issue? Well, they weren't sat in the pits for a huge amount of time, so not exactly sure what that was referring to. If you guys haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to helping out. And yeah, only 37 minutes left to go now. Green sector. Who has set a green sector? We've got outlap again. Fresh set of soft tyres for Albon this time, so maybe he'll be going a little bit quicker. And green sector for Nico Hülkenberg here. Fresh set of soft tyres. So let's see what he can do. 30.4 though. That's still about a second down on Antonelli. Nowhere near in the first sector. Well, yeah, but Perez is out on hard tyres that are 20 laps old. Antonelli did his thing on a fresh set of soft tyres. So that's why they're so far away. But making his way through the middle sector is Nico Hülkenberg. Shifting at... well, he stays in 7th gear. He's got a very, very long 7th gear, has the Audi car. They accelerate up to 7th quite quickly. 240, 244. Very good speed, actually, through that corner there for Nico Hülkenberg. As he gets onto the... as he gets through that corner, through turn 13, now towards the final corner. It's a 42.2 in the middle sector, which is, again, 1.2 seconds down compared to Antonelli. And then through the final corner they go. Goes Nico Hülkenberg, half onto the power, full onto the power, upshifting through the gears. What's his speed as he comes across the line? Approximately 290. That was a lot of acceleration coming out at the final corner, and you can see that in the green final sector. 10th position for Nico Hülkenberg. All right. I'm a massive Aston fan, but the Audi looks awesome. Yeah, the silver definitely does look awesome. I feel like they could have made it even more shinier, but yeah, this also looks pretty good. Hamilton is having good lap times. Hope Ferrari is good this year. Car looks promising. Yeah, promising car, promising lap times, promising reliability. But it is Ferrari at the end of the day, and all they do is promise next year is our year. And does it always work out? Not so much. Where's Lando? Lando's not taking part today, folks. He is not driving. It is Piastri that's driving all day today because Norris drove all day yesterday. 150 laps done by Oscar Piastri. Very nicely done. Even on hard, Cadillac should be a second behind. Well, probably more like 1.5 seconds behind or 1.2 seconds behind. And then you've also got 20 laps worth of tyre wear on there. Also probably more fuel because he is doing a race run at the end of the day. So, you know, you're going to need more fuel if you're doing more laps. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Stroll, 30.6 in the first sector. So he's fresh set of soft tyres for Stroll here. He goes quite a bit slower down the straight, but he has better acceleration up the hill towards turn number 4. So slightly a bit of a different trade-off. You know, maybe they're deploying their battery in different zones. Then through turns number 10, his minimum speed is 62 kilometers per hour, potentially affected a little bit by the dirty air of Franco Colapinto. And then he goes towards turn number 11. Right, let's see what speed he can hold through here because this is pretty important. Flat through 11, then through 12, 235, 236. Green again in the middle sector, 43.1, which is still, oh my goodness me, 2 seconds down on Antonelli in the middle sector. And then you've got sector number 3 remaining, where he seems to be doing all right. Comes out the final corner, and it is going to be Stroll coming across the line for a lap of a 138.1. Improves, but not enough to gain any major positions. Okay, can Hamilton push to hot lap? Well, he's on medium tyres, so I don't really think they'll be on... I don't really think he's going to be doing any push laps, to be honest. Terrible. Yeah, maybe terrible for Aston Martin, but you also don't know how much battery they were deploying. Antonelli set the same time as a long run as Stroll set on a hot lap. Oh my god. Yeah, wow. Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we will have to see. Albon's on a flying lap. Oh yeah, he is, isn't he? 30.4 in the first sector, and in the middle sector he goes. It's not looking amazing for him, but he's keeping it on the road by the looks of it. And what is his speed? Second gear. Oh no, Albon's backed out of it. He went wide through turn 10. In your opinion, what's the best livery of the year? I would say, I've got to go Haas actually. Yeah, Stroll did get a bit of the rear end stepped out a little bit as he was getting onto the power, which obviously would have lost him a little bit of speed. But yeah, not ideal. The Honda guys are gonna be working 18-hour days for the next 2 weeks. Exactly. Yeah, they've got to find a solution and find a solution quick. Okay, Sergio Perez getting pulled into the garage. Does Aston Martin have an issue with its overheating? Apparently, it's not overheating. Apparently, it's the gearbox and the internal combustion engine and vibrations and lots of other things, but not overheating. So who knows, really. But Alonso is supposed to have a press conference later today, so let's wait and see. How to watch it live, folks. If you do want to watch the coverage live, you can use the link in the description. Link in the chat to get Proton VPN for $1 for the month. And that will allow you to watch testing today and also testing next week and also the Australian Grand Prix and the Chinese Grand Prix, all for $1. So go ahead and check it out. And yeah, go ahead and check it out. It will allow you guys to watch all the coverage. The way to do it is once you've got Proton VPN, you connect to an Italian VPN server, and then you go onto YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1. Well, testing be streamed next week. It will be also streamed on Sky Sports Italy on YouTube. So go ahead and check it out then. The Ferrari looks tricky to drive. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but it also could just be the setup, right? Like, because they are trying different setups. They're doing reasonably long runs with some of these setups. So potentially it could be tricky to drive, or, they've just got a different setup on there. Yeah, I don't think they have the onboard cameras installed, maybe. Or maybe they do have them, because it looks like there's the T-cam there. So maybe they do have the onboard camera installed. Sector timing is broken. Is it? I think it's doing okay. Or maybe it is broken, actually. Yeah, it is broken a little bit, but here we are. Final 30 minutes of testing. What can we do? Apologies for that one, folks. Who do you think looks good in terms of overall performance? Ferrari, yeah, and Mercedes. But reliability for Mercedes is a bit of a pain point. Right. Yeah, 30 minutes remain, folks. Ferrari should do a glory run for Sky Italia. Yeah, I'm sure they would love to. I'm sure the Italian fans would love that. Javi876, thanks for joining the channel membership. Welcome to the points finish. Much is appreciated. Anyone that is a channel member, big shout out to you guys for supporting the channel, for sticking along, and big thumbs up. Yeah, much appreciated. How many laps has Lewis done? It says right there next to his name, 138 laps for Lewis. Piastri's done 153. Colapinto 137. Lawson 119. Hamilton is running hards on the live, but here it's medium. Yes, so Hamilton, the way that the Pirelli tyres are working for testing is that they have, if you look at the Pirelli tyres when they're still, you have the Pirelli logo and then you have this like sort of line, this white line that goes across, and then a Pirelli logo and a white line. So the tyres that Hamilton is running have just got the Pirelli logos and no white lines, which means they are the C2 tyres and they are essentially the medium compound. Whereas if you had the Pirelli logo and then also the white lines, it would be the hard tires. So you know, if you watch a slow mo maybe of Hamilton, or if you see him when he comes into the pit lane, it's actually the C2 tire, which is the medium tire. It will say actually, but yeah. The data's accurate. Like it's still the same tire that it's showing. It's just showing a different sort of name for it or a different logo for it. I think this year the cars will be MG UK braking for stopping in the pits in order to recharge the battery. McLaren released a short hint of that. Yeah. Oh, guys, I've got a big brain idea. Okay, so what if the drivers, while driving through the pit lane, actually engage neutral and rev the engine to absolute maximum to charge up the battery? Yeah. I think I'm cooking, to be honest. I think I'm cooking really, really hard. The live timing is broken, folks. So all you're getting is the telemetry, the gears and the pedals. This is all broken. But yeah, you've got to think about it, right? You think outside the box. This is what happens after you stream for 8 hours and 45 minutes. These are the sort of the ideas that you come up with. And the reason why that wouldn't work, just to sort of clarify, is because you're going at 80 kilometers per hour, what would happen is you'd rev your engine to, you know, max RPM, and you would not have enough air flowing through the cooling ducts to cool the car down. You'd overheat, you'd result in quite a few problems. So that is the reason why the teams won't do that. But, you know, nice little joke. Okay. But in the cooler circuits, it may work. Potentially. I'm not sure. I guess they could try it. Because they sort of do this behind the safety car, of course. The safety car could go quicker than 80 kilometers per hour, but they for sure run the car in. Actually, no, they definitely will be doing that. What they will do when they're going through the pit lane, they will have the MG UK on maximum recharge mode, so you've got effective engine braking or MG UK braking, right? So you're recharging the battery, but then they just run the internal combustion engine at a much higher power. So they're running at a really high RPM to essentially act as a generator for the MG UK, and they won't have to go super high in the rev range for that, I think. And they might try that. Do I have a battery remaining parameter? Unfortunately not. Everyone go sub right now. Almost at 230. Yeah, almost at 230. What, we've got 154 subscribers remaining to subscribe. Nobody's trail braking. It's so surprising for me as a GT3 sim racer. Yeah, it's That's a good point there, C# Kalowski. The way that the braking telemetry works in Formula One is that they do not tell you how hard they're pressing the brake. Everyone is just on or off. In reality, the drivers are trail braking. They are braking a little bit less, but the data will only show on or off because the teams want to keep their secrets about how they're braking super late into the corners. So that is that's something to watch out for. Going to reach to 240 before the season starts. I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, I'd love to hit 240 before the season starts, but I don't think we will. I'm happy to be proven wrong, though. It's Hadjar's turn to drive, not Verstappen, so Hadjar's making his way out of the pits. Small blue car on the track. Oh, that's actually Hadjar. Hadjar's driving around, but because the timing is broken, it thinks that it's in the pit. It thinks that Hadjar's in the pit lane. So yeah, ignore that. Yeah, folks, I know the data is stuck, but we've only got 22 minutes remaining now. Only 22 minutes. 300k by the end of the year for sure. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it really depends on how exciting the season is. If George Russell wins everything by 2 minutes every race, then I know for a fact that not a lot of people are going to be watching the channel. So we shall see. We shall see. Kevin3035, thanks for the channel membership. Much is appreciated, mate. Thanks for supporting the channel. Has it been reported that because none of the MGUH are removed, yeah, the drivers will have to spin up the turbo manually. There's a little bit more of spinning up the turbo manually, but it's not totally. It's not like totally manual. I still think the MGUK can help. Vincent, I just connected to the free VPN and it's working Sky Sports Italy. Well, there you go. If you guys do want to watch the footage, then Proton VPN using the link in the chat, you'll be able to watch the commentary, watch the cars go around the circuit. Sorry, not watch the commentary, and it'll only cost you $1 for the month. I was thinking it's one of the little cars in the drivers' parade. Yeah, they need to add the Lego. They need to add the Lego counter. Just remove the light counter and the subscriber counter. Move the top three sectors. Yeah, I could put that there. But at least for the YouTube channel sakes, it's actually pretty important to have a light counter up on the screen. So there's that. And also, these drivers aren't driving anyway. Gasly, Alonso, Leclerc, they've all not come out of the pits. I'll quickly just show you. None of them have done a single lap today. So you can see 0 laps completed. Oh, we've got another one. PackSam9139. Thanks for becoming a channel member. We've got loads of people joining. Really appreciate it, guys. What are cooling ducts in MGUK? So cooling ducts are the cars will have, air intakes essentially. They'll have these big holes where air will come in and those will go through the car, go through the radiators and cool down the engine, cool down the gearbox and things like that, and the brakes as well. And cooling ducts are essentially just the areas in which the air is going to travel. And in terms of the MGUK is a part of the hybrid recovery system, and the K stands for kinetic, and it basically just uses the turbo spinning to charge up the battery, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Timing is broken, folks. The live timing is broken. Just the telemetry, and just that works. Most of the time it's yellow. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I think for testing, it's definitely better to have just these sort of stuff anyway. And all of this mostly is yellow. So I think maybe you can put your channel stats inside your camera, make it smaller. Yeah, for sure. I think maybe up there that could work, and then up there for the likes or something. That's a good idea. I'll get something worked out. Okay. You know what, folks? I do need to head to the toilet. So give me just a second. I will turn off my webcam and I'll be back in about, probably like 1 minute. So yeah, give me a sec. Right. Okie dokie, I am back. The Mercedes car is bouncing, is it? Oh, did I just miss that? Well, they're porpoising again. It must be the compression ratio. Clearly. Okay. Hulkenberg constantly floating around a point position. Hopefully a good season for Audi. Yeah, it should be good for Audi, I think. The engine looks relatively solid, and they're getting some reasonably good top speed. Still not as quick as we've seen from everyone else, but I also haven't been fully up to date with it. Yeah. Phantom 1V mini sectors aren't needed. I know for a fact that mini sectors aren't needed, but we also have space up on the screen, so we might as well have them. Yeah. Verstappen's not coming out of the pits today, guys. It's Hadjar that is driving in the afternoon, so Verstappen will not be taking part for the final 16 minutes. Yeah, folks. Look, I'll give it a quick refresh. So give me a sec. The data will refresh, and still probably will not work, but you know. Yeah, there you go. Still the same. Any fast laps? Well, we actually do not know because the lap times genuinely are not updating. I also think they're not updating for the drivers themselves. Who's that little green dot? That is, I think, Esteban Ocon. Yeah. I think the Sky Sports footage also is not fully up to. Yeah. Cadillac is making me sad. Well, look, I don't think Cadillac are going to be that far off the pace. So I wouldn't sweat it too much. They are just, doing their run plan, and it's different. They're on hard tyres right now. Perez is there on 23-lap-old hard tyres. Are you really going to expect him to be that quickly? Okay. Yeah, it's all a little bit broken, isn't it? Oh, well. Is Isaac surviving the second driver a Red Bull curse? Well, so far he's doing okay. He did crash the car, of course, in Barcelona, but I wouldn't get too concerned about it right now. I guess we'll have to see a little bit later on. Yeah, guys, Hamilton's on mediums. Don't be expecting some blisteringly quick laps out of him. He's doing a race sim. Piastri's also doing a race sim. So is Antonelli doing a race sim. Yeah. Vic Savage, thanks for joining the channel membership. Much is appreciated. Yeah, cheers for helping out, guys. When is the next testing start? It's next week, Wednesday. 6:30 a.m. probably. Yeah. Stroll on track? No. Stroll is in the pit lane. Lap times are broken, folks. Lap times are broken. I'll just stick it up on the screen. Okay. Cadillac, Audi, and Benz need more distinct liveries. Yeah, I mean, they just need a bit more splash of colour, to be honest. I would have liked Cadillac to get a bit of their yellow that they have in their other motorsport categories. I've put them in as yellow because there's no other colour for them really. And Audi as well. Maybe a little bit of the, well, to be fair, green isn't very Audi. I don't know what colour is, you know, sort of distinct Audi. They did have some yellow back in their sort of Audi Quattro days. Can they make major changes before the next test? Yes, they can make as many changes as they would like. They can, in fact, come into the pits right now, install 12 new parts, and go right back out if they wanted to. So the rules are to say whatever. Yeah. And the other thing is they can, they don't even have to be following the Formula 1 regulations right now. If they wanted to, they could go out with, you know, Ferrari could take the Ferrari 458 road car, the supercar that they have, and they could drive that around the track. So it literally can be anything whatsoever because there's no rules that really apply to testing. Or, okay, it has to pass the crash test, and then you can go testing. So as long as it crashes as long as it passes the crash test. I'm pretty sure I said as long as it crashes the pass test. Or did I say it the other way around? Anyway, really am 9 hours now. Yeah, I definitely said crashes the pass test, didn't I? Anyway, any information about the laps? Unfortunately not, folks. The lap time information is broken as of right now. It stopped working about 10 minutes ago. Yeah. So they're wrecking the cars before testing. Well, I think they just have to wreck the chassis itself. As long as the chassis doesn't break, the sort of the survival cell is the correct terminology. As long as that passes the crash tests, it's okay. Have we got a red flag? Oh! Hamilton stopped. Hamilton's GPS either is broken or is he stopped? That is 0 kilometers per hour neutral for Lewis Hamilton halfway down the straight. And it looks like we have got a red flag here, folks. He has stopped at the side of the circuit. And is he facing the wrong direction? No, he's facing the correct direction. And looks like he's pulled off. Oh, just as we were saying, the Ferrari power unit is reliable. They've had no issues. Guess who's stopped the car? Yeah, Hamilton stopped the car right at the end there. You got the hazard lights flashing, blink, 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 blink. So that's good to see. I must say the Ferrari does look like a nice car. And well, with 10 minutes left to go of testing, I don't know if we're even going to restart. First Ferrari issue, yeah. First issue for the Ferrari team itself. However, allegedly, they're running the same power unit from Barcelona. So now that car has done over that power unit has done over 700 laps. I'm watching the Sky Sports Italy broadcast. I'm sure the commentators aren't going to be happy about this one. So we're watching the onboard here. He's going up the hill, changing a few settings, and it looks like he might start losing power pretty early on, to be fair. Allegedly, yes, it's the same. It's the same power unit that they've had since Barcelona. Oh wait, what? Oh, he just goes straight on. Okay, I think he just realizes that there's something wrong with the car and then just goes straight on. Little strange. Yeah, there's some sort of yellow thing on his display. It must have been some sort of warning that then he was being told over the radio to try and fix. And of course, if they didn't fix it, then he has to stop the car in the middle of the circuit. So, red flag, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's stopped at the side of the track then, has Lewis Hamilton? Why is Norris not doing anything? Because Norris drove yesterday and yeah, so Piastri's driving today. The car died, yeah. The car has died, I think. But they have managed to push it off already into a safe zone. So the pit lane will probably be getting opened up rather soon. Yeah, session is basically over. There's still 7 minutes left on the clock, so I'll still stick around just to say that, I've done all 3 days of testing in its entirety. Yeah, 700 laps definitely isn't bad. Maybe fuel. Someone's suggesting that they've run out of fuel. I think Ferrari will have known if they were going to run out of fuel. Yeah, it's some sort of error on the screen. Something yellow flashed up. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okie dokes. Yeah, so maybe we are going to get a green light very, very soon. I think that is a green light. Yeah, there we go. We're getting some cars out onto the track. That is the Cadillac moving, and that is also the Red Bull moving. You can see there Hadjar and Perez's brake pedals are working away. I wouldn't trust Ferrari to run out of fuel. Yeah. Oh, the Ferrari meme. Oh, it is time. Yeah, it's time. Absolute depression. And we are so over. It's so over. It's so over. Okay. A VSC deployed. VSC deployed. Yeah, Colopinto 137, and he's actually done more than that. All of this hasn't updated properly. He's probably nearly closer to 145. Lance Stroll's coming out onto the circuit as well. So is Piastri. So is Colapinto. All right. Yeah, everybody's coming out now. It seems like everybody's onto the circuit. Wants to do a few laps at the end. What do you think about Red Bull and Mercedes praising each other's engines? I'm just not really. I'm pretty surprised. I'm not surprised. Sorry, that they're doing that because seems like average sandbagging moments, average mind games. Let's see what Lewis Hamilton says in the interview. I think he'll probably just say, "Oh, it's positive overall. A bit of a shame to end on that note," and that's about it. Yeah. Okay. But this is the thing. We don't know. There's currently a safety car out right now. So it's virtual safety car. Then they change it to safety car. So they're doing the sort of tests that they normally do. And then yeah. All right, got 3,400 people tuned in. Appreciate everyone sticking with it, even though the data's broken. We've got a red flag, and then we've got a safety car. Glad that you're all still here watching. Hamilton has broken down. Must be the battery. Did you hear Max and Hamilton both critical? Yes, I did. But they're going to get on with it and go racing. So. Wait, where is the source that they've run out of fuel? There's no way that they actually ran out of fuel. So you guys are definitely joking. Yeah, no, it's just some error on the car. No ugly noise, no nothing. There was no like gearbox crunching or anything like that. And we've got a red flag in. So they're just testing the red flag procedure. Brilliant. They're just having some good fun here. All of these drivers want to go out, do some laps, and they're like, I don't think so. I don't think so. Red flag time. Fuel sensor faulty. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it said on the steering wheel itself. Yeah, I could sort of imagine that. You think you've got, you put enough 30 kg into the fuel into the car, and then your fuel sensor stops working, and you have no idea how much fuel you've actually got in there. Who knows? Honda, no more VTEC. Exactly, no more VTEC for them. Red flag is out. We've got is that the Cadillac? Yeah, the Cadillac's got flashing its hazard lights. Hamilton's on 151. Right, let's give this a quick refresh. Let's see if this helps. No, unfortunately not. As per the F1 website, this is the first gremlin Ferrari has encountered, but given how late in the day there is a chance that this could be a fuel-related issue. Yeah, but you could run out of the fuel. You could run out of fuel early in the day as well. You know, he's only done 7 laps. It's not like you've got a limited amount of fuel per day. Nico Hülkenberg's getting out of the car. Nico Hülkenberg's like, I've had enough. I'm going home. It could also be, folks, you know, that if the sensor breaks, very often how it happens in a Formula One car, sometimes the actual thing doesn't break, but the sensor measuring it breaks, and then it gives an error. So yeah, for example, if the fuel sensor breaks and it thinks that there's 0 liters of fuel in the car, it's going to say, stop the car, stop the car, stop the car. We don't want to run out of fuel. When in reality, yeah, there may be 10 laps worth of fuel in the car, but the sensor thinks that there isn't. And for that reason, it will just automatically switch the car off to stop you from breaking it. Hadjar's having a fit behind the Cadillac. Yeah, I saw that. He's like just waving his hands around. But yeah, 1 minute 14 seconds left. He's driving around, and they'll get this done. Max is the... All right. Hamilton's walking around with his helmet on. I mean, surely you're going to take your helmet off. It's pretty hot in Bahrain, no? But no, straight back into the garage, helmet on. Okie dokes. Yeah, 30 seconds left on the clock. Looks like they'll probably just do some practice starts, and then they will... and then they'll go home and park up for the day. Yeah, it looks like Williams still have got a broken rear light. I don't know how they still haven't managed to fix that, but I guess it's not really a priority. So park up on the start finish line. All right, let's have a look here. What RPMs is Antonelli doing? Antonelli is in neutral, and now he's going to shift into first at some point and then build up the revs. He's just parked up on the grid. And he's just sitting there in neutral. Maybe he's got to wait for everyone to come around, but potentially, yeah. Potentially they've got to wait for everyone to come around. Antonelli, 11,000. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I've missed it. Let's watch it with Hadjar. What's Hadjar doing? Yeah, the drivers are sort of just going away, not building up the revs too much. At least the data's glitched or something. I'm not sure. Or maybe I've just had a really long day and I have no idea what I'm talking about anymore. Yeah, 9 hours and 10 minutes. Okay. So that's all from me, folks. The drivers are going to make their way back into the pit lane and park up for the day. So that is the end of pre-season testing. Kimi Antonelli, George Russell P1-2, Hamilton P3, Piastri P4, Verstappen 5th, Hadjar 6th, Ocon 7th, Colapinto 8th, Behrman 9th, Hülkenberg 10th. Yeah. So that is that. Leave the sport before the sport leaves you. Yeah, I probably need to do that. Probably need to end the stream before the stream leaves me. So I will. I'll be streaming for next week in. Next week pre-season testing as well, so be sure to hit the like button, be sure to subscribe, it helps out the channel a lot. Again, if you're interested in Proton VPN, the link is there in the chat. I will update the description if you want it to also put that in there so you guys can access it later on, and it'll allow you to get Proton VPN for $1, and then you can watch next week's testing, the Australian GP, and also the Chinese Grand Prix, all for the price of $1. So there you go. Much appreciated. And yeah, that's all from me. So I will see you next week. I'm going to end the stream. I'll take you over to the broadcast for the live stream for next week. If you could hit the like button on it, and if you could also hit the reminder button, that helps out loads in terms of the YouTube algorithm. Like, I can't sort of describe how much it helps out. The like button and the reminder button helps out loads, and I'll be live for next week's testing as well. So I'm going to get some rest. You guys should too as well. And that's all from me. Bye-bye.